ketombe basah.
Aduh, tang tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk.
Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo,
Kagak ada Bang Joe, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Berhasil dapetin luar.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabung menjadi hidup lebih asik pakai Livin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Livin.
banyak syarat. Salar abal-abal, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigram, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk.
Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo,
Kagak ada Bang Joe, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal, menangin match pakai Golden.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Berhasil dapetin luar.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salah aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang.
Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk.
Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Berhasil dapetin luar.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyper Blend? What on earth is Hyper Blend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyper Blend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang.
Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk.
Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo,
Kagak ada Bang Joe, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Sudah makin luar.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life. I need long-lasting battery life.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk.
Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo,
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Berhasil dapetin luar.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.
Ketombe basah.
Aduh.
We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
10 continues. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 for Season 10. It is me, Mirko, together with Eterna and, of course, Arashi as the analyst here on the caster desk to accompany you through the entire day of matches. We have another stacked day. After an amazing opening to the show yesterday, we saw Geek Fam's massive improvement and Bigetron's win over Rebellion Zion.
So many surprises yesterday, and I have to be honest with you guys, I lost a lot of coins in the Mobile Legends app because of how everything just exceeded what we expected from all of these teams today.
It's very unpredictable. Season 10 has been very unpredictable, but you know what is predictable? Your games after using the Samsung Galaxy A series, because you're gonna get a lot of wins, guys. Go ahead and check it out because the specs are definitely not kidding. You guys are getting so much for your buck. That's a bang for buck value, man. So value. Arashi, you're the analyst here. You know, run us down maybe the specs for the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, you gotta go gaming, so RAM up to 8 gigabytes, memory up to 256 for all that, for all the clean storage, and of course a Super AMOLED Plus if you're trying to, get all the high quality vision you need to win your games, and of course 120 Hz refresh rate. Now said, man, at this point, just get the phone.
Just get the phone
Get the
because
phone.
awesome is for
Everyone.
Go ahead and check the website, ladies and gentlemen, samsung.com/ID. What are you waiting for? Check it out. But, ladies and gentlemen, Eterna, Arashi, after yesterday's match, there has been a few changes into the standings. Feeling kind of cold up here. Number 1 here, sitting in the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G standings, it is Bigetron Alpha with a 2-0 win over Rebellion. They solidified themselves as the top team, but again, there's only been a few matches.
Yeah, only 2 matches so far. We're going to see 3 matches ahead of us today as well. And this is looking a little reminiscent to last season, right? We saw Bigetron Alpha being at the top. We'll see if it's going to stay in the trend where they kind of, fall down to the bottom, or will they be able to solidify their standings right now in that first place position?
I mean, speaking of things just changing up, right? We talked about Geek Fam and how people are expecting them to stay down this season, but they have shown that they're gonna climb, dude. So, Mirko, you gotta be a bit worried at least.
Well, I'm worried for every team now in Season 10, right? Because again, it's getting really unpredictable. Geek Fam was able to take a dominant win against RRQ, going all the way to the 26th minute mark in game number 2 against the defending champions. Remember, Geek Fam in Season 9, they were 8th place. They didn't win a single match, and to show that much improvement over the course of just a few months with Beloyski coming into the roster has been phenomenal. But speaking of Geek Fam, their opponents today, Alter Ego. Definitely not a team that you can just, write off.
100%. Alter Ego Esports, they did have a really rough time last season, but we're going to see what happens as they go head-to-head with Geek Fam in today's matchup.
For sure, man. I mean, Alter Ego, there's very minimal changes, but I think, there's a lot of expectations here because they were able to actually have such a great improvement last season. Unfortunately, it happened too little too late, so we were not able to see their maximum potential. So this season might be their season, man. They are not called the Uncrowned Kings for nothing.
Well, you guys are looking at Geek Fam right now. Again, with Beloyski stepping in. Ruben also. Look at that suit, man. He's looking classy today. Okay, after he's got classy taste after yesterday's win against a one-game win against RRQ.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not Jana QT is going to be playing today. Do you have any information on that?
We'll have to see once the rosters actually come up. But honestly, I think it's so scary, man. This Geek Fam roster, we've only seen, 2 games? That's 2 or 3 games, actually, right? So it's not nearly enough to try and get a read on what they can do because they've done a lot of different things right now. And you gotta stay wondering, right? What are they gonna try and do? Can they show us even more looks, even more different strategies?
Well, they're looking very confident here in the tunnel camp presented to you by Head and Shoulders. Beloyski, then the crew, the whole crew with Chadera, the main man in the gold lane, is also stepping in. But today, our main focus on Geek Fam will be on Hans. This man has been the pillar, the glimpse of brilliance in this composition, in this roster, since he stepped in Season 8. He's always been a phenomenal player, but in Season 9, we really were able to see him at his peak. Even with the 0-match win, he was always the one that you can always highlight in these games. The plays that he was making, the fact that he was able to secure the kills and objectives on time with his objective-heavy gameplay. You can see that in the stat division, GPM 645, solid, especially considering that, again, they did not win a single match. So this man, he always shines, even in the previous roster. You can see that in the statistics here, it's pretty low. But again, you got to think about it. Geek Fam last season didn't really perform well. This time with a whole new roster, they can enable him for sure. But welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, the home team of today's match, Geek Fam.
Geek Fam last season coming in 8th place, now being able to defend themselves and even show a huge amount of strength and quality against the back-to-back champions RRQ Hoshi. This definitely is a new Geek Fam. I'm super excited to see what they have in store for us, especially with everyone new coming into the roster, like Beloyski, like Kadera, who has shown moments of brilliance and has so much potential ahead of them.
You can see Beloyski just chill, relax, just raising up the morale, fist bumping all the teammates. I mean, they didn't get the victory, but they surely have an ego boost by performing so well against the defending champions, right? So, Geek Fam right now, I think they just gained a lot of support only based off one match in the first day.
Very confident. This is also very confident coming in, and it's interesting to see, right? Because this is the first time in this season that they've played with one another, and I'm curious to see that there doesn't seem to be much of a communication issue, even though Beloyski is from the Philippines.
Absolutely, the language barrier has been, well, technically non-visible. We weren't able to see it at all, and that's a good thing for Geek Fam. But on the other side, we have Alter Ego with their still 5-man roster. It is still the same roster, I believe, as the last season. Ahmad Kids not stepping in just yet. It is the main 5 for Alter Ego here, as you can see in the tunnel, presented to you by Heads and Shoulders as the walk up on stage. But we were highlighting Hans. Now it's time to highlight Sully Boy on Alter Ego, the opponent jungler. This man, very much like Hans, has been the core identity of Alter Ego. Whenever he shines, whenever he is enabled to play and get those power spikes, he performs. He carries the game, and he takes these crazy fights with super insane aggression without a care in the world because of how ahead he is. The fact that Alter Ego are able to enable him from the get-go. As you can see here, even last season, Sully Boy, not a Fanny player. He learned Fanny just in an instant in a few ranked games that we saw from an interview, and he was lethal on this Fanny against Bigetron Alpha, absolutely dismantling them. very solid farmer. GPM 724, as you can see. With the kill participation though, you can already see that Sully Boy, he's more farm oriented. Just staying in the jungle, waiting for those crucial picks to be enabled by the team. He doesn't go on by himself. He's more of a follow-up jungler with obviously the 10 kills that he was able to get in his most kill game record last season. He's gonna look to destroy that record and break it here. Welcome to the stage, Alter Ego.
When I take a look at Alter Ego, all I'm reminded of is their brotherhood. How solid they are with one another. Udil time and time has said that he doesn't want to step down from the roster until he sees Selly Boy really claiming that trophy to become theirs, and that is what we love and know about Alter Ego Esports. So coming into this game against Geek Fam, there are a lot of expectations for sure. Understanding that Alter Ego didn't place really well last season, they went home on the first day during the playoffs, and I'm excited to see from all their changes, to be honest, if they can actually show us something new from Alter Ego.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they have gone through so much with this roster, and they have shown that they're solid. When things get tough, they don't get divided. They stand stronger together. That is a quality that you don't see. Well, you see it quite often as well, but with Alter Ego, it's something else, man. And it's something to admire, and it's something that we always enjoy to see here from the caster's desk.
Oh, enjoy is an understatement. This team, against all odds, have been able to pull off miracle comebacks, miracle plays all across the board. Obviously, their most successful season was Season 6, when they were able to get all the way to the grand finals. But Eterna and Arashi, the players are getting ready on the stage. I want to know a little bit of your opinions here for Geek Fam and Alter Ego, because this is no longer the same Geek Fam. This is the Geek Fam with Ruben and Alter Ego as well. It's no longer the Alter Ego with Nasiuduk. It's Cassius and ours on stage. Obviously, these coaches, they are able to communicate so well with their players, helping them throughout the drafts, analyzing because of the JBL Quantum Series headset that they are using right now. Look at that, all right? Crisp, clean communication. That's what you need from a coach. And sometimes you just don't get that with the level of quality of the headsets that aren't JBL Quantum. With JBL, no problem whatsoever. They're going to be able to communicate crisp, clean, and their players will be able to receive it.
Hold up. The coach is Ars, not Cesius. So that's something different than what we saw in their official roster lineup on the MPL ID Instagram. And now this is interesting, right? Because Ars was the one to be able to coach Alter Ego X as finalists. So let's see if they can replicate the same success on the MPL stage.
Well, looking at a team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, again, we've talked about how Geek Fam, they have like quite abysmal stats, to be honest, but it's not the same Geek Fam. So now these stats, you can't really take them at face value. Alter Ego, though, you can see that they are a very aggressive team. High kill percentages, but also high death percentages. They are very happy to take those risks, provided that they have good compensation if they get success. So now with a different coach at the helm, will we see a more composed Alter Ego? Or will we see actually an even more aggressive style, which I really enjoy seeing from Alter Ego?
I mean, on paper, it does seem like Geek Fam is in the behind at the moment, because statistics say that every time that they've met against Alter Ego, they've never won a single game since Season 4. But now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory here by Axarashi.
Yeah, mirror Geek Fam's movement, because if they can match what they're doing, avoid the early game playmaking by Beloyski, they can actually farm up, let Selly Boy farm up and go in. And of course, Leo Murphy's playmaking potential. He will be put up against Beloyski, and whoever is able to enable their team better will actually get a lot of advantage. On the other hand, though, for Geek Fam here, the keys to victory by X, discipline, trigger discipline. When initiating team fights, we saw that they can get a bit too overeager, because Beloyski is just that volatile, right? He has a lot of potential, but that also means there's a lot of moments for Alter Ego to take advantage of. Contested turtles in the first 5 minutes, that will be very critical. And of course, limit Selly Boy from farming. That is something that has been similar from last season. And of course, be aware of Leo Murphy's aggressive game, because we saw that if Beloyski gets engaged on, that is something that Geek Fam really isn't prepared to deal with.
Yeah, in addition to that, I have to agree. Every time we see that Silly Boy gets shut down, that's when the movement, the playstyle coming in from Alter Ego Esports goes in disarray. But as you can see here on screen, this is your talent prediction by Axe. It does seem on the caster desk, it is going to be a unanimous vote for the side of Alter Ego.
I actually didn't expect this. I went for Alter Ego, but I didn't look at your predictions just to make it a surprise for me on the desk. You guys went for Alter Ego too. I thought with yesterday's performance, we'll have, different opinions here on the desk, but it seems like, again, we're unanimously going for Alter Ego. Arashi, any thoughts as to why you went for Alter Ego after Geek Fam's solid performance yesterday?
Well, honestly, right, Geek Fam, it's a solid performance and it's against a very tough contender. But we've only seen one performance, and you have to think, can they do the same multiple times, again and again? It might be a good day for Geek Fam and a bad day for RRQ. But for Alter Ego, we saw a lot of improvements the last time we saw them on stage. So I think there's a lot more momentum behind them right now.
Wow! Are you seeing this in the crowd? The Geek Fam fans are rapidly cheering for their team. This is something we haven't seen in a very long time, Eterna. The audience, literally, I think the prediction could be 50-50 for the audience now.
That is definitely a possibility. We'll see it really, really soon. But, you can't be surprised, right? Since season 6, if I'm not mistaken, or season 4, they've never made it to the playoffs. But wow, audience prediction here by TikTok on your screen. 67% for the side of Alter Ego Esports, and you voted 33% for the side of Geek Fam.
That is interesting, man. You will think that Alter Ego...
This is the highest Geek Fam has ever had.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, it's not that much of a surprise, right? We saw how well they can do. So if you guys actually predicted for Geek Fam, I wouldn't be too surprised either.
Same.
They have shown a lot of potential. And Alter Ego, right, they have changes of their own in this, as far as coaches go, as far as strategies go, right? It's a different meta. And we know that Alter Ego sometimes struggle to adapt to that. So we have to see from today's match, right? This is the first time we're going to see Alter Ego, and it will set the tone for how we will perceive them for the rest of the season.
I think we can all agree on the caster desk here that we also unanimously are thinking that it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a close series. We all went for Alter Ego, but it's not going to be an easy road for this team up against the new revamped Geek Fam with Beloyski, who was just such a playmaker, especially when he gets those heroes. Franco, Selena, Natalia. These are the heroes that really enable his potential. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping in straight into the drafts of game number 1, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, with Geek Fam on the blue side and Alter Ego on the red. Respect bands coming in from the Masha for Geek Fam and 1-1 band from Alter Ego.
Oof, there's a lot for both teams to try and deal with here. Of course, both teams have signature playmakers, and this is the season for these playmakers to shine, right? Leo Murphy and Beloyski can both carry their teams off the back of insane pickoffs and playmaking. So right now, Masha, as well as 1-1, has been banned out, and the Esmeralda will follow for Geek Fam. Maybe they're going to try and secure a bit of a strong XP player for Luke in that EXP lane.
This is interesting, right? Because with the Masha and the Esmeralda being banned away in that first phase, this is going to leave open a lot of S tier or even prio heroes for them to pick up. But we'll see what happens here. The Esmeralda has been banned, which is quite interesting. It's usually a first choice to pick, but to ban away? What do you think about this?
Your team is
to add on to that, Faramis, Akai, which has just literally been banned here. Valentina, that will follow through very soon. Faramis is still left up for grabs here. Alter Ego, they can go for the ban, but if they don't, this is very risky, giving it over to the hands of Geek Fam, where it can be flexed in the roam, in the mid lane, Arashi, especially considering now that also Thamus is still open. Beatrix, Yeve, these heroes that have just been shining from day number 1.
Exactly, Alter Ego, they have a chance to snipe multiple heroes here, but is it too expensive to be traded with that Faramis? I think there's a lot of consideration by Coach Casius here for the final ban in the first phase. So we'll just have to see. If it's going to be the Faramis, I really hope that they have an answer, right? They need some solutions to deal with the Cult Alter, because we saw that even for RRQ, that is a difficult task to deal with, and Faramis will not be allowed in this game.
Okay, so the Faramis has been banned away for the side of Alter Ego without any hesitation. It's going to be the Fanny pick here, coming through for the side of Geek Fam first pick.
Wow, all right, well, we completely forgot about Fanny. Fanny, yeah, this is the hero that hasn't been left open at all yesterday. Yesterday it was banned every single game, and the man himself, Chadera, who had such a phenomenal performance, has a comment towards Alter Ego. He actually really hopes to fight Nino because he really wants to compete against MPL's top-tier gold laners. And I love that from Chidera. Again, reminder to everyone back at home, Chidera is literally a rookie. He's never played a game in the MDL nor the MPL, and he was able to perform on such a high level. But with Nino picking up that Beatrix and the Julian pickup that can be flexed by Alter Ego, this is looking scary.
Man, as we all know, Nino was a beast on the Beatrix last season. Even though they didn't place too much, we saw Nino with his flashy plays, being able to snipe, get those snipes from really nowhere near. Like, he was able to like really open the vision with his instincts, and it was beautiful to see. And that being placed once again into the hands of Nino is going to be something that we need to look out for. But now, once again, a Julian pick has been placed. It is still a flex pick. Now, what can Geek Fam pick up in response? And the answer is it is going to be the Franco here for Beloyski. And I don't know, was that too expensive? I mean, Beloyski on the Franco was insane yesterday against RQ.
It is the Franco and the Eve, so 3 very prior heroes on the side of Geek Fam right now. Their drafting game is absolutely on point. And with Franco, one of the counters to Fanny, picked away by Geek Fam, Alter Ego has a chance to pick up the Kufra, right? It's a signature hero from Leo Murphy, but we'll have to see if that is the choice they go with for the last pick in the first phase.
Well, Geek Fam, with this composition that they've went for, I'm already shaken, man. This is a very scary comp. 3 of their members have gone comfort heroes, and perfect timing for R7 to leave in that comment. Message for the other teams who are going to go up against Geek Fam: be careful, because this is not the same Geek Fam from Season 9. This is a new Geek Fam, but Alter Ego, speaking of comfort, Leo Murphy finally picking up that signature Cho that we haven't seen, I think, since M2.
Wow. This is getting really tough. And the thing is, I think RQ Hoshi, they made a mistake yesterday going against Geek Fam. Maybe there was a little bit of underestimating. Which is why that they lost so heavily in that first game. But Alter Ego Esports bringing out their power heroes right now, I don't really see much of it. I think they're going to go all out here against Geek Fam in this first game. And it's crazy to see now that Geek Fam has secured the Fanny as well as the Eve. They do have very strong early as well as even late from the Eve with the damage and that high ground from that Eve. But now we can see a comment here by Leo Murphy.
Ooh, from Leo Murphy. He's saying that, again, Geek in this season is very scary because of the Beloyski effect. And yeah, I mean, I think his performance yesterday sent shockwaves throughout every single team in the MPL. He literally carried his team on Franco.
Basically, I mean, you were pleasantly surprised as well, Mirko. I remember so many moments where we were all just like, what is going on? How is it possible? And the Beloyski effect is there for sure. And not just how he plays in the game, but also how he's able to actually lead the teammates and maintain the morale, right? Right now, the final few bans are coming in. Popo and Koopa, Brody, Ling, as well as the Kufra. So one more Fanny counter banned away, but the Popo and Koopa and the Brody ban really seems like Alter Ego maybe want to focus on getting Nino a strong leading phase and then using that to snowball. Because Nino, we all know that he, when he's ahead, he can just take control of the game and just start carrying all the way from the mid game.
I like it. It's a very different Alter Ego here that's playing. Usually we see Selly Boy, who's just enabled the entire game, but in the drafts we're seeing a difference already from Season 9. They're trying to enable Nino in the gold lane. But it's going to be tough, Arashi, when Nino is up against a Fanny. A Fanny that has been a favorite in Season 9. It's been picked up, I think it was picked up so many times, Arashi, in Season 9, and it was banned more often than it was picked, right? So such a menace, and even more so here in this season. But Alter Ego picking up that Lancelot up against a Fanny. Again, these matchups with Cho, they can kind of nullify Fanny with a single target lockdown, but I don't think it's going to be enough to enable Lancelot to clear against this Fanny, and especially now with the Thamas providing so much pressure, distraction on that XP lane. Oh, Alter Ego are in for a rough game.
I mean, this is a really great setup coming in from Geek Fam, already banning away that Esmeralda. So who exactly in lane can actually be able to win that 1v1 matchup against the Tamos? I think the only possibility could be the Uranus, or perhaps Dairoth, but even that is very seldom
Your
to see.
team is-
But as you can
Oh.
see here now, Geek Fam has rounded up their composition with the Irithel pickup in that gold lane.
I expected a Clint. I expected a Clint, a Claude, going up for
Safer.
the Irithel. Safer? Yeah, it would be safer to go for the Clint. It would be safer to go for the other picks here. Irithel is a very hit or miss hero. But Selly Boy on the last slide, I want to touch a little bit on that. This man, he is a player with a lot of achievements here in MPL. Obviously, MVPs all across the board. A lot of it that he has been able to pick up. On the Lancelot, so lethal. And remember, he's been to the grand finals of MPL ID. The experience coming through for Alter Ego as we look to see the final pick of Alter Ego. Still a very flexible draft here. Julian can go mid, can go XP, Cho XP, or that mid lane roam. But it is the Baxia that gets wrapped up, that gets picked up here for Alter Ego. And it is on the hands of Pi. It's another signature pick.
They're getting all the signature picks, man. And honestly, on paper, right, Geek Fam looks like it's a lot more solid, but Alter Ego, I don't think they're gonna pick these heroes unless they have a plan, man. I think they have something cooked up in the kitchen to try and face Beloyski and the rest of Geek Fam. So we'll have to see how they fare right now. I have flashbacks to how Sally Boy was able to just do those insane Lancelot plays. The predict full combo onto the bush, remember that? That's, I don't know, man. I have high expectations for Sally Boy. We'll just have to see can Beloyski nullify his aggression.
Because to be honest, from their composition, I think that's what a lot of pressure is onto Sally Boy himself. Because if you take a look at both Geek Fam and Alter Ego Esports, Alter Ego, they have no chance in a 5v5 team fight. I mean, with all the members that they use, it's better for Geek Fam in that late game to mid situation, but it can also be managed in that early game with the Fanny. So this is a really good lineup coming in from Geek Fam.
Well, we'll just have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight into game number 1 in the land of Dawn. Geek Fam versus Alter Ego. But I want to talk a little bit more here on that pickup. Sure, we mentioned that for Geek Fam, it really does seem like they want to just shut Sally Boy down in the jungle. The thing is, I think Alter Ego knows that, and I think that's why they picked this Lancelot on Sally Boy. They picked up a very high mobility hero in that jungle to provide more space as a distraction for Nino to farm and win that lane. Meanwhile here on the top side, Leo Murphy jumping in with the Jikundo, finding Beloyski, and that Leo Murphy aggression already shining. Han comes in with the table, dealing out some damage onto Leo Murphy. Udil still able to dish out some damage. Leo canceling out that recall, but we will have a pause. Early on, you're going guns blazing.
Yeah, I think what you said might be true. Maybe it is Alter Ego Esports being able to expect that they want to hinder Sally Boy from farming. And you can see that the way that Alter Ego Esports responded to it was quite quick, right? The Baxia instantly rotated towards the bottom side because they could see that Beloyski was trying to give Sally Boy a hard time in that jungle.
Yep, I mean, both teams are trying to push the aggression, and honestly, Alter Ego, they seem to have a bit more of a plan lined up because yes, the Thamus can be aggressive. We saw that the Thamus was actually going into the jungle, right, pressuring Sally Boy even more, but Pi on the Baxia, this is as, if not more oppressive than the Thamus in a way, right? It's a lot more mobile, it's just tanky, it's in your face again and again. So Alter Ego has a chance here. I think at level 4, they're gonna try and attempt to do something big, right? That in signature Alter Ego style, with the kind of heroes they have right now, with the combos they have available, I think they have a lot more teamfight potential, although Geek Fam with that Franco maybe can have an edge when they go for those pickoffs.
I have a question though, Arashi. When we talk about Irithel versus Beatrix, how do they differ in terms of power spikes, and how long does each team need to be able to unload the max from both these types of gold laners?
I feel like Beatrix is a lot more solid overall. Like you can have a strong laning phase, you can have a strong mid game as well as a strong late game. Although for Irithel, it's a bit more streamlined in a sense that you're not really that strong in the early game, but once you get towards you have an okay mid game, but once you get to that late game, that is where your damage just spikes up. And I think Irithel wins in those all-ins just due to the nature of the ultimate, right? If there's a big all-in and Nino can't use the ultimates properly, I think there's a chance that some outplays can happen. Although Kadera is on the sprint, so it's not the Inspire that some players opt to go for.
Hans jumping in, doesn't have the cutthroat yet. Leo Murphy already dashing out with the flicker as well. Chadera with a sprint, chasing him down, but it is going to be Sellyboy who uses that Thorn Rose to dodge away from the Iron Hook. He goes back in with a puncture, no flicker on Voloisky. Nino collapses with Udil, and that's first blood presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. They're not stopping there though. Chadera has no flicker, has no sprint. Nino with Sellyboy picks up another, and it's a 2-0 start for Alter Ego.
As of right now, it does seem like Geek Fam is being punished for how aggressively they like to play in that early game, like we saw in yesterday's game. But now I think Alter Ego Esports has had a read on that, and they're able to respond it accordingly as well. Yesterday was Geek Fam usually with the first blood, but now Alter Ego Esports, they're actually re-punishing Geek Fam for it.
I mean, you want to match Alter Ego in early game gameplay? Alter Ego is infamous for trying to pull off those crazy plays, and we just saw that, right? Leo Murphy was very, very low, and he was barely able to escape, and that just baits members of Geek Fam into the side of Alter Ego, and now they have pressure from the turtle. They will secure that, and then look to continue pressuring.
Again, that's another turtle. I mean, that's a first turtle, but that's another objective that Alter Ego can pick up for free, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, all based on the setup. As you can see here, we are going to take a look at the emblems before we dissect the game a little bit further here, Arashi.
Well, always notable, but Sellyboy has that lettuce emblem, the Demon Slayer, whereas for Hans, he opts for a more aggressive option. So he does want to make sure that he gets an edge in those early game fights, and picking up early game fights, that it will be a pickup for Hans.
Way too aggressive. This is where Sellyboy and Alter Ego, characteristically, they have made these kind of mistakes before in the past, where they get too comfortable with a slight gold lead and they throw it in the 4th, 5th minute of the game. Alter Ego are really good at setting up, but sometimes they get very overzealous. Sellyboy. Ooh. Clutch movement there, able to dodge away from the Iron Hook. Goes in for some damage. Udo follows it up, but there's not going to be a fight here just yet. Udo taking low, cutthroat not available just yet as Hans is there, but Nino on the back dealing damage. Also Chadera almost getting a solo kill. That's the way the Dragon bringing Hans back, and Hans taken down by Udil. Perfect lockdown by Alter Ego.
It looks like a little misplay by Hans. Obviously, it's very difficult to go in for a 1v3, especially knowing that Leo Murphy still has his ultimate. But now, as you can see here, Voloisky once again is trying to hinder the movements. He might get punished once again though, but I think Alter Ego Esports, they've started to learn from their past mistakes, and they're going to go for the objectives instead.
Absolutely, they make a play for the turret, they pick it up, and Alter Ego, man, their early game weaving, right? They go in and out of danger again and again, and they just barely pull it off. It's something that they're just used to, right? It's almost like game sense. It's not just calculations. They just adapt on the fly, it seems, and they come out on top. And this is something that Geek Fam is struggling to match.
Yeah, it does seem like now 8 seconds are left until that neutral objective turtle is going to spawn. So we can already see a setup here coming in from Alter Ego Esports. And this is quite uncharacteristic of Geek Fam. Usually they're the first ones to be able to set up, but unfortunately, with how they've been missing out on those objectives, on those pickoffs, it's going to be Alter Ego Esports once again with the second turtle presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Oh, they convert on the mid lane as well. This is a beautiful style of play. They know, Alter Ego, that they have a Beatrix, a hero that can take down turrets and neutral objectives so fast with the Wesker, and they utilize it to its utmost potential. As a Beatrix player myself, I don't usually do this, but when I'm in a 5-man team, full communication, that's what you need to do. Even in the jungle, Sellyboy is actually able to out-clear and out-farm Hans. But we also have a fun fact, speaking of Hans there, fun fact by Grab, Arashi.
Yeah, the fun fact by Grab was the fact that every time that Geek Fam and Alter Ego has met in the past, they were never able to win a single game against Alter Ego Esports. So this is going to be something of a challenge for Geek Fam, and especially on Voloisky, especially because he is the new member. But talking about Voloisky here, he does seem like he's trying his best to defend Hans here.
Absolutely, man. Hans needs a lot of support right now. He is falling up behind just slightly, but Sellyboy, with any kind of small edge, he will just take that and actually use it against you really efficiently. He is 2 levels ahead, and he is not letting up, man. With the help of Leo Murphy and Udil, with the pressure they have in the lane, they go for the purple buff again.
Notice how they're always grouping up. Voloisky is gonna get kicked back to his team there, and that's gonna be Sellyboy who picks up the purple buff. Just nothing going in the right way for Geek Fam. Alter Ego, 2 steps ahead of every single movement that Geek Fam has on the map, and even here, they go for a dive on the Chadera. Shielding not connecting just yet, but it's all just the zone to set up the turret pick. Meanwhile, Hans jumping in with Cable's Deal World and Glacier locking him down, but it's gonna be Udil there, ready to just heal for his team. Hans though taken down, he's traded for Nino. Sellyboy jumps in, dive. fight onto that back line. Luke with Vengeance is able to survive for a little bit longer, but Udil comes into play. Pi taking low, dashing with Thorn Rose, and Udil still picking up the kill. Safety for Pi as he gets out with 1 HP.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade here for the side of Alter Ego Esports as they were forced to lose Nino in that process. So what we can see and analyze from Alter Ego Esports right now is the fact that they've started to read on what made Geek Fam so strong yesterday. They understand that a lot of their movements center around Beloyski, and without Beloyski in the fray of it all, Geek Fam starts to lose their purpose, and it's very difficult for them to actually win a team fight or even a skirmish at this stage.
If you look at the members of Alter Ego, right, every single hero they have is absolutely mobile. So if anyone gets hooked by Beloyski, everyone is right there to just jump in with you and then bring the fight towards the team of Geek Fam. So they don't have the same kind of pick-up potential that Geek Fam has against our team yesterday, as Sally Boy with the Thorn Rose just dodges away from the Iron Hook. That is why it's so difficult for Beloyski right now. The outplay potential from the members of Alter Ego is a bit too much for him to deal with alone.
Oh man, that reaction time, it was definitely dual action. He's probably on using the new axe effect, upgraded dual action, Dio body spray. The better you smell, the better you play. Meanwhile, down below, Nino taking the turret.
That's the thing though. I mean, they're putting so much emphasis on Beloyski right now. They're starting to forget about Kadera. Kadera also needs to be punished because we saw yesterday, if you leave Kadera alone, he is going to be able to at least level out that farming against the opposing gold laner and therefore have such a huge impact. And that's scary, especially that he's on a hero like Iritel, who once she gets her power spikes, she can dismantle an entire 5-team member.
Exactly, but that will depend if Alter Ego can't catch Kadera in those late game fights, and so far it seems like Alter Ego will have no issue at all. Kadera right now is only it's 2 levels behind Nino actually, so it's still all according to plan. Looking at the items for these 2 laners as well, Nino is completely ahead with the 3 kills. He has the Blood Have to Seize as well as the Blade of Despair, but whoa, there you go.
Yeah, Beloyski finally connecting on that Iron Hook, bringing Pi back, but it is still a turret that goes down for Alter Ego. Notice though how Geek Fam are playing. Eterna, Arashi, this is a very different Geek Fam even here. While they are behind, while they haven't been able to find any good team fight, they're trading. Very different from last season where they usually just look for clashes all around to make a comeback into the game. They're playing it chill, they're turtling in their base, and they are minimalizing their losses.
It's typical Han Season 10 because yesterday when he was using the Karina, he did the same thing. But the problem is when he was on the Karina, you can tell that the mobility isn't as high as like the Fanny. So he got caught out quite a lot because of that. And now Alter Ego Esports has actually secured that Lord and going for more.
I think it's very smart from Geek Fam to play defensively near their base because the issue was what? If Beloyski hooks someone, everyone jumps in at you, right? But if he stays in the base, right? When you pull someone into your own base, they can't follow up that easily.
Yeah, again, look at the mirroring that they're doing, right, Arashi? They give up the Lord. They give up 3 turtles, in fact. They've been giving up every single objective. And it's fine because they are looking for the trade.
Yeah.
Alter Ego and Geek Fam. Wait, this crazy rotation by Beloyski might have worked out. He goes for the hook and he finds it. Man, Beloyski with the play, but Sunnyboy now trying to escape. That was the mirror play. That's why you should just let these objectives go. Play for the other things on the map. And real world inflation into that mid lane to clear it out. Nino missing that render shot. Pi taken low, maybe taken down here. As that immobility will seal the deal. Elzura finding a kill, almost equalizing the scoreboard. But Beloyski, he's hungry for more. He wants more. He has the flicker in 3 seconds. He's gonna go for the hook, but he's gonna get kited back. Remember, the win passion all the way, and that's a triple kill from Nino, presented by the Samsung Galaxy A series. A beautiful recover from a play that was initiated by Geek Fam.
We talked about this. We talked about how this patch is accentuating Leo Murphy's playstyle, and we see that come to life. They're able to get a turret on the bottom side, and you could see that Hans was trying to do those trades, trying to get that tower on the top side, but unfortunately, Sally Boy was up as soon as that was possible, and therefore negated Geek Fam's initial strategy.
Wow, Alter Ego was at a member deficit, but they make the plays happen, man. The combo, the engage from Leo Murphy into the perfect reverse passion from Nino, man. It's just so good. At every moment, you can't count Alter Ego out. They can be a member down, they can be behind, but somehow, some way, they just make the plays happen. They have that X factor, and that is what makes Alter Ego so exciting to watch.
Man, the crowd went wild before. It's insane. You can feel the energy coming in from the crowd right now. But yeah, I completely agree with you right now. So the question is, what what can Geek Fam do? They tried the split pushing. It has not worked because Alter Ego Esports, they're being able to adapt to everything that Geek Fam is trying to throw at them. Sure, once was possible. The second time, third time, it's starting to seem like Geek Fam, they're running out of ideas here.
Yeah, well, Geek Fam have actually broken a record for Season 10 already. The longest game was yesterday up against RRQ at 26 minutes and 40 seconds. Meanwhile, in Season 9, it was Rebellion against RRQ, which was the longest match. But back again onto the point, I actually have a different opinion. I feel like the trades that Geek Fam have been going for have worked out. Take a look at the turrets. 7 turrets to Alter Ego. If Geek Fam just kept staying in their base, if they didn't go for the trades, if they kept on going for the contest on individual objectives, it wouldn't be 4 turrets to Geek Fam. Because of that, they're able to narrow down the gold lead by a bit, even though now it's still heavily in favor of Alter Ego.
And keep in mind, earlier we saw that the trap set up by Geek Fam, right? They send someone to push the lane, and when Celebrate comes in to try and clear out that wave, Waloyski as well as Kadira was waiting in the push, so they were able to actually outsmart Alter Ego, but then afterwards, Alter Ego were just like able to brute force a fight away from them. So now they just have to try and play it a bit smarter and make sure that they respect the potential.
Oh man, Hans gonna get kicked down by the way the Dragon, but there's actually a misplay there, as Hans will be able to get out. Real world manipulation dealing a lot of damage to that backline, running away. Bloody Hunt, but look at Nino! Oh my goodness! One shot, Tadera, and Luke with Vengeance doesn't get out of that choke point. It's still Alter Ego with a better trade, 2 for 1.
Again, Alter Ego Esports winning it out, but I gotta say, initially it looked like it would belong to Geek Fam because of the real-world manipulation that came into clutch, punishing the fact that Alter Ego Esports likes to go for those very aggressive type of plays that can be inhibited and punished by the real-world manipulation by Yves. The problem is, Leo Murphy goes in for crazy plays, and once again, Nino on the Beatrix can just have so much pressure as well as so much dominance with that snipe, knowing just who to target lock, and unfortunately it was Kadera being the brunt of it all.
The Lord now will be cleared by Geek Fam, but Alter Ego ain't done yet. To try and get that mid turret, because Nino has so much range to play around with. Look at that one shot, and Luke is half HP. What is going on as the real manipulation is popped out?
Oh, Hans going in, so close to take Nino down, but Leo Murphy provides excellent peel with the way the Dragon, able to kick Hans back. No more follow-up, but a great defense once again by Geek Fam. Again, we've been talking a whole lot about Geek Fam's progression in MPL itself, but if you take a look at the gold by UBS Gold, it's a very different Alter Ego as well. Usually Alter Ego, they make a lot of mistakes when we get into that late stage of the game. This time, they're so calm. Even when Geek Fam are able to take trades off the map, even when they pick off Selly Boy, they can always recover now.
Exactly. At every point, you kind of get the idea that they're kind of like okay with it. It's within their expectations. As Waloyski gets chunked out, they're just zoning the members of Geek Fam away, trying to push them back into the base. They don't do anything right now. They can just deny the farm coming in from the jungle side and just clear everything and starve Geek Fam. Geek Fam will be the ones to be forced to make something happen, and that will be when they make a mistake, right? When they're trying to force a fight.
Yeah, but it does seem like the real-time win probability is going to be 66%!
Oh my god, Leo Murphy finds another way. The Dragon onto one member there. It was Waloyski who got hooked into the base. But look at this, Luke. Actually, he's going to be taken down there. Tadera is full HP with Elzura. There's a lot of damage output still from Geek Fam. A lot of high ground clear as well. Alter Ego with low HP. They need to be very careful. Selly Boy already diving into the back lines there with a Thorn Rose. But really care from Tadera. Will be able to bring him back to safety. Udil and Nino look for the game. Renner shot. Tadera. Oh my god, instantly deleted. Game number 1 secured by Alter Ego. Clinical game.
Wow. That last team fight was insane. I mean, Alter Ego Esports, they just know when to go in and go all out blazing. And it was them being able to secure that first game. Now, what exactly happened there, Arashi?
I feel like Geek Fam, they weren't really centered on how they want to play the game out, right? If they want to go for those pickoffs, I think they need to make sure that Alter Ego can't dive in, because that's how you deal with it, right? When one of your members gets pulled away, it's only valuable for the side of Geek Fam when Alter Ego can't follow up. But Alter Ego very intelligently predicts that's how the game is going to go, and they have all this mobility, all these options to try and dive and support the member that's caught out. And even in the end, it seems like their biggest problem was just Elzura with the Yves, with the real manipulation dealing a lot of damage and stopping everyone, being a nuisance, a crowd control tool for Geek Fam. But with the mobility, with the outplay potential available to Alter Ego, they make quick work of Geek Fam in game number 1, man. Something needs to change. Maybe a bit more crowd control. Maybe more ways to punish the mistakes that Alter Ego is making, because there are some that we can see in game number 1.
With a slow tempo game that Geek Fam was able to kind of force upon Alter Ego in the later stage of the game, it was just not enough to stop Alter Ego's early game snowball dominance. That was, again, clinical. What a performance, playing it perfectly macro and micro wise, even reading out and adapting to the decisions that Geek Fam were able to force upon them, like the Beloyski play we saw in the enemy jungle.
I gotta say, we gotta hand it to Leo Murphy. I think he played exceptionally well on the Cho, and that is why you started getting really hyped when you saw the Cho being picked up by Alter Ego, right?
I've been waiting for this pick to come out since M2. He's never picked it up since M2, or, well, probably he has, but it was in the MDL. In MDL Season 5, he actually picked it up when, MDL Season 5, before he was promoted back to the MPL. He played a few Cho games, but we don't see it that often now with the Pure Tanks back in the game. I'm just so happy to see Leo Murphy back in form.
I mean, we had doubts like, okay, are they going to have enough crowd control to deal with the Fanny? And several times we saw that Nino was under huge threat from Hans on that Fanny, but with Leo Murphy at the helm of that Cho, that is just clean gameplay. You need him to engage. He does it. He gets the pickoffs. He gets the peel plays as well. He just knows this hero in and out, so he knows exactly what to do at any given moment. And I think that also comes down to great communication by Alter Ego, because they all seems to be on the same page. Even though they seem to be chaotic, moving in and out of fights, right? They still are able to make sure that they do it together, united. So I think it just shows how solid they are and how good the communication is. That might be the edge that they have over Geek Fam.
It's definitely because of their JBL headsets, bro. That crisp, clean communication is just so insane. But yeah, you can see on screen here what's happening in the player rooms. We saw Alter Ego Esports, despite winning game number 1, they're still focused. They're not celebrating just yet. And now Geek Fam also trying to reset, as this is the camera looking at all the players as of that moment. And you can see the crowd also celebrating the victories, the ups and downs from Geek Fam as well as Alter Ego Esports. I'm so excited to see what Geek Fam has in store for us for game number 2.
You know what I find really nice right now from both teams, right? They seem to be really enjoying the game, right?
Yeah.
There's no one seems to be taking the game too serious. Of course it's serious, right? This is MPL, bro. But they are still smiling, they're still laughing. And I feel like that really embodies the spirit of the game, you know? It's about competition, not about negative feelings per se, right? So I think it's really nice that both these teams are showing a lot of positive energy.
Absolutely, but speaking of positive energy, Alter Ego were able to channel that positive gold lead in the start to just a whole lot of items here.
A whole lot of items indeed. And particularly for Nino, right? Towards the end of the game, I guess it's because Luke is also a bit behind. He has 2, or if you consider the boots as well, it's 3 physical defense items, and Nino was able to chunk him down to half HP with 1 shot. So it's ridiculous, the damage that Beatrix has, and Nino just used it to its full potential for sure. And on the other hand, I think a bit of an unsung hero is Udo, right? You do see that he threatens the potential for those combos with that knockup, but when he sees that it's not necessary, he goes in for the empowered first skill that just stays out there and does a lot of damage. And I think it's just low-key, it goes unnoticed by the members of Geek Fam. And of course for Kadera, it's already smart itemization, a lot of DPS, a bit of physical defense from the boots as well, and of course the Wind of Nature. But overall, it just wasn't enough, man, and he was having a tough game. We talked about him maybe being overlooked by Alter Ego, but he was constantly 2 levels behind Nino. And so it's just difficult, man. You have a team as aggressive as Alter Ego and a player as aggressive as Nino, and if you don't get ahead at all in the lane, I think it just snowballs out of control.
Wow. Yep. And now we're going to see the stats as well from Geek Fam as well as Alter Ego Esports to see in detail what exactly happened here. Because it does seem like on paper, it seems like Alter Ego Esports, they've won every single category.
Yeah, they won every single category. And looking at the damage, the kill participation, Udil and Nino actually is pretty balanced. They both have the same, right, 75%. Nino is still the highest GPM, and he has been very efficient. Right? He never really wastes a moment rotating too far. He's always kind of farming towards the fights, and he's always in the right place at the right time. That is, I don't know, a hallmark of great gold laners.
efficient farming, not really taking too many risks, but taking the right ones in the fights, like picking off Chadera with the Wesker, going in aggressive when there is an opening for him. But again, just what an impressive start to the season for Alter Ego here, getting a 1-0, but obviously this is a best of 3. There are still chances for Geek Fam to come back in the game, but I don't think any one of us doubted this. The MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, is the man himself on the Beatrix, the Indonesian hitman.
Nino himself will be the MVP, and honestly, it's just so good. Looking at the items as well, look at the end of the game and the late game. This is what Beatrix players like to do. They are prone to getting bursted down, but with the Haas claws, right, he is able to just stay in the fights. Even if he gets chunked low by Hans on that Fanny, he's able to just heal up from the jungle, and this allows him to be on the field for so much longer. Now we take a look at the highlights by TikTok, and look at this in the early game. This is the first fight, and you see that initially it looks like Deacon has an edge, but Alter Ego, once they understood, like, okay, you don't have your resources anymore, just go in. This is the next takeoff, and it's always Baloyski. Look at that. Every time there's any play initiated, Baloyski is the main target who gets taken out. Even right now, in 10 minutes in the game, it's always initially beginning with Baloyski and Leo Murphy, man. He comes in from the side here, unnoticed by the members of Geek Fam, and goes with that flicker Jeet Kune Do into the kick, and just like that, Nino is already in place to actually do the perfect Nibiru's passion. It was just so amazing. We'll let the highlight play a bit longer here, and just like that, the amount of damage Nino is able to put out, that is ridiculous, man. And this is the final fight here, and when the fight is just so pumped up, you see that there is no real space for the members of Geek to try and turn everything around, right? Elzura was the main problem, and here is the next big play, the 2 knockups from Leo Murphy into the full aggression coming in from the side of Alter Ego. And honestly, it's just so difficult for the side of Geek Fam to do anything. And just like that, man, they get all the edge. 15-minute game. Kadera and Elzura, they can try and clear the waves, but it's just a bit too much. And Alter Ego, they just take it home.
I think Nino is super underrated in MPL ID. I think it was insane because Nino started as a gold laner who didn't typically use these MMs. He didn't use those Beatrix. Who else? Wanwans. He used heroes like
he's a fighter.
Yuzong, right? And for him to transition that quickly into the meta currently that requires him to pick up these marksman type of gold laners and to play that on this level is just so insane to see from Nino himself.
Absolutely, man.
The nickname for him, Hitman. He's a hitman, all right?
He is.
Right now, on every hero, I feel like, that we've seen him in the past 2 seasons, he has been absolutely lethal. First game, Alter Ego, but I want to share a fun fact with you guys. When Alter Ego wins their first game in the MPL, it usually translates to a win streak. Usually it ends up going all the way to a 10-win streak, but after that 10-win streak mark, they usually kind of falter, right? Because of a patch, because of some problems internally, but I'm seeing the same trend here. Alter Ego are looking in form.
Absolutely, man. Speaking of Nino, right? Speaking of his title as Hitman, I believe since Season 8, even during the meta, where the gold laners are just a bit more aggressive, like the Yuzong, for example, he just knows, I think his targeting is severely underrated. Fights can be happening, everything can be going down at the same time. He will understand that, okay, I have a limited amount of damage, a limited amount of time. I'm going to make sure it all goes into the right person and take him straight out. I think that really makes him deserve the title of the Hitman.
We saw that being translated on his Beatrix today as well. I mean, suddenly Kadera was just gone.
He has that killer
instinct. It was like, whoa, where did Kadera go?
Yeah, now you see him, now you don't.
Yeah.
That's basically it for Chadera. And I think that was super frustrating for him because there's no time to react if you're Chadera. He got the win in nature, he had it. But the thing is, when Beatrix just ult flickers you, how are you going to react from a bush? You got to have like 1 MS reaction time.
Half MS.
Yeah, maybe, possibly, man. It's just for me, it's impossible. For the pro players, it definitely is possible, but it's very difficult to pull off up against the Beatrix.
Possible for me.
Okay,
because I'm so good.
Yeah. But you know why you're so good?
Can anyone confirm in the
Because
comments?
you have the Samsung Galaxy A series phone, and obviously, she always plays with the JBL Quantum series headset. Thing is, she can hear Beatrix in the bush.
I can hear Beatrix, I can hear Esmeralda doing her dance. You can actually hear it. It's insane.
Right.
No, legit, guys.
Sound cues are actually important. I'm not even joking. We're not even joking here.
You can hear
on the
Kufra charging.
Atlas with the perfect match before he actually shows up on the map. There's just so much you guys can find, and that's exactly the small advantages that the players can fine in these games with the top-of-the-notch devices that they have.
Absolutely, man. Every bit matters in such a high-level game. And by the same token, the next game here, every single bit will matter, man. Both teams, they will try and they'll even slightest bit of improvements to try and make the odds better in their favor.
Well, if they want to shift the odds, shift the tides of the game, Arashi, before you come to the MPL arena, right? Before me as well come to the MPL arena, before the players came to the stage, there's always a little bit of a preparation that we do at home.
Oh,
it's spraying Axe body spray on ourselves to get that fresh 48-hour feel. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen, the better you smell, the better you play, according to research. So this is a fact. When you smell good, your gaming skill gets better, all right? Axe with the dual action technology gives up to 48 hours. 48 hours of freshness, Eterna.
48?
2 days. Mathematics.
So you can just like not shower.
Don't need to when you have Axe. You can, but you don't need to.
You don't need to, right?
It's not
Gentlemen at
necessary
home,
anymore.
we do not condone this message. Please do take showers.
You have to cast 2 days in a row, and let's say you're tired, you can rest longer if you use Axe because you don't have to shower.
Same thing goes with playing
Big brain.
everything you do in life, ladies and gentlemen. Go get Axe today.
Get Axe today. That's a life hack.
Now.
When in doubt, axe your way out.
Ooh,
I like that.
That's a new tagline by Arashi. But again, back to the game. Eterna, Arashi, for game number 2. Are we expecting more or less the same kind of gameplay? Or are we expecting Geek Fam to maybe implement that early game style that we saw against RRQ?
I think if Geek Fam wants to implement a more aggressive style, they want to match Alter Ego, then they need to pick the heroes, right? With mobility, with crowd control. Because if you look at the composition for Alter Ego, it's a lot of crowd control, right? That allows them to punish Boloisky, to punish anyone they catch out of position, and it allows them to turn fights that were initially in their when they're at a disadvantage and turn it around to their advantage. And of course, the outplay potential, like the Lancelot, like the Beatrix, right? So I think they need to try and pick up more dynamic heroes like that if they want to match the potential for Alter Ego. Because Boloisky will not be able to just like use himself alone as leverage. Because Alter Ego, they'll just take him out before the fight even begins. And now what? You're just stuck waiting. And worst case scenario, you end up just trading around and waiting in the base. Geek Fam will not want to repeat the same story again.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Alter Ego Esports, they've read the fact that Geek Fam relies heavily for Boloisky to initiate things, to initiate team fights, pickoffs, even objectives. Take him out, and like Arashi mentioned, it doesn't seem like Geek Fam has a second or third strategy. Maybe their second strategy might be to hinge their bets onto Kadira, but even Kadira needs some time to take those items, especially if he uses heroes that are very late game, like the Irrital. So I think Geek Fam, they need more dynamic. They need a more dynamic game plan, like Alter Ego Esports. You know, they're not relying heavily onto Celibo either. Leo Murphy is also there to initiate a lot of the team fights. You can see Nino also being able to dish out the damage, and also a lot of support as well coming in from Pi. And that's what I'd like to see coming in from Geek Fam. Like, be great as a whole, and all of them needs to play their part correctly.
Exactly. I think if they want to go for the Franco, that's still very legit. We saw moments of brilliance from Boloisky himself, but the composition just wasn't strong enough to deal with the dive from Alter Ego. So, for example, okay, let's say if only Kadira got the Beatrix. If someone gets hooked out, he can go with the Nibiru's Passion, and that effectively zones the members of Alter Ego away from the fight. So they need some kind of zoning power, some crowd control, some AoE damage. I guess in that game, it was Elzura. And as you can see, when Elzura wasn't disturbed, when he had all the time to position and actually dish out the damage, Alter Ego starts to falter, right? We saw Pi struggle, get caught out, but when they were able to just dive towards him and Elzura is forced to back away and he can't use the real-world manipulation, that's a whole different story. So they need a bit more of that for Geek Fam if they want to go with the Franco. But if they want to go with, for example, the Grok that we saw yesterday, they can do something completely different, and I think Geek Fam right now has the potential to just switch it up on Alter Ego and give them a completely different look.
Perhaps even the Ruby that we saw yesterday. We have seen a lot of heroes picked up by both of these teams. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump straight in to game number 2's draft. Again, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is Alter Ego who goes for the blue side now, switching sides with Geek Fam as it's actually the Franco first ban. So there's already some respect even after the Game 1 loss that Geek Fam suffered.
Yeah, it's not just Franco being respect banned here from Alter Ego Esports, but the Cho of Leo Murphy has been banned away as well. And I do think this is a smart ban, but I'm not sure how smart it is to be put in that first phase. But we'll see how this all unfolds, as now the Akai is also going to be the choice of ban coming in from Alter Ego, followed by Julian.
Ooh, this is a bit dangerous for the side of Geek Fam, because we kept talking about how strong the Valentina as well as the Paramis is. And so Alter Ego, they have a chance to force Geek Fam to ban out one of those heroes and then secure something, you know, one of the equivalent heroes on their own side.
Well, let's take a look here at the bans. Alter Ego, they're taking away the Akai, a hero that can be just a real threat to everybody on the side of Alter Ego if they want to go for that dive composition, that early game-centric objective control that they were able to implement in game number 1. But Geek Fam, they're more or less respecting the power picks that came through from Alter Ego. The Julian, I want to touch on this a little bit more, guys. We haven't seen a Julian mid in quite a long time. I think the last time we actually saw the Julian mid was at MSC. It's been nerfed 2 times since, and I think me, Omwawa, Arashi, even you, Eterna, we've spoken about this. Julian, with the nerfs, is better in the jungle compared to the mid lane or the XP lane. It feels like he's become more one-dimensional. Playing it in the jungle, you can still make it work, but Udil was able to play it in the mid lane and actually have such a massive impact with the dive and the damage that he's able to provide with a full damage build.
I do believe that that's correct, and I think the way that Julian works now is that you can also kind of hedge on his ability to be very utility-centered. The knockup is so annoying, especially when you go for a team fight if they want to be counter-engaged by the side of Geek Fam. That's easily
not bad
disabled by someone like the Julian with all the tools he has in his kit. But yes, Mirko as well as Arashi, the Fanny once again is going to be chosen here, but this time around it's going to be into the hands of Selly Boy. Now, Selly Boy and Fanny has been good, but there are times that he underperformed on this Fanny last season.
Exactly. I think that there will be a lot of questions, right, on how well he can actually use this Fanny. And I think along with that, what will the rest of the team pick to try and facilitate this Fanny pick, and what can Geek Fam use as a counter, right? They have the Atlas or Kufra available if they want to try and use something of that nature. The Cho that was used by Alter Ego earlier won't be available. So the first 2 picks for Geek Fam will be the Eve, and that 1-1 on Kadira, man. Mirko is, nodding in approval right now. He is expecting big things from the man himself, Kadira.
I was smiling all the way through as I looked towards the bans while you guys were talking, because both 1-1 and Fanny were left open. So you could say that maybe, Geek Fam made a mistake by letting that Fanny go, but I would actually say that they made the right choice. They wanted to just trade heroes. If you want to pick up the Fanny, we'll pick up 2 prio heroes instead. They pick up the Yve and the 1-1. The thing is, though, it's going to be tough for the 1-1 and the Yve. If they are up against a Fanny, if Alter Ego decides to just play around this Fanny with more dive heroes, it can be really scary. Perhaps an Atlas could come here for Alter Ego. They go for Esmeralda first, a solid pick that's still very good, 100% win rate so far. But oh my god, I forgot that Natalia was left open. Natalia on the hands of Leo Murphy. If Cho was a signature pick, then this
is also one.
Oh, this is his comfort pick.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. And Beloyski now picks up the Grok as well. He was able to steal Lord's initiate plays flank against RRQ the other day, so we'll have to see what he can do against Alter Ego. Geek Fam will ban out the Beatrix, so Alter Ego is still hiding what Nino will be on right now. And if you look at how the composition is already developing for Alter Ego, all 3 of these members can actually start something on their own. So that is just facilitating the aggressive style they like to play in. For Geek Fam, I think so far the only real engage tool they have is the real manipulation as well as the wild charge.
Yeah, but in the hands of Beloyski, that just might be possible. I mean, the amount of impact he had in yesterday's game was very evident, as now we're going into the second phase of the draft ban and picks, and the Dairoth is going to be the choice of ban from the side of Alter Ego Esports, realizing that they have opted for that Esmeralda in that EXP lane, and what better to counter the Esmeralda than the Dairoth, and therefore the Dairoth has been banned. Now, from Geek Fam, they've already banned the Beatrix. What else do you think are they going to ban?
I actually expected Geek Fam to go for the Ruby pick here, knowing that they are up against a Fanny. They need a single target lockdown, perhaps maybe just an AoE lockdown with the Ruby. They do go for the Grok. Yes, it has CC, it has utility to provide a team, but I think that single target lockdown will be transferred over to the XP lane. Now, which heroes? With the Esmeralda pick, it already takes out the Phoveus away from Geek Fam, though.
Right, I mean, maybe the idea was that if you can use the walls, because Boloski's walls, by the way, a bit underrated, I feel, because it was really solid. It's always well placed and well timed. Maybe the idea is that the walls will be able to zone away the members from Alter Ego from capitalizing on a huge moment, especially the Fanny with the cables, right? If the cables are blocked, maybe that is exactly what Geek Fam is aiming for. They banned the Lilia though, so maybe Geek Fam, they want to bring aggression of their own. The final ban for Alter Ego will be the Health Curt, so I think they're respecting the potential for the silence. We saw that it was very, very effective in the right hands yesterday.
Okay, so now for the side of Geek Fam, they do have the choice for that first pick. This Grok is still a flex pick though, right? He can be placed in that EXP lane. And the Ruby could actually just work, because other than the fact that the Ruby can work against the Fanny, I do think that Ruby is great against the Natalia as well. Every time Natalia wants to go for those pickoffs, it's so easy for that to be negated with the I'm Offended as well as skill 1 as well as skill 2 from Ruby herself. But as you can see here, Geek Fam has now picked up the Balman, who I believe might go into that jungle position.
Yeah, definitely will go to that jungle position on the hands of Hans. Oh my god, what is going on? Lunox pickup for Alter Ego, and my goodness, that is why. That's why they didn't pick up Nino's hero. Well, that's why we thought they didn't pick up Nino's hero, but Nino's hero was the Esmeralda all along, or perhaps the Phoveus. Now,
could be the Phoveus.
Could be the Phoveus to go up against a 1-1, but I actually prefer Esmeralda to go up against the 1-1 in the early stage. Phoveus gets absolutely bullied by the 1-1 before he gets that demonic force. If you just let Pi on his Phoveus farm up to level 4, then you swap lanes, I think that's going to be the optimal choice for Alter Ego. Also, they picked up a very solid late-game insurance hero on that Lunox. It's all up to Geek Fam to wrap up their draft. They need a lockdown hero, possibly more CC or disengage, and that's exactly not what they go for.
Oh my god!
Offense. That's the answer that Geek Fam are trying to go with.
This is not a normal Selena, guys. This is Beloyski Selena.
We mentioned it.
Oh my god, okay, so there are favorites, heroes, power picks, comfort picks all around here for game number 2 as Alter Ego as well as Geek Fam. They're going gun blazing here, taking out all their comfort picks as well as their pocket strategies. And I'm so excited to see, because when I heard Beloyski was coming into Geek Fam, everyone was like, guys, Beloyski, Selena, be careful, bro. And I want to know why, and we're going to see why.
We're going to see why, Arashi? Why?
Why? Well, there are a lot of squishy members on the side of Alter Ego, so if he lands those abyssal arrows, that is going to be an absolute menace from the side of Geek Fam. But also, the abyssal traps against a Natalia will be very useful in scouting that for information. That is something you need when you're trying to play, when you're trying to mitigate the aggression coming in for the opposing team. But now we go straight into game number 2, Mirko.
Let's jump into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. But it's not going as I predicted here already. Nino, going straight to that goat lane. He does not care, but he has to be careful though. Against the Selena in the early game with a 1-1 as well, he can be locked down really easily. He has to play it very intelligently in this lane, but here we go. We're in the game. Udil in the mid lane, actually winning it out with the help of Natalia.
Oh yeah, it does seem like that is going to be the case. A 2v1 situation though from Cliff side as Beloyski goes in aggressively onto Nino.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about. If you play the Phoveus in the goal lane, you're going to get bullied. But Leo Murphy trying to do the same thing onto Beloyski, who is still able to push on with the dash and getting a shield there with a passive. But both the teams disengage. Geek Fam, close abyssal arrow.
I love this kind of similar strategy coming in from but Beloyski goes down in first blood by the Samsung Galaxy A series here, gets popped up, but now Leo Murphy might be in trouble.
I don't think he is though. Leo Murphy gets out of that engage, that initial fight, but wow, what a play by Leo Murphy. He didn't expect, I think, Leo Murphy to come back.
Well, who would have? I thought he was done. He was going to back away. It's 1v2, but he just goes in, man. Now Hans going 1v1 against Sally Boy. He will be forced to back away. And Geek Fam, despite being the initiators, the initial people who actually started the cheese strat, they actually aren't winning in the early game.
Sally Boy as well, using really well. Leo Murphy, he has a grudge against Beloyski, man. He is targeting him. Wait a minute, Beloyski with the plays, getting the Abyssal Arrow down. Not enough damage to get the kill, but these two roamers are going at it, man. There's beef around amongst them.
Yeah, revenge story by the two assassin roamers here, Leo Murphy as well as Beloyski, as they are trying to give as much impact as they can for their fellow gold laners as well. But Luke here, caught in a 2v1 situation.
You just can't play aggressively, that aggressive in the early game as well. What? This is the early game. How is Lunox dealing that much damage with the Chaos Assault? Arashi, what's going on?
I mean, that's a question everyone's asking, man. Alter Ego is just going ham. High now will be taken quite low, but overall, I think Alter Ego will get a comfortable secure onto this turtle after making sure that Luke won't be part of the equation. Beloyski tries his best to steal. We've seen it before, but he will not be successful. Turtle slain by Samsung Galaxy A-Series as a dive happens to the top side.
Oh, beautiful crossbow tank by Chadera. Popped literally in the last second as Leo Murphy jumped onto him. But again, it's just Alter Ego mimicking that early game pressure they had in game number 1, using it here to control the tempo of the game. And if Geek Fam doesn't read this out, it's going to be very, very scary for them. Speaking of Leo Murphy, the man that you see on the camera, take a look at his statistics, Arashi.
Yeah, 48% win rate, but yes, the most picked hero is the Cho and the Natalia, so you really got to respect the possibilities for that to happen, man. Leo Murphy right now is finding info, and Udo follows up on it.
Oh, that single target damage is just so lethal. And look at Sally Boy is able to go with the cables and the cutthroat to pick up another kill. Geek Fam have no answers to Alter Ego's early aggression.
Man, and this is a lot of aggression as well. Everyone is actually putting in some pieces of the puzzle here to be able to make Geek Fam quite in disarray as of right now. Alter Ego Esports standing with a 2,000 gold lead right now, and Nino has just recently secured that Clock of Destiny as well.
It really seems like Geek Fam just isn't ready, man. They are being out-strategized. It seems like Alter Ego is at home in this kind of playstyle, and Geek Fam is just struggling to keep up. As Sally Boy goes in for another aggressive play.
Oh my god, again, forcing that sprint out of Elzura right before they're actually... Wait. Yeah, they're actually already setting up. They're always converting on things, and Beloyski getting caught again. He's gonna fall here. He uses the flicker defensively. He actually is able to escape for a little bit, but Sally Boy jumps in. That cable management was so on point again. Chadera, he goes in for the crossbow tang, able to pop it just in the last second there. But look at the sandwich maneuver. Demonic Force popped and used. Chadera not dashing at all. He's actually gonna be able to outplay Nino, but look at Leo Murphy picking up the scraps. Might lose his life in the process, but no, he gets out with the dashes. It's a 1-for-1 up top.
He nearly got taken down there. Luckily, Leo Murphy was able to get out of there, realizing that Elzura was in the vicinity. But with that in mind, it is actually going to be Geek Fam with the upper hand in that turtle, as it is going to be the turtle slain camera by the Samsung Galaxy A-Series.
I really thought that. I believe the idea for Alter Ego was to actually, bait out Geek Fam towards the turtle and then unexpectedly dive in Kadira and shut him down from there, right? Give Nino the advantage in the lane, let Nino just crush him there. But Kadira was able to outplay it, and so it becomes an equal trade kind of. And looking at the items right now, Enchanted Python gun for the side of high as Sally Boy!
Oh, Sally Boy. Eterna.
Man.
Wow. He just goes in, man, and just like that, not done yet. Leo Murphy goes in for the play. So kills with Beloyski!
Leo Murphy, Sally Boy, everyone, but it's gonna be Hans who finally picks up a kill in the trade here. Alter Ego are just grabbing the members of Geek Fam, taking them out just like you guys can go and grab food. But look at Hans, he's gonna be in the midst of the damage that Sally Boy is able to push out there. They pick up the mid lane turret, Sally Boy goes in again. Elzura has nowhere to go. The cable management from Sally Boy is on point. But Luke here comes in with a wild charge. Able to CC him for a bit. Hans coming in for that lethal counter, not in range. Sally Boy gets out, and Chadera does not get the range in to use any of his abilities. Alter Ego, though, Leo again and again. Oh, Beloyski has to conceal. He has to conceal. It's not going to be... Oh, the run! The battle! No! Leo Murphy finally catches up to him. Nino as well up top. That's the crossbow tag already ready for Chadera, but yeah, you're not going to use it.
Oh, and the flame shot actually goes in from Nino onto Kadira as Leo Murphy goes in aggressively, takes Kadira's life, and that is going to be Elzura, unable to defend his fellow teammate.
Uh-oh, Leo Murphy, you bit too much than you can chew, but that was still a worth trade, a roamer for a gold laner.
Absolutely, man. This Natalia is completely oppressive. They never know where Leo Murphy is, and he can essentially 1v1 majority of the heroes on the map right now. Except for, say, maybe Hans, but Hans can spend all his time just looking for Leo Murphy in the jungle. And as Geek Fam scramble, try and get control in the game, Altrigo secured the next turtle. Turtle slain by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Man, this is so different to game number 1. Game number 1 was very systemized. Sure, there was a lot of action, but not like this. Not the chaos that we've seen right now. Already 12-3 here in the 7th minute, as we do have a fun fact here by Grab. Something that we've mentioned earlier as well is that Selena is the signature hero from Beloyski. During M3, Selena's Beloyski was only chosen one time against RRQ themselves, and that actually got them a win.
Well, right now it doesn't seem like it's working that well against Altrigo. Again, man, I think if you're trying to match them in aggression, you have to bring something else, something special. You're coming up with the usual. Telly Boy goes in.
Oh, man. Oh, my Nino. Again, this is just what he does every single season. That flame shot's always been on point, on the fighter, on the Renner, any ranged ability. But look at this, that's gonna be Elzura popping the real world inflation. Hans picking up the kill onto Leo Murphy as Elzura gets dove on. Pi dealing out the damage now against Hans. Nino stepping in to deal the damage as well. But look at the way they sidestep. Even the micromanagement here, they don't get overly, they don't overcommit into anything. They watch, they look at everything that's going on. Dodging away from the Abyssal Arrow, but not this time though. Beloyski gets hit, but no follow-up. Again, they can't really follow up now that they're 4,000 gold behind, 13-4.
It's insane, right? Because Sally Boy was one of the things that we mentioned before the game. And as soon as we saw the Fanny lock up, we were thinking, is Sally Boy able to perform as well as he should on someone like the Fanny? And so far, the answer has been yes. He's been very consistent. He focuses on his farming, but his killer instinct is definitely on. He goes in at the right time to deal out the last amounts of damage to secure those hero wins that he eventually needs along the lines. And now Alter Ego Esports, with that in mind, they're leading quite heavily with 4,000, but I don't think Geek Fam wants to go down without a fight here.
Oh, they've actually used 2 ultimates there to go for damage on 2 words. Oh my god, Sally Boy gets topped down. Beloyski gets the shutdown here. Chadera's still able to kite away. Demonic Force does not fail. He gets a flame shot at will as Pi just deals, well, he just soaks in everything. There's not, just the damage tickles him. Did you see that? 4 people were on him.
4 people on him, and he doesn't care at all. That is a 2-for-1 for the side of Geek Fam, though. It is Kadira still having such a difficult game, but right there, Beloyski was able to land the stun, the Abyssal Arrow, onto Sally Boy, and that will be his first death in the game. We're talking about Sally Boy, right? His killer instinct has never been in question. Sometimes it seems like he has too much killer instinct, but in this game, he's been absolutely calculated. And Leo Murphy, though, he is making sure that Geek Fam has to use all their ultimate try and take him out.
Perfect positioning by Altrigo, pinning him down, and that's when the kill picks up. But Hans almost finds a trade. That's a killing spree picked up by Udo. Abyssal Arrow connecting on to Pi. But I can't help but feel, again, the Selena pick. If it's not onto either Udo, Leo Murphy, or Sally Boy, it's going to be tough. I think even if he connects it onto Sally Boy, it's going to be really rough. Because if he actually pops the cable before that Abyssal Arrow lands, he'll dash away.
That's what I wanted to mention. They went in for a very risky composition from the side of Geek Fam, understanding that they do have a Fanny.
Wow.
It's different, right? Because in game number 1, when Geek Fam picked up the Fanny, Alter Ego Esports chose someone like the Cho, who has a more reliable source of CC to inhibit the Fanny from going crazy. But this time around, it's very difficult for Geek Fam to do that, as now we're going to take a look here at the items, Arash.
Look at the difference between Kadira and Nino, man. Nino is not snowballing too crazy, but he has 4 items right now, including the boots, and Kadira is left behind. Later on, he has the advantage of the range of the outplay potential with the crossbow of Tang, but we saw against RRQ that you can nullify that by building a Winter Sunshine, and there's a multitude of members on the side of Alter Ego that can go for that option. And aside from that, Udil has a built-in outplay mechanic, so Kadira is not going to have a good time later on in the game.
Just look at his items. He's forced to build very defensively. A 1-1 with only a corrosion scythe and DHS. He's not able to go for any more damage here. He needs to go for the Athena next and then win a nature. I just don't see him going for any more offensive items. And even here, it just seems like desperate attempts from Geek Fam to zone Alter Ego away from their base. They're turtling in, but their high ground all relies on two members here. Give and 1-1. You can see the damage coming through. Boloisky taken down to a quarter of his health. Elzura as well, half HP. But if you take a look at Alter Ego, they're all still full HP. They're fresh, even though they're the ones doing the siege.
It's kind of difficult because they do have a 7,000 gold gap and they're relying heavily on Elzura, who needs to be able to get those items as well. Sure, Eve has a huge base amount of damage, but as Alter Ego Esports progress through their items and they can build those magic defense items, it's going to be very difficult for Elzura to have the impact that they initially intended for Elzura. They need the utility, they need the slow, they need to be able to hinder Alter Ego Esports, but the problem is as well, Alter Ego, they have people like Udil on the Lunox who's able to just kind of like maneuver around the big real-world manipulations that may or may not land upon them.
The only saving grace for Geek Fam right now is the fact that Pi is serving as the main engage tool as well as the front line for the side of Alter Ego. So if he doesn't have the option of just diving onto Elzura and zoning him out of fights completely. So that is something that Geek Fam can take advantage of. But once Nino gets stronger, he can somewhat serve as a secondary front line. He can serve as the dive going in the back line. So it's just going to be very difficult, and Geek Fam needs to try and, I don't know, take full potential, take full advantage of how much Elzura can be a nuisance for the side of Alter Ego.
The damage dealt by Axe there is actually shown. And oh my
goodness,
Udil, that's a tank!
And that's a Lunox.
That is a dead tank.
That is a dead tank, and that's a dead 1-1. Now add on to the list, Elzura will fall as well. What the heck? Alter Ego, complete dominance here. Boloisky trying to line out of his own arrow, trying to zone the members away, but Alter Ego takes the base turret. No high ground left. Leap of counter and the retribution by Hans there. Pi jumps in onto Beloy. They're looking to end the game right here, right now. Udil on this Lunox with the help of Murphy. What? Selly Boy finds it. Another kill goes on to the hands of Alter Ego. The immortality will fall there for Selly Boy, but the game will be sealed. A 2-0 victory. A complete shutout for Alter Ego.
A huge dominant display coming in from Alter Ego Esports in their match against Geek Fam with a 2-0 clean sweep. Is this going to be the beginning of yet another win streak by Alter Ego Esports here in MPL Season 10?
Well, one thing's for sure, man, don't blink when you're watching an Alter Ego game. It happens just like that. What happened, man? One guy falls, and all of a sudden, all over the map, it's over. They just initiate the play, and Geek Fam, they just crumble apart within a matter of minutes, matter of seconds even. My lord, Alter Ego, this is a very... I'm very happy with how they're playing, man. I always said I am biased towards the early game aggressive play, and right now they seem to have found a good balance between having a lot of aggression and also a lot of calculative maneuvers to try and make sure that their opponents is stuck in a tough spot.
History speaks volumes today for match number 1 here, as Geek Fam has never won a single match against Alter Ego from the 12 times that they have met, and with this particular match, let's make that 13 times.
13 wins for Alter Ego against Geek Fam. The momentum that Geek Fam started yesterday has been completely shut down. 2-0. Again, we predicted Alter Ego, but we didn't predict a 2-0.
No, my prediction was 2-1.
Same. I think I had the same prediction. I mean, they were able to get 2-1 against RRQ, so is RRQ not doing as well? Is Alter Ego improving that much faster? Is Geek Fam having, I don't know, mental blocks from yesterday's performance? So many factors here, so many questions we can ask, but my god, what a performance.
One question was answered though.
Which one?
Nino. Is he back? I think he's back.
He might be back.
On the fighter, on the marksman, it's a mix. It's a combination of both Season 8 and Season 9, Nino, and it is amazing. My goodness, those flame shots, those Renner shots, and even those Wesker shots. Everything that he was able to bring out was phenomenal. But for Geek Fam, heads up, because in this game, they can still improve.
Absolutely, man. Again, it's still so early in the season. We just have to see. Geek Fam has a lot of potential that they haven't tapped into, and they can say experiment with a lot of different looks, right? we did say that one of their advantages is how well they can adjust and adapt. There's nothing to say that they won't win against Alter Ego the next time they actually meet each other on the stage.
Exactly. It's still very earlier on in the season. I know there are a lot of Beloyski fans in the audience right now, in the live chat as well. It's still very earlier on. And so am I. So it's not just the audience, it's on the caster desk as well. So there's still a lot of time for them to repair. Remember, this is their first season together. They are going to need a lot of kinks to be ironed out, and let them do that. Keep supporting Geek Fam as they enter the next stage of MPL Season 10.
Well, with that, we're going to head on to the interview.
Yay, luar biasa banget, 2-0 sudah selesai di match ke-1, hari yang kedua. Dan di sini Bigetron Alpha udah bersama dengan yang suka bikin panik, ada Leo Murphy. Hai.
Halo, Bude.
Bro.
Ini balik lagi kita nggak sih?
Serem nggak?
Apa?
Kamu serem banget tadi pakai Natali. Tapi luar biasa banget kemenangan 2-0. Bude sendiri penasaran sama kalian. Kalau kamu sempat bilang, kalau dari tim Geek Fam, kekuatannya ada di balo iskinya efek. Kamu yang bilang ya kekuatannya. Kalau kalian tadi kemenangan tadi efek apa tuh?
Efek latihan kita mungkin lebih keras kali ya.
Oh bukan Leo Murphy efek?
Enggak. Enggak ada.
Jadi efek latihan?
Ya efek latihan aja kita lebih keras aja.
Oh serius?
Latihan aja.
Terus gimana ngelihat pertarungan kalian tadi? Ada masalah sendiri nggak sih? Kan kelihatan 2-0, tapi kita nggak tahu nih belakangnya tiba-tiba apakah sebenarnya ada masalah yang kalian hadapin atau enggak tadi?
Lancelotnya Silly Boy nggak bisa ya.
Masalahnya dari diri sendiri ya? Dari tim kalian?
Iya.
Kalau lawan Geek Fam?
Kalau lawan Geek Fam kayaknya nggak ada sih, nggak ada.
Lancar?
Lancar aja sesuai rencana kita mau juga.
Wow, dan ngomong tentang rencana berarti kan ada dari efek coach juga. Kalian baru ganti coach loh. Ada perbedaan gak sih? Susah gak sih untuk ya dari yang lalu sama yang sekarang transisinya?
Perbedaan jelas ada, tapi kayaknya yang sekarang dari playernya juga yang apa sih mau lebih nganggap semua ini tuh tanggung jawab kita aja.
Wow.
Jadi kayak ya udah harus all in aja karena kita juga mau effort.
Oh wow, berarti ini dari playernya season ini kayaknya beda nih semangat dari semuanya. Walaupun kalian kayak ya masih player yang sama, cuma mungkin spiritnya yang berbeda. Terus jadi makin penasaran lagi nih sama Leo Murphy. Kan kalian tadi ngalahin 2-0 tim Geek Fam. RRQ yang akan menjadi lawan kalian kemarin mereka menangnya 2-1. Ada artinya nggak sih ini?
Oh enggak lah, enggak ada.
Serius?
Ya paling ya gimana persiapan kita sebelum mulai MPL ini. Karena aku rasa kemarin juga baru start MPL lagi setelah 2 bulan, mungkin ada rasa kagetnya atau apa.
Kalian udah gak kaget ya?
Kaget sih, tadi deg-degan banget.
Oh iya bener. Apa yang paling bikin deg-degan?
Karena baru mulai lagi kali ya, jadi ya gitu lah baru next step lagi.
Oh biasa ada kayak biar anget dulu ya. Ini lagi pemanasan, berarti Alter Ego baru pemanasan dong tadi?
Enggak gitu juga.
Oh enggak gitu juga. Ngelawan RRQ esok hari, bakal ada sesuatu yang khusus gak sih kalian persiapkan untuk melawan mereka? Yang mana kalian adalah 2 tim yang gak terlalu banyak merubah player. Bahkan ini player yang besok kalian lawan adalah yang unbeatable line up.
Baik.
Persiapannya kayaknya sama-sama aja sih. Cuma paling dari grafik atau strategi lainnya udah kita serain aja ke coach sama analis kita.
Tadi Franco-nya Balioski nggak takut, Franco-nya Vin takut nggak?
Oh takut banget.
Oh takut banget, besok bakal dilepas gak ya? Thank you banget Leo Murphy. Langsung kita bakal balik kepada para caster yang ada di sana. Silahkan caster.
Thank you so much, Mongstar, and obviously Leo Murphy as well for the interview there. Leo Murphy seems to be in great spirits, saying that, yeah, I mean, everything went to plan against Geek Fam. It's exactly what we expected, and we were able to just play our game plan.
Exactly.
It's hard to argue with that statement, man. It did go swimmingly for Alter Ego in today's match. So, you know, you can quote him on that.
Yeah, I mean, after everything they've been through, I mean, last season, leg 1, leg 2, it wasn't too great, and then they barely made it into the playoffs, and once they did, they were the second team to go home on the first day.
Controversial.
It's been difficult for them, right? So them starting out very strong here in Season 10 is definitely something that they can celebrate. The mini victories, you know, it's important, bro.
And to add on to that, the win that they just got wasn't a close win. It was a dominant win. It was a clinical finish. In game number 2, it was even more dominant than game number 1. And we're going to get into that, the item builds and also the post-match very, very soon. But man, I'm just still so surprised as to how they ended that game. For one pick, they were able to convert it to another, and it just kept on coming. Elzura falls, Chadera, everyone, and even Beloyski, who was under the turret, he just got dove on by Selly Boy.
It really seems that for Alter Ego, Geek Fam has no turrets.
Yeah.
You know, the turrets is just like a side note. You know,
It's
like,
yeah.
you on the
It's a
turret,
side mission.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. There's nowhere safe, man. We will cut you off. We will hunt you down. And Geek Fam, they were just on the run the whole time, and they had no solutions, man.
The problem is they all wanted to run, but there was no one from the side of Geek Fam to stop them from running. And now we're going to take a look at the details of what happened there in game number 2, as Alter Ego Esports was able to claim a victory 19-6 here against Geek Fam.
I think, looking at the items here, maybe, right, you can make an argument that a Geek Fam, even their tank, right, we're talking about how Luke is a tank, but look at his items. He is going full damage. That is partially why Udo was just able to chunk him down. So the only real front line is going to be Hans, and it's not nearly enough, man. When you're going up against a dive comp that dominant, a pick-off comp as well, essentially, you need to last longer so that your teammates can counter it. Otherwise, they get in, they take out your team member, they leave, and they're like, adios, we'll see you like in 2 minutes when our skills are all off cooldown. So no real answer from Geek Fam. Something they can still adjust to, but look at the damage to tower, man. Complete shutout game. 0 damage for Geek Fam. 0.
Oh, this is the Geek Fam, damage to tower 0. This is season 9. We actually saw this as well in season 9. In the crazy dominant games, this was what happened. But here, with the changes, the fact that they were able to make it close against RRQ, a lot of questions are going to be raised after this match. Did Alter Ego improve that much? Did Geek Fam's performance drop? Or did RRQ's performance drop?
Let's cut Geek Fam a little bit of slack, right? I mean, they're going in with a brand new roster going against Alter Ego Esports, who have been together for how many seasons already, right? So, of course, there are going to be some things that they need to work on. And Harashi, please take it away once again.
I mean, maybe styles make matchups, right? Because maybe Geek Fam is just, their playstyle just works so well against RRQ, but not against Alter Ego. But we'll take a look at the MVP for this game. Man, who's surprised? It's gonna be Leo Murphy, right? MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A53s 5G right here. Man, it's just such a good performance. He's able to match the aggression coming in from Beloyski. He is able to keep Geek Fam constantly guessing, not knowing where he's going to come from. And every time he goes in with the silence, it's just so annoying, man. It's in the right time. It just shuts down any counterplay, any counter-engage coming from Geek Fam. And Alter Ego abused this pick to its full potential, man.
To be honest, it was very difficult to choose the MVP for this game. I think a lot of them played really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think the standout was Leo Murphy, though. The fact that he had Beloyski's number. Sally Boy did a lot of good things, too. But, man, it all started because of this man.
Absolutely, yeah.
He stopped Selena from being a menace on the map, and he created those spaces, those crazy moments enabled in. But, Arashi, time to take a look at the highlights by Sigma.
All the way to the early game, you can see that when Alter goes in, you see that there's attempts for the side of Geek Fam to try and counter it, but they're way too mobile. No one can actually get there in time, and this is what they keep doing again and again. Even if you pause right here, right, Kadera was able to make a play happen, but look at the map. If you look at the map right here, Alter Ego just always cuts down right here and isolates the area under the turret and just effectively denies Geek Fam from actually using that as a safe haven. So that's just very difficult for Geek Fam to deal with because they don't have a front line. They can actually enable the tankiness. And once they get an advantage, look at how deep Leo Murphy is going in. He is all the way inside the jungle of the side of Geek Fam, and they have no answer. He just comes in and acts like he owns the place. And even here, Hans is finally able to take him out, but at what cost, right? The control over the whole map is already in the hands of Alter Ego. And that's exactly why it's so difficult to deal with. And there we go. Yet again, they cut off the top side, they isolate Kadera, they dive on him, and they can't have any solution for Alter Ego. We talked a bit about the lack of crowd control and how that can maybe be used by Geek Fam to try and mitigate the damage, but they don't have nearly enough in this game either, right? They don't even have a single stun. They have a knockup coming in from Luke with the wild charge, and they have Beloyski with the Abyssal Arrow. and boom, there you go. Luke wasn't even relevant as a threat. We saw that the moments where Geek Fam get a bit of advantage, when they get some success, it's off the back of a great stun by Velocity or a great charge by Luke on the block. So I think crowd control will be critical when you're actually going up against a composition so aggressive like the composition of Alter Ego in these two games.
It's insane, the fact that they were able to just play it so well during Eterna. On the 1-1 as well. Man, the 1-1 plays just didn't happen. They shut it down. This is the 1-1 that was able to outlane Skylar, right? Yesterday, kind of outclassed him in the lane, but here, Nino just showed him levels with the help of Leo Murphy. Well, we're gonna take a look at the highlights by TikTok. All
Nice, boys!
Nggak ada sprint ya?
Iya, nggak ada sprint, no.
Gua flickerin!
Nice banget, no.
Nice, udah dulu, Mak.
Nice, no. Gua kick nih. No. Follow up, nice, guys. Ada meledak kok, Bay.
Ada meledak ya? Udah.
Kasih!
Nice.
Lagi, Mo!
Gua dapet di retail. Nice. Nice, Po. Let's go, no. Gua kick Franco. Awas, Fanny, gua ada emo. Mati.
Nice!
Si Tamus. Kalem, no, darah no, lihat darah no. Nice, no. WON dia, kalem.
Sprint.
Tower, bisa tower. Tower guys, N. Nice, no. N.
Nice.
Kalian nanya low ya.
Nice, Mo.
Sabar, gue belum pas dulu. Kena silent deal. Gas nih.
Lihat Balmon ya, Balmon. Grok.
Isi udah ulti, nanti grok dulu. Nice, guys.
Baju hijau dia.
Nice kill. Nice.
Gas. Udah skill 1 deh. Mati 1-1. Nice.
15 nih.
Udah ulti UV. Nice, guys.
Bye, adik-adik.
Tower.
Bye, adik-adik.
Okay, so definitely a huge difference. No yells. They were calm. They were really calm. That's not the alter ego I know, man. The alter ego I know, you know, usually in the mic checks, it's
feisty.
It's a bit louder than even the casters.
Nino usually is very loud.
Oh, yeah.
Nino usually has a lot to say, man. I mean, to be fair, the last few seasons, he has a lot to prove as well. So he wants to shut the doubters up. But now he is established. He's like, I don't have to talk. You know, like my actions speak louder than my words. Boom.
Like a true gentleman and a true pro player right there. But what I wanted to highlight from what we saw in those TikTok highlights or the highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series is that Leo Murphy reminds me a lot of R7 for some reason. Like the way that he flanks and does the ganking is kind of the way that R7 would do it on his Cho or on his other heroes, you know?
Exactly. I agree. Cutting off the movement, getting that, isolating the members, just like Arashi mentioned in that replay. But yeah, I agree. Very similar to how R7 plays the Cho, how he plays the Esmeralda even, by cutting off the movements and actually just enabling his team to follow it up, locking these members down in a complete sandwich, an alter ego sandwich.
Alter ego sandwich. That's the best sandwich.
Exactly, a rock and a hard place.
What?
A rock and a hard place, right? So that is exactly where Alter Ego puts you, and you just have to find solutions, man. I think it's just very difficult, again, without any real crowd control, without any real deterrent to those kind of plays, right?
Exactly.
The only time they can get success is if they pull off an outplay, and really you're gonna expect to be able to consistently pull off outplays against Alter Ego? Nah, I don't think so. You know, you gotta have like some easier solutions. That is a very tough solution to a problem that's just, you know, so prevalent.
This game is still so stunning to me. The fact that, again, I want to bring this up. I want to emphasize on this point even more. Geek Fam, 2-1 yesterday, RRQ, 2-0, and both games were one-sided. Alter Ego really knew exactly what to do against Geek Fam. Is it possibly because they watched the Geek Fam RRQ match yesterday and they studied how Geek Fam plays?
I think that's what we mentioned all throughout the game, and something that I would like to say as well is that with all the things that we've seen from Geek Fam so far, it doesn't give us any more answers. It just brings out more questions. Like, how is that possible to get that 2-1 to RQ? I think there is a huge possibility that we ourselves have seen that they do rely heavily, once again, onto Beloyski as well as Kodera in that gold lane. And when these two particular members from the side of Geek Fam got shut down, it was very difficult for them to pull off a play, and that's exactly what Alter Ego successfully did in game number 1 as well as game number 2.
The pure crazy aggression by Leo Murphy, especially on the Cho, man. Those were a lot of TikTok moments. The flicker Jeet Kune Do, the flicker Way the Dragon. You can all see that on TikTok. But on top of just watching extremely amazing content, you guys can also upload your excitement while watching MPL Indonesia Season 10 by using the hashtag MPL Celebrate 10 NS. Well, celebrations, but you know, I gotta make it clear so that everybody knows. Get attractive prizes during the challenge by doing the challenge, because I've been doing the challenge.
Oh yeah?
I haven't got a prize yet though, because they haven't picked a winner.
Did you dance?
No, I reacted to MPL.
Oh, I thought you danced. Lame.
Yeah, that one, there you go. Arashi knows which moment. The Beloyski hook onto Skylar, actually, on the Franco. But, you know, the coaches, I want to give a massive shout out to Ars and Cassius on Alter Ego. They were able to communicate, and man, that second game, it felt like it was really just an outdraft from Alter Ego, right? They completely shut down every single hero from the side of Geek Fam because of that JBL Quantum that they're using. They can know precisely, hey coach, they picked up a 1. Okay, obvious. Boom. Right? Yeah. And it's so instant. There's no delay because of just how amazing the ultimate gaming headset is from JBL.
I mean, can you imagine if you're like, okay, pick 1-1. Huh?
What?
What?
Match?
What?
I can't hear you.
What? What? Harith?
Phobius.
Layla? All right, I got you. But chaos, right? Pure chaos. That's what happens.
Disaster,
if you have a
bro.
good headset, all your problems go away. And even in game, those sound cues. You know how Natalia was able to read where Selena is?
How?
Gotta listen to those movements. Where is she putting traps? Boom, bang, bada bing. Beloyski's there, boys.
That's how. I gotta get my cell phone, guys.
Yeah, with the JBL Quantum, it basically kind of helps you. It's kind of like a map hack. But it's a sound. It's not a visual one. It's a sound help.
It's a life hack too.
It's a life hack. There you go. That's the best one. But after the game today, after the match that we saw in the first few minutes here, we're gonna check out the next match as well. And there's some surprises. I think it's not a surprise anymore. ONIC versus Rebellion. This is there's a player I think that ONIC got recently.
Is he playing?
I don't know who he is, honestly. I don't know.
Are we supposed to pretend that we don't know? Okay.
I think he's Filipino. I've heard. Yeah, I think they've also, got a new coach to help out as well. I don't know the guy. I never met him in my life.
What?
I wonder how they're going to perform though.
He's
And
random?
Jisa on Rebellion too. Is he going to show up or is it still going to be highs?
A lot of questions here, a lot of factors that can switch around. We'll have to see, man. Will these weird replacements that don't really make sense actually swing the favor in some of the teams? We'll have to see, man.
Yeah.
Have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, again, Eterna, are you excited for the second match?
Yeah.
Why?
I am. I'm excited to see ONIC.
That is an honest laugh right there.
Why ONIC?
ONIC, because this is going to be their first time playing in MPL Season 10. So we don't know their situation right now. We don't know their conditions. Are they handling their incident in MSC well or not?
Lying. You're a bad
I'm not.
liar.
I'm serious.
She's covering up
I
for
love
something.
Coach Mars.
Do you guys think she's telling the truth? Put it in the chat.
Yeah. Is Eterna sus or not?
I mean, by the way, speaking of ONIC, we gotta shout out our boy Gonic.
Well, yes, ONIC are going to go up against Rebellion. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We'll take a short break.
Katanya pro, kok ketumbean?
Bang Jo?
Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal, menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak
banyak syarat. Salah abal-abal, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. Ready, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyper Blend? What on earth is Hyper Blend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyper Blend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lagi asik pakai Leven. Hidup lagi asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lagi asik pakai Leven. Hidup lagi asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita gak akan kalah. Gak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salah apa-apa, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigrang, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary. Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our foes.
MPL Arena. MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 10, match number 2 here of Day 2. Still with you guys throughout the day. It's me, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We are hyped up for game number 2, for match number 2, actually. ONIC Esports takes on the Blue Bulls. Rebellion, once again, the dark horse of this tournament. But, Eterna, did you see the people that we invited over to Indonesia just now on stage? We had BTK, White Chicken, Victor, and Moba Zaid. If you guys want to catch MPL ID offline, you guys can go ahead and buy your tickets at Blibli. And guess what? You can also complete your Mobile Legends account with the latest version of Blibli. With all of the crazy promos that they have there, you guys can get cashbacks all the way to just the best value possible by checking out the website.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Just wow. Blibli is amazing.
Season 10, tagline, wow.
We own this. Oh.
Well, we own
damn.
this too.
Where's the synergy on the caster desk, guys?
It's not wow, it's WOT. We own this.
It's not far away, not far off.
Can we repeat that?
All right, Season 10,
we own this!
There
Nice.
you go. But back at it again, into the game we go. We're going to take a look at the lineups here, Eterna.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the lineups here in just a minute, as it is going to be ONIC versus Rebellion going head-to-head here for match number 2. It does seem
confirmed
that there is a new player in ONIC Esports, and his name is Kyrie.
New player. Who would have thought, we didn't know anything about this person. Whoa.
No one's heard the rumors at all. I don't think there's any hype. No, of course there's hype. It's Kyrie, grand finalist of M3. He has been confirmed, but we're going to take a look at Rebellion first. The full Indonesian squad trying to make their mark here in Season 10, breaking their lose streak. Because now, they just lost a 2-0. Got swept by Bigetron Alpha. They're trying to redeem themselves on day number 2. Let's see. With the same lineup as we saw yesterday, we will see. Have they adapted? Have they progressed? Have they improved?
That's going to be the question here, especially for Rebellion, understanding that Fearless in this jungle position has not performed as well as we expected him to be. So with this same lineup but different type of roles, maybe, just maybe, Rebellion is in their moment of, just ironing out the kinks as well.
Absolutely. Well, you can see them walk in through the tunnel cam by heads and shoulders, but we're going to take a look at the highlighted player, Dyron, in the XP lane. This man, again, if we're talking about Rebellion, it's all about Val, but last season, Dyron has been such a good addition to this squad, such a nuisance to deal with his crazy plays that are very unexpected, and guess what? His hero pool matches it as well. He goes for this lead, his signature pick in the XP lane, and this is a very uncharacteristic, this is a very weird pick. We haven't seen it in a long time, but he's able to actually dominate the XP lane with this hero, bullying everyone in that lane and taking control of the map. In this statistics, we are also going to see that he deals so much damage in that XP lane. Maybe not too much KP, but that's because he uses that map and lane control to actually distract the other members on the enemy team so that his members can actually be enabled on the map and make more plays in the game. But we're going to welcome the home team once again, Rebellion Zion.
Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls here making their way on stage, and you can see the determination on their faces. After the 2-0 that they had to undergo through yesterday against Bigetron, I'm wondering what Coach Chico as well as his analyst has to say about it today.
They're shown different looks, right? They can go for the aggressive dive composition, or they can go for the smart avoidance, trading away objectives as well. So we've seen a lot more diversity, a lot more flexibility coming in from Rebellion Zion, and for sure they have shown that they can play the chess match. They can try and come up with different strategies, provided that the first one does not work out. So now, with the first defeat, can they improve enough to go up against ONIC, which I think will be the audience favorite?
Well, there you go. We're taking a look at the player cam there. Not only do they have Kyrie who's joined in the fray, but it's also Yeb there sitting next to Coach Mars. The players are ready. They're all smiles. They are confident to walk up onto the stage. And they're gonna go. They're gonna do it right here. It seems like the lineup is going to be Boots, Kyrie, Keyboy, CW, and Drian. So is this possibly the best lineup that they have?
That's definitely the question. I mean, the brains and the bronze all imported all the way from the Philippines, the dominant region right now. That definitely is going to be the question. Because it's a lot of things were being spoken about, right? About ONIC Esports. Sure, they have a lot of these players as well and so forth. But the question is whether or not they have actually reached their main chemistry and synergy. Because I heard they've had a lot of problems in terms of that communication.
Absolutely. Walking down the tunnel, though, the problems seem to fade away as they're just so confident here walking through the tunnel cam. Presented to you by Head and Shoulders. But for the highlighted player of ONIC, we will take a look at Boots, the Season 8 regular season MVP. What an absolute menace. A playmaker in the XP lane. A person who prioritizes enabling his team over the laning phase. He rotates across the map to create space for his team, and he's so versatile. The most hero pool in the XP lane, as he has used the Valentina before. He's so good on this hero. In fact, that he just knows which ultimate to take every single time, which one provides the best efficiency in the team fights. As you can see, again, kill participation and that damage so much in the lane. The lane control, very similar to Dyron. We're gonna see these two titans head up in that XP lane. Will it be Boots? Will it be Dyron? But Boots definitely has an edge when it comes to the unique hero pool. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, ONIC Esports are making their way up on the stage with Kyrie.
ONIC Esports are grand finalists 2 seasons in a row, but when it came to the international stage, they kind of wavered. There were a lot of rumors about this, and it seems like it was a lot to do about lethargy. So I'm wondering, since they had a long break, will they be performing as we all expect them to, understanding that they do have a very strong assassin specialist in that jungle position now?
Well, they take a lot of time to get started, so it's on the shoulders of the coaches, right, to understand that that is what his team is going to go up against, what they have to deal with. And so the coaches must have preparations made all the way since before, right? This is the match, this is where things are actually going to matter. So I think the coaches will show in handy how they prepare the players for this exact moment. I think will make or break the execution in the game.
Well, we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head tier 2, Arashi, presented to you by Heads and Shoulders. Tell me about ONIC and Rebellion.
Well, with ONIC and Rebellion, you can see that ONIC has the advantage when it comes to kills and deaths. And as far as it comes to the objective rate, it's really not that far different. Because, you know, we have been telling you guys about Rebellion Zion being actually able to win out against these bigger teams all the way since the early game, right? It's always been about closing out the game. And this is where the matchup gets interesting. Because ONIC, they take a long time to start, but their late game is absolutely solid. So now this is a clash of styles. Which one will come out on top?
Now that's the problem, right? The same thing that we see in Rebellion from last season is the fact that they're almost always able to secure that early game, but when it comes to the late game, it's very hard for them to close. And going against ONIC Esports, who are very great at that late game, that's going to be another challenge, as we are going to look on the screen here, both coaches here, Coach Chiku as well as Coach Mars, also both using the JBL Quantum.
The best headset in the world, the best gaming headset that gives you such a big advantage. That's why they have such big brains. They can listen in onto the comms. They can listen in to get that beautiful information, Arashi. Crisp, clean communication.
That is what you need if you want to set up the strategies, the compositions for the first game right here. And soon we will be going into the draft phase by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and that will be where the coaches clash against each other. But before that, keys to victory by X for the side of ONIC. Prioritize Kyrie's hero. This man is the highlighted tip of the spear for ONIC Esports. Boots winning the matchups in the EXP lane against Dyron will shut down Dyron's flexibility as well, and of course limit the pick of heroes from Val, because that man will be very proactive, and they have to beware of the aggressive early game for the side of Rebellion Zion. But soon we'll take a look at the win conditions for the side of Rebellion Zion instead. And I think they'll be quite a bit contrasted.
Absolutely. You know, again, in this match, they've actually opted to go for the same roster as yesterday. So I think we might see a similar key to victory for Rebellion.
Right, limiting the hero pool of Kyrie and Samo HT. Right, these are two players that have so much flexibility. They want to make sure that they don't have any weird strategies that can use against Rebellion Zion. Heist winning the laning phase against CW, that will be so important because CW has shown to be one of the more important players in that late game. If they can take him out of the game, take him out of the equation all the way since the early game, I think they have a good chance in securing a solid dominant late game as well.
Yeah, I mean, going back to ONIC as well as Rebellion, I think this is going to be quite tough for the side of Rebellion. The reason I say this is because of not just their clash in playstyles, but the way that they focus, right? ONIC Esports has such a vast amount of hero pool that they can adjust and create different type of cheese strats. They have different pocket strats, and they can be very flexible when it comes down to that. So Coach Yeb, with all his input and insight and his experience, can actually work with this. But for the side of Rebellion, they focus more on power picks. So we're gonna see how this translates into the drafting phase that we see on screen between ONIC as well as Rebellion here in match number 2, game number 1.
Oof, the first
Contrast in styles. Contrast in styles is basically what we're talking about here. The color of today's match, ONIC Rebellion. Arashi already mentioned Masha and Fanny. Both banned. We actually got some time to talk in the back with ONIC Esports. And yeah, I mean, Coach Skipper, he said it best. You're not going to get Fanny. Learn other heroes.
Exactly. He said, he just literally told Kyrie, like, okay, nah, Fanny won't be given to you at all. So, practice the other ones and get good at that instead. So, that won't be a problem. It's all according to plan for ONIC so far, as the second ban for Rebellion will be the 1-1. We have seen it being very flexible and all the outplay potential in the world. They don't want that in the hands of CW at all.
And that is so curious, right? Because as we all know from the recent patch, the 1-1 has actually been nerfed, but it seems like even since yesterday, 1-1 is always either first picked or even first banned here in the first phase. I wonder why this is.
I honestly, as a 1-1 player myself, the nerf didn't really have a massive impact. The thing is, it's all about the weakness points, right? You can actually take the weakness points back if you have a Purify. The thing is, though, in the gold lane, none of the marksmen will actually use the Purify. Purify is a very, I don't know, we just don't see it anymore. I don't think it's as powerful as a Sprint, as a Flicker, maybe even perhaps as a Vengeance on Clint. A lot of other battle spells are more efficient, better cooldown timers, and do more, right? So with no Purifies on the board, 1-1 didn't get nerfed. She basically is exact same as the last patch.
I mean, way back in the previous seasons, there was the idea that the marksmen are super hyper carry. They have to be very, very safe, and that's why the Purify seems to be kind of meta on the marksman. But in the current season, if you go for a Purify, that's way too defensive, and all the other marksmen have a chance to use the Sprint, to use the Flicker, and try and get an edge on you. So it's always better to have a more proactive, a more aggressive approach with your battle spells. And speaking of that, we do see the Akai locked in by the side of ONIC Esports, providing a lot of crowd control and providing, I don't know, a bit of threat, a bit of dispersion threat for the side of Rebellion Zion if they want to go for that neat organized dive.
I agree with you here, but with the Akai pick coming through for the side of ONIC Esports, without Keyboy, where exactly is this Akai going to go? Because we saw in the keys to victory for the side of Rebellion is to limit Samo's hero pool, right? This is because so far we haven't seen too much of Samo. We've seen him on the Diggy and a few other heroes, but I don't know, is Akai in his arsenal? We'll just have to see, as now Rebellion has secured their next 2 picks here in that Beatrix as well as that Julian.
We've spoken a little bit about the Akai in the back just now, but wait a minute, ONIC picks up that Paquito. For Rebellion 2, they're actually going with the alter ego route, technically, right? Because in game 1, we saw the exact same picks from alter ego. Rebellion on the red Zion. They're adopting that 2 picks, same 2 picks, the Beatrix and the Julian. But back again to the Akai point. We spoke to KB, and we had a little discussion in the back about Akai. I think Akai is just not really good in the roam position anymore, because in the first few levels, before you actually get that ultimate, you're a sitting duck. You don't do anything. As KB put it, you're a vlogger roamer. You're not a real roamer. You're just roaming around the place. You're opening up the map and you're recording stuff, giving information back to your team before the heavy spin comes out. Even when you have that heavy spin, you can't really use it as effectively as when you are a jungler. A jungler that can gank all across the map. A jungler that can secure objectives with a heavy spin. And obviously in the XP lane too, kind of the same idea.
And a jungler that can fight in the jungle as well, where all the walls are available for that heavy spin to be used with. So now we look at the Franco pick from Rebellion. So they're going for a pick of strategy, and in contrast to the first match, right, when we saw Geek Fam going for a pick off strat, they have a lot of crowd control, a lot of AoE to zone the members from ONIC Esports from following up. Although, for ONIC Esports, they can disperse yet again this teamfight composition with the Akai, and they can send in the Claw to just wreak havoc in the backline. They need solutions for that, as ONIC will now ban the Phoveus as well.
Okay, so the Phoveus ban has been placed here for the side of ONIC. What is this hinting at?
The Phoveus ban? I think it will hint at
Lancelot? Ooh. Yeah. I mean, it's a dash-heavy hero for sure. What are they going for, right? Ling has been banned, so we're not going to see that. Fanny too. Lancelot is the only hero that is left up for grabs, but I feel like Rebellion might just go for the ban here. Noticing how ONIC have actually placed kind of already like an insurance pick, right? With the Akai, it actually just blocks out the bans coming from Rebellion, because Rebellion, they're trying to focus Kyrie's hero pull down in the second phase with the Ling. But because the Akai has been picked up, ONIC can actually just flex that. You ban all Kyrie's heroes, we still have the Akai that we secured earlier on. But let's take a look at the comment here by Fearless. He actually really wants to face Sans, because last season he made it really difficult for Fearless to farm, but he's not going to get his wish because Kyrie wants to play.
And I don't know who's the two of lesser evils. I mean, Kyrie is insane. This is something that I was thinking. Could ONIC Esports actually pick up the Karina? There is the Lancelot, but I also was thinking about the Karina. But now the Karina has actually been banned by ONIC themselves, as Rebellion is going to choose their first pick here in the second phase in that Tamus. So a really, really reliable EXP laner in his own right. And ONIC Esports, what can they choose against this?
If the Paquito from ONIC Esports goes towards the EXP lane, that will be a bit of a skill matchup, and Thamus for sure has the easier time, right? Hey. And if they go for that, there's gonna be a very solid front line for Rebellion, but we just got a glimpse.
Did you see a glimpse? Who was that? The trio, the BTK trio. Where were they sitting? The Samsung Zone up in the front. And you guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to watch in the Samsung Zone, right in front of the stage.
With BTK.
With BTK, all you need to do is get your tickets and obviously have a Samsung phone. That's all you need to be sitting with the VIPs. But speaking of VIPs, Kyrie here wrapping up their picks. They actually go for a Ruby. He said that he's always been interested in playing in Indonesia because Mobile Legends here in Indonesia is bigger than in the Philippines.
Ooh. Big statement there. But now ONIC has run out of their composition, man. They have the Eve, they have the Ruby. So far, it's pretty solid, right? A lot of crowd control, a lot of AoE as well. They can definitely have an edge in the team fights, but Val will be on the Franco, so they have to be prepared to try and let someone get hooked, essentially. And I don't know, the last pick from Rebellion might make that a bit difficult for ONIC Esports to try and do.
Is the last pick going to be that jungle, or is Julian going to be the jungler? The answer is a Benedetta pick here, and what does this tell us?
Oh, it's Benedetta jungler. Fearless is on it. All right, so I was just saying, I was gonna say that maybe it's gonna be Tamaz in the jungle. Julian, Benedetta. This is a hero that we've actually spoken about. Benedetta just got a buff recently in the patch, so technically she is stronger than she was before in the last patch. But the thing is, with the Demon Slayer emblem, we are probably going to see the same kind of Benedetta, the tank Benedetta that Albert used in the MSC event.
Okay, so with that said, both compositions have been locked in stone here for game number 1 between ONIC as well as Rebellion. This is the talents prediction without knowing the drafts, right? All three of us have opted for ONIC this time around. And why is this, Arashi?
Well, ONIC has a lot more success so far, and they have the effect of actually having Kyrie, right? So there's a lot of hype surrounding this transfer, per se, and we're really looking forward to seeing how he performs, because the rumors have been insane. And look at the audience prediction by TikTok, man.
Yeah, well, the audience agrees with us. 92%. That is the the most one-sided audience prediction we've seen in Season 10 so far. It has mostly been quite equal, with Geek Fam even fighting back against Alter Ego in the audience prediction. But Eterna, we're about to step into the game.
Yeah, I mean, even according to history, out of the 4 times that RBL has met with ONIC Esports, they have not won a single game against ONIC. So we'll see, right? The data is against them right now. A lot of predictions are against Rebellion right now. Let's see if they can pull out the impossible going against ONIC Esports with the new roster.
Yep, they are up against overwhelming odds to say the least. So we'll have to see, man. What are they gonna try and do? Will Val find success? Has ONIC figured out the strategies? We'll have to see. And soon we will take a look at just how these two beasts will clash up against each other, man.
A recap on the lineups, the compositions for both of the teams. One pick style composition versus a team fight comp that ONIC has. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The debut of Kyrie in Indonesia. We're jumping straight into the land of dawn for the match as Samo is pushing on so much damage already onto Val. But Val, pure class. Oof, just staying composed there, not using the flicker.
I'm a little disappointed.
Why?
Just a little. Because there's so much reputation surrounding Kyrie on those assassins that I really wish that he would have pulled that out. But maybe it's going to be a pocket strat, as even Kyrie on his Akai is going to deal so much damage onto Suelo, hindering his movements once again.
Let's see, Battle of the Little Wanderer. It's actually going to be Kyrie who doesn't get it. Fearless wins out the Retribution battle early on, and Rebellion Zion lead.
I thought that ONIC Esports would go a lot more aggressive there. Oh, but Val gets a hook onto Samo HT, and he will be able to escape. But honestly, they actually got the earlier, they won the earlier trade using the G poke, to try and track down Val. And actually, Samo was able to cancel out the regen from Val. So he came into that fight with low HP, and so ONIC had more manpower. I thought they would definitely go for something a bit more aggressive, but I guess they were playing it a bit more cautious, knowing that Rebellion Zion, they are a very aggressive team, right? So ONIC off for the calm, calculated way.
Now that's the thing, Rebellion Zion right now is playing towards their comfort. They're leading in this early game. They're trying to build more map pressure as well as awareness to be able to get these neutral objectives. But once again, it is going to be a little here in that mid side.
Yeah, Fearless jumping in with the Eye for an Eye onto Samo. Kyrie not wanting that heavy spin just yet. Gonna get dished out there. It might be first blood, but heavy spin brings Fearless back. 5-3, getting that first blood in his debut. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Ooh, Kyrie as well as Samo barely escapes there, but off camera it is going to be Saeed W taken out in a 1v1 situation against Highs, our rookie that we know came from Pawn. So this is already very interesting, as once again here, Boots caught in 1v3.
We got a game on our hands, man. This is already shaping up to be a classic as Rebellion Zion has the pressure for the turtle. Notice how, again, Arashi, the setup from Rebellion, this is what we mentioned so many times about this team. They're so good at setting up in the early game and looking for these crazy skirmishes, but Boots, he doesn't want to give it over to Rebellion. He goes in 1v3, picks up a kill on the backside as Kyrie goes in for Retribution and he gets it. Fearless now, trying to dish out the damage. I'm offended onto 2 members and a combo wombo with the real world manipulation is there. Kyrie 1 HP! He still survives! Wait, he goes in for the damage on to the minion Boots, finishes off Suelo, but Suelo getting out.
Suelo with the outplay there with a 1v2 situation, barely amount of HP. He's actually able to survive and prevent ONIC Esports from picking yet another pickoff. But as of right now, it does seem like ONIC Esports is still leading in terms of that economy, 1,000 to their name, and Rebellion Zion have not been able to get as much pressure that we intended them to.
That was disastrous for the set of Rebellion Zion, man. They had the setup, but Boots, he just came in with no hesitation, and I don't think they were prepared for the damage coming in. Look at the emblems right now for Kyrie and Fearless. They're both with a Demon Slayer, so Kyrie somehow with the tank, quote-unquote tank hero, was still able to get the best of Fearless in that Retribution battle. And ONIC Esports, man, they are so decisive, and I think that's what we need to do against a team that knows what they want to do in the early game, like Rebellion Zion.
I think when we came into this new patch, we were expecting a lot more of the assassin emblems on those jungles, but both teams have actually opted for that Demon Slayer. Why is this? Is it still good?
Well, it has been good before. Yeah, man, what? In mid lane, I guess Kyrie just got another pick there with the help of Drian, is able to just delete him. But back to the topic, Arashi, Demon Slayer. We've seen more Demon Slayer than Killing Spree, than High and Dries this entire season so far.
Yeah, it's always been about the objectives, right? The jungler really seems to be shifting towards a more objective like role, and with the flexibility coming in with the different kind of heroes, right? Beefier, tankier heroes coming into the meta, you don't really need as much damage to actually be useful, right? You can gank and use your utility to get your team ahead without being responsible for dealing the damage and securing the kills.
Fearless though, with the trade, jumping in with the eye for an eye, not able to get out just yet, but there you go. Final eye for an eye, timed perfectly by Samo to bring him back. I'm offended there, Val, bringing Kyrie back to the under the turret, but he's gonna get cancelled out. No bloody hunt full duration, both teams disengage, and both teams will just go for the turtle and the trade.
Yeah, it does seem like ONIC Esports is going to set up faster. Val here misses his iron hook. He was anticipating someone to be circling around in that area, but understanding that they cannot contest this turtle, it does seem like Rebellion Zion is going to be rotating towards that top side.
Oh, enhanced game, but CW is able to outplay in true CW fashion, surviving a 1v3.
He just dodges out of everything and sidesteps just perfectly, man. Cold, calm, nerves of steel. As Boots is just showing up in the bottom side, and Dyron will be taken very low. He almost gets taken out. One more bolt would have gotten him, but that won't be a kill for Drian. That will be a tower for ONIC Esports, though.
Successfully zoned out there in the bottom side. Another objective to the pockets of the side of ONIC Esports. And once again, this is going to be very difficult for Rebellion Zion. If they do want to do the cross-map type of situation, it's very difficult to put CW in his place because he is such a reliable gold laner. I mean, time and time again, CW, he tries to get ganked. He's always able to do these outplays that really reflect his mechanical prowess in that particular area. As now, Kyrie might be in trouble, but not just yet.
Ooh, Kyrie stole the purple buff. Yep. He had the purple buff. It wasn't Fearless. Both of the junglers didn't have the retribution. Kyrie just got the last hit.
Wow, man. That is tough for Fearless to take in. And honestly, they're on the back foot right now. And Val on the Franco, he's trying his best to make the big plays happen. But so far, the only real play we've seen is him flickering forward and securing the kill earlier. So he's not having the success he wants. And that's partially because ONIC is doing the same thing that Altrigo was kind of doing, right? Val is waiting for a pickoff, and out of nowhere, Boots comes in and takes the fight to him. He jumps in and chunks him too low to actually participate in the fight. And the rest of the team follow up and get success there instead.
Let's slow it down a bit. Let's talk about the win conditions for both of these teams. Rebellion Zion, their win condition relies heavily on getting the winning lane. Dyron, winning the lane in the bottom side is crucial, but so far they haven't been able to do it. Here, Boots in a 2v1 is actually able to zone the members away, taking a lot of HP down, but finally Rebellion picks up the tournament both bottom and almost taking down that top side too. Very low HP, but because ONIC were the ones to first get those turrets, it's going to be really hard for Rebellion to contest any neutral objective. Fearless gonna get zoned out, and that's a free turtle to the hands of ONIC. Once again, going to the hands of Kyrie. Turtle slain by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yeah, Rebellion Zion, they're trying their hardest to be able to open up the space that ONIC Esports has really pressured onto them. And now, once again, ONIC Esports, with that initiative movement, is going to rotate towards that top side, take Val out, and eventually take yet another objective on the board. So the trades are happening, but at this rate, ONIC Esports, they're trading a little bit faster than Rebellion Zion.
Absolutely, and they're making sure that the members that matter are getting the resources they need. CW just picked up the golden staff, and he has a bit of physical defense to his name, so he will be secure as I say that, though. He gets taken out with magic damage, and the fight breaks out as Rebellion pulls the trigger.
Kyrie way too tanky, a lot of peel here. Boots being able to use knockout strike as Diamond Fenny connects onto Fearless. Fearless disengaging as Dyron goes deep under the real world inflation, but look at that, it's gonna be the final blow, taking Samo down. Boots taken low, but he's ultimately able to win out in that trade. Rebellion 2-1. CW fell in the midst of that team fight.
Yeah, they're not going down without a fight. I mean, CW already 0-1 in terms of KDA as Fearless goes in once again.
Uh-oh, Fearless jumping in, way low, taken low, but the turret comes and falls down. Rebellion Zion coming back in this game in the 8th minute. The Beatrix is getting that power spike very soon.
I think it all started with Sway Low actually getting the jump onto CW. He gets the pickoff, I believe, before the fight even happens. And so ONIC Esports come into that fight with a man disadvantage. And it's not just any man, it is CW in the gold lane, one of the main damage dealers, one of the main sources of AoE. And so without him around, the team fight potential from ONIC Esports is severely diminished. And Rebellion Zion completely take advantage, but now they go on Sway Low.
Heavy spin by Kyrie on point, pinning him down for CW to take the kill. Now, sieging down the turret. Dyron, not wanting that to happen, goes in for the 1v1, forcing the battle mirror image to come out. 3 seconds, that's the turtle cam. Lord has spawned in the land of Dawn. 9 minutes in, it's the normal Lord, but both teams are really setting up for this.
Yeah, the reset as well. It does seem like both teams have a kind of advantage in that sense, but ONIC Esports has a little bit more understanding that the bottom lane is already pushing because Boots already cleared that lane out. Now, so we're gonna see with that thing being the current situation, we see Val once again with the iron hook that connects.
Oh, that was a bad target to go for. It was the roamer, and Samo was instantly able to punish that fact. Meanwhile, Highs in that bush, waiting for someone to step in. Kyrie jumping in way too aggressively there. Will be punished for a bit. He's taken low, but in the backside, look at the blazing duet. Unable to connect onto High. He's still able to position himself out. Fearless jumping out of the real world installation, and that is Rebellion getting out of the fight. They do lose one, and it's ONIC who take the favorable trade.
Favorable trade, and they get control right now, but most of their heroes are actually on low HP. Looking now at the item, the Claw on CW still on the brown boots, but itemizing a bit more towards sustain, right? He knows that the members of Rebellion Zion, they have a lot of poke, right? They have ways to chunk out the members of ONIC Esports, so he goes for a bit more sustain to make sure that he does not have to go back to base all the way before the next team fight.
Another thing that we could highlight from the side of ONIC Esports is how Drion is such an unsung hero. I mean, from every time Rebellion Zion wants to go for those aggressive team fights, that real-world manipulation is always just there to back them up, and he actually itemized for that Ice Queen wand first. So instead of the Enchanted Talisman, he went for that. So building that utility, building that slow, and you can definitely feel the impact when it came down to it.
I mean, Val is just like trying to check the bushes with the iron hooks, and if he does that, he does not have the chance to land it on the members that matter. Fearless gets quite aggressive, but Val tries to make something happen.
Yeah, look at that. That's the Electro final blow onto the back line, going on to Drion. Fearless trying to disrupt, but look at Kyrie. He's able to zone Fearless away here with help of the real world manipulation. Kyrie taking that damage onto Fearless. He's going to be taken down. Dyron trying to put more damage onto the team, but the Vengeance perfectly timed will not be enough to save him from his impending doom. It's a 1-for-2. ONIC again winning out of the trades.
Winning out of the trade and taking down Fearless as well, so they don't have any pressure onto this next Lord. Without the retribution, it's going to be very difficult for Rebellion Zion to steal this away. It is still possible, as we can see here. Highs and Suelo, they're not far off.
Oh, Suelo almost goes for the steal. CW juking for a bit, but Suelo will fall to the hands of Drion. Boots gets hooked. No more fight. Both teams disengaging. Rebellion knowing that they lost this trade to just go back.
Now ONIC will try and make plays with the Lord, and honestly, there's such a good read on the intentions of Rebellion Zion in those team fights, man. Understanding that Val is the only real engage tool, we saw that once Val uses his iron hook to try and check in the bushes instead of using perhaps a bit of the other skill never mind, then fight breaks out right now, and once again, that's a proactive move, but it's an equal trade for both teams.
Yeah, an equal trade. It is going to be Boots caught in a 1v2 situation and lost that, but in return, he bought a lot of time for the side of ONIC Esports to get yet another objective in that mid-side turret. But you can see that the Lord is already marching down there in the bottom side, and Highs is already sniffing out the whereabouts of Samo here.
Good decision making by both ONIC and Rebellion. Rebellion, knowing they can't defend 5v5 in the mid lane, they rotate towards that top side, baiting Boots into the bush to actually pick him off. Meanwhile, ONIC, sure, you can have Boots. We'll just trade it for the mid lane turret, get more map pressure. But now we're going to take a look at the items. Suelo, though, oh, very aggressive onto Drion, but nope, that's a 1v3. Suelo going to fall. That's a mega kill picked up by Kyrie.
Unfortunately, it does not pay off for Suelo right now. ONIC just picked up on the tendency for Suelo to go for those quote-unquote assassinations. That is what his item build is made for, so he does not get the pick he desires. And it's so difficult because now, without the engage tool, he just go in aggressively, and that will be yet another pick for ONIC. Everything just happens so fast, and they're just so sure of the outcome.
Man, that was such a good concealed play by ONIC. Now they've eliminated Rebellion Zion's main damage dealer in Highs and is going to push the siege even further. They've taken a tower in the top side. They're looking for the mid, really just asphyxiating Rebellion Zion, taking away all their buffs as well as that jungle, as Samo once again might be looking for a play onto Rebellion Zion.
Oh, they might just go for it here. They're gonna try to keep down that mid lane, but look at the flanks. Look at the flanks. They're all just being ready. Suelo with the enhanced chain connecting onto two. No follow by the defended Samo! My goodness! goodness, finds 3 on the board, and that's going to be 3 taken down. Suelo looking for the trade, but he comes in way too late. You're all alone. Boots takes the kill, and it's a 4-4-0 for ONIC Esports.
Crazy support and update here from the side of ONIC Esports in that particular team fight. They're going all in here, understanding that Heis is the only single person left to defend this one.
Ooh, they have 2 more seconds before Val is respawn, and Heis is doing a great job of defending, but he needs to be careful. They have 4 members, they have enough force to take him out. He just clear the wave, but he will be taken out, and that will be ONIC Esports taking the first game away.
Wow, 14 minutes is all it took for this new roster to take down Rebellion Zion. 19-7 in the end.
That was harsh. And we can't say that it was too one-sided either, because we saw glimpses of how Rebellion could have taken that against ONIC Esports, but just somehow, some way, every time Rebellion Zion wanted to go and on the initiative, ONIC Esports seemed to be 1 and 2 steps ahead. And this is Samo and not Keyboy in that roaming position, but Samo had a huge impact in those team fights, in those skirmishes, to be able to just be and pave the way for the other members from the side of ONIC to dish out the damage that they needed.
Absolutely, man. They understood that Val is the only real engage they have, so they just count on that happening, and they're always able to get a jump on the members of Rebellion Zion. Not a single time did we see someone get hooked, and it's disaster for ONIC. They're always ready, they were always prepared, and there was no other play. There's no other different strategies that Rebellion can feint the Iron Hook with. So it's very difficult, and I do believe that in that final moment there must be some sort of miscommunication, because it seems like a solid play. Suelo got the insane flank, but then he backs away and the team moves forward and he just wasn't ready anymore. So maybe that is one of the issues that they have to fix in this next game. But my lord, ONIC Esports, man.
Did you see that sign by the fan?
Yeah.
With
Translating.
Kyrie, it's always going to be a victory.
Nice.
It rhymes. Bars.
Kyrie victory. Sheesh.
Maloyski, no?
Yeah, could.
True, right?
Could be.
They don't have
but
P's, they have E's in the end of their
maybe
names, but what a
they
performance.
are.
Debut MPL ID.
It's great.
No jitters.
Super solid. And
Not
I'm
at all.
surprised because when we talk about ONIC Esports, there's just so much talk surrounding Keyboy in particular. But this time, Keyboy wasn't playing and he was actually replaced by Samo. And Samo played wonderfully on that Ruby.
Yeah. Absolutely. He was in the front, he was taking those hooks, and he was counter-engaging so well. And you can't forget that final I'm offended, getting 4 members, I believe. And just like setting up the slam dunk for the rest of ONIC Esports after such a dominant performance.
What do you think that RBL should improve? Is it terms of their individual mechanical skills, or is it the draft pick, or what do you think is what made ONIC Esports be able to take that in such a crazy fashion?
I think they have to have a more solid game plan, and I think against a team as careful as ONIC, they might want to have a few more options to play around with, right? Because if they only have one single weapon, then ONIC has their attention on that weapon the whole time, and as you can see, the Iron Hook wasn't really relevant in that game. So they need different looks, different feints they can throw at ONIC to try and catch them off guard. But look at the moments of excitement from the side of ONIC. This was definitely a very good game for them to perform in.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a look at the item builds very, very soon, Arashi. Actually, right now. But I do want to mention this. I think it was just ONIC who executed their game plan better, right? Rebellion Zion, look, they have a lot of single target. They have the winning lane set up for them, the Beatrix and the Thamas, but they just weren't able to capitalize on that. Using the winning lanes to get more turrets. It was actually ONIC who drew first blood on turrets.
Exactly, because Val wasn't able to find success, man. And once you fall behind as a team, when you're on a Franco, you don't have the same kind of threat, because if you're ahead, okay, you grab someone, he gets bursted down. We've seen it multiple again and again, right? Even the tank, if he doesn't have items, he gets bursted down. But when you're behind, he was grabbing even Boots and all the other members, but they weren't able to actually secure the kill that fast, and that allows time for ONIC to just converge and take the fight to them instead.
Ooh, I mean, looking at these post-game stats here, ONIC Esports Rebellion Zion 19-8. I didn't think that it was that far, like the difference in terms of kills.
It didn't feel
that way because we saw time and time again, every time ONIC Esports, let's say, goes in for an engage, Rebellion Zion could fight back, but it turns out it's quite significant.
Yeah, well, it all builds up, right? The little victories that ONIC were just able to get consistently all ended up in them getting a 19-8 score line, but also look at the damage to turret. This is the main problem, I feel like, for Rebellion Zion. They weren't able to really capitalize on this Beatrix. Remember, when Alter Ego picked this same comp, Julian and the Beatrix, the Julian always roamed towards Nino's lane to provide the support, to enable the Beatrix to pick up the turret. But it wasn't just a normal gank. It was always a gank to sandwich the enemy gold laner so that the enemy gold laner is forced to back up. Free turret then, but your MVP for game number 1, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, the favorite phone of Kyrie himself on the Akai 4-0-11.
Already on his debut, winning an MVP.
That's crazy, man. 80% kill participation as well. He was just so good at enabling his team. We expected great mechanical plays from Assassins, but even on these tankier jungles, he is proving to be a formidable player. And you can see here, this is the first blood where he was able to actually turn it around on the side of Rebellion Zion. And even afterwards, again and again, he's able to just lock down members just like that. And here we see in these bigger fights, Kyrie, instead of being tunnel visioning on the objective, right? Instead of just focusing on the fights over here, he pulls back knowing that Fearless is the main threat, that Fearless needs to be locked down. And with him pinning Fearless up against the wall, you see that the side of ONIC, they had no issue dealing with him when a Benedetta that's building tank is usually such an absolute nuisance to the backline, being able to sustain a lot of damage, but also be a legitimate threat to the backline members like Drian. But Drian has all the coverage he needs here, and the rest was history, man. They just take out Fearless, and they take the fight to Rebellion Zion, and afterwards they go for the objective. It's just clean, calm, calculated. It's always in the right place, in the right time. Of course, Boots being so aggressive, again and again, he is very good at actually jumping in the situation. So you see again and again, the hook lands from Val, but for what purpose? There wasn't enough damage, and here, once again, Kyrie just finds the moment, man. Multiple members pin up against the wall, and it's just not enough. The plays that Rebellion Zion were able to try and like craft together, they need a bit more synergy with their team, you know, because heroes on their roster to try and get combos, because individual players doing individual things won't be enough to try and deal with a team as united, as calculated as ONIC Esports.
I agree. I mean, again, if you look at it, again, right? Kyrie, notice how he's always positioned with the back line, with CW, with Drian. He never goes up ahead unless there's someone else with Drian and CW behind. And Boots is providing the peel. Akai goes front, providing the front line. But if the others, Boots and Samo, are in front looking for the picks, Akai's always in the back, and that's why that flank from Sway Low in the end didn't work out. It was because Kyrie's positioning was enabling Drian and CW to play a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, they need to protect their investments, and the investments is going to be that gold lane as well as that mid lane, and that's where it kind of faltered, because you could see Swalo kind of hesitate, right? Yeah. He was, because I thought that would be like a huge play by Swalo, because that's why I tapped on the while you were like casting.
Yeah, like a comeback moment.
Yeah, and then it didn't work out, and he hesitated, but he saw that the real world manipulation was popped up, and of course he needed to be the one to cancel that out to prevent any more damage from that utility, and that's exactly what he did, but unfortunately it just didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off, but you know what pays off?
What?
Saving your money with Livin' by Mandiri, of course, because if you save your money with Livin' by Mandiri, there's a lot of special promos, and there's a lot of Livin' points you can get. KB once got a full meal for free in a restaurant with his Livin' points that just stacked up, and you guys can also keep an eye on MPL ID to get the latest information for Livin' by Mandiri users.
Well, that is just straight up value, man. And honestly, if you look at all the teams in the MPL right now, they all understand the importance of value, right? It all adds up, as Mirko was saying earlier. So don't waste any time, guys. Get it right now. The faster you do it, the more value you get.
Right, Eterna?
Right. 100%.
What's 100%? Wait, I have a question though.
Okay.
How much IQ? How much IQ?
100.
Kyrie. 100 IQ? Kyrie in that game.
Oh, that was like...
Eterna says 100 IQ Kyrie.
200 plus.
200 plus.
Yeah.
All right, you gotta add the plus.
I didn't hear him say Kyrie, guys. You know,
that's the tricky part, right? I said Kyrie at the end.
It's a setup.
It's a setup. But you know what else is a setup?
What is?
Nothing.
God, I thought you were
What are
gonna
you
go into
talking
the
about?
next.
But we are getting ready for the next match, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the next game here. It's 1-0 to ONIC Esports, but Rebellion, again, we saw a lot of glimpses of brilliance there. The fact that they were very disciplined, taking it slow after losing out in the mid-game skirmishes, they went for trades instead. Thing is, I think they went for trades a little bit too late, but...
What?
Wait, Samo out, Keyboy in. I think that's mixed up.
Oh,
Keyboy in.
okay.
We'll have to see. Wow. This is so dangerous by ONIC, man. They can get a dominant performance and then now they switch it up on you. So whatever you gleaned from the first game, that is no longer relevant. ONIC has the manpower to do this, and this must be very infuriating to deal with if you're on the side of Rebellion Zion, right? Because all your mistakes, all your lessons are no longer valid.
I'm excited. Okay, so Keyboy stepping in to replace Samo in that roaming position, and we all know how crazy Keyboy is, right? He's so good at finding those momentum plays, and I'm excited to see him actually pick up someone like the Atlas or the Cupra or the Selena, one of his main power picks.
Absolutely. But for the side of Rebellion Zion, they have to shape up and find a bit more synergy, man. Because for example, okay, I don't think it makes sense for you to have a Benedetta as well as a Franco. Because you want to pull someone into you, and then you send the Benedetta out front, right? So I think stuff like that, obviously you can say that, oh, we're using the Benedetta as a zoning tool. Yes, of course. But overall, if you look at the rest of the team, the combo, right, it really isn't there. These heroes are not working with each other. Whereas if you look at the side of ONIC, right?
So 2 substitutions, Rashi. Sorry to cut you off, but Sans stepping into that mid lane. So Sans has officially, I think, changed his role.
Mid laner.
Kyrie is going to be the official jungler. And it's going to be Drian and Sans who dukes it out for that mid lane position. But Arashi, it's time for you to finish what you started.
Well, again, they just have to find ways that work better. Because, for example, they have ONIC Esports. They have a good backline. They have good backline damage. The only threat is dive. But when Rebellion Zion goes for the dive, Kyrie is there with the Akai heavy spin. So things like that need to be used to the full potential by Rebellion Zion. But we take a look at the impact player from the previous game. It is Drian on the Yves, who is somehow staying at a very low death rate, even though he's been dived at so many times. And Heis, he was doing a lot of damage, but overall, again, without any support, without any backup, it just wasn't enough.
I mentioned that in game, bro. Drian, unsung hero. That real-world manipulation was just so well done. The timing was perfect, and you could see he managed to put this ideal amount of distance between him and the front line, that he did have enough impact, but not in a way to endanger himself. And that was really awesome to see.
While we're on the point of Drian, Sans is stepping in for him here, as you can see from the tunnel cam by heads and shoulders. So we'll see how this different style of mid laner will perform on this roster. I think Sans and Drian, there's a pretty big contrast, pretty big difference. Drian, more of that reliable backline, high ground mage. Meanwhile, Sans, he's a playmaking mage. He likes going for those coin flippy heroes, right? The Lilias, the Kaguras, the Lunox. Burst-centric, dive-centric. That's what they usually go for when Sans is in. Back in the SEA Games match, the national team, Sans was actually the mid laner, and his Lilia was pretty scary.
Pretty good.
Right, I mean, talking about killer instinct, junglers by default really have to have the killer instinct, man. That is usually one of the prerequisites. So Sans definitely has the eye to try and find out opportunities, try and see chances for him to just go in and burst down members from the side of Rebellion Zion. So I think it makes sense that he would go for those kind of heroes instead.
Oh, so is this a little bit of a hint to ONIC's game plan here for game number 2 against Rebellion? And if so, Rebellion Zion, they need to work around this really well. Like, how do you go against a burst-heavy, aggressive composition, let's say?
I think they need crowd control. If we assume that Keyboy will be going aggressively, trying to make plays for his team, pick off members, and if we assume that Sans is going to be helping him in that endeavor with burst-heavy, combo-heavy mages, crowd control can shut down that game plan completely. If they can secure the Akai, for example, they just make sure that the backline of Rebellion Zion may be a lot more secure, just like ONIC in game number 1.
And this is just a massive curveball, right, Arashi? The fact that in game number 1, it was Samo, it was Sans playing. What they've tried to improve on from game number 1, Rebellion, it's not going to apply to game number 2.
Exactly.
They're up against, again, the roamer, the mid laner, who's just constantly a threat all around the map because they're just, they just cleared up the wave in the mid lane and they move. Meanwhile here, we might see a different playstyle. Maybe just Keyboy roaming around. Maybe Sans just sticks to that mid lane, looks for picks on the Kagura, on the Lilia, his style of heroes, and Keyboy, as we all know, when you put him on those pure tanks, the Cho, the Atlas, he performs.
So aggressive and so intelligent as well. The killer instinct also in Keyboy is definitely evident. He is and was chosen to be the roamer in the SEA Games as well, so arguably one of our best roamers here in Indonesia. So with that being said, what does RBL do, right? Because all the time, very over and over again, they prove to us that they like to play very aggressive in that early game. But if ONIC is playing the same game as them, who can come out on top?
I think it comes down to the synergy between the heroes, right? Which is why I said Rebellion Zion must improve in that department. If it's a 3v3, for example, an early 3v3 skirmish, and ONIC has heroes that work off each other, and Rebellion does not, they lose by default. So they have to make sure that doesn't happen. They have to try and bring the fight towards ONIC. So we really need to see how they apply that, because as Miko mentioned, it's easier said than done, okay, to say that, okay, we know it's announced, right? It's a swap. We know that different players are in the game right now, but actually being in the game, watching the map, watching the minions, watching for potential ganks and all the opportunities in the map, it's really hard to keep track of who exactly you're facing as well. So I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge, and this is something we haven't seen thus far, I think, and ONIC is trying to use this, I don't know, two-phase maneuver almost.
They're also trying to use the hype that the audience is bringing with the advice as well that they wrote down. Keyboy, make those montage plays and stay calm. It's ONIC. But we're also going to see Rebellion fans here. Look at this. We're trying to read it. Ooh, next week is going to be better. That's what she's saying. So she's optimistic about Rebellion's chances next week. But you should be optimistic about this game. It's not over yet, man.
Exactly, yeah.
Next week, right now. Right?
Right now, bro.
Right now, bro.
Now is going to be better for Rebellion.
Yeah. I do want to talk about this, though,
Okay.
while we're on the point of Rebellion.
Yo.
Where's Jisa?
Yeah, where's Jisa at?
Where's Jisa at, right? There have been rumors about Jisa moving into that gold lane. Maybe with the Assassin meta coming back, sorta, with the Lancelot and Ling being a little bit more viable, will he be a jungler? Now this puts him in a weird spot, because Fearless has been a starter in this lineup since the middle of Season 9. Jisa hasn't played much on stage. In the gold lane too, it was Biro back in the day, and now it's Heiz who is in the gold lane. So again, this is a big question for Rebellion. I thought that maybe yesterday they were testing Heiz out with Fearless. Now, I thought for sure Jisa is going to get some stage time, but both of the teams still not really showing their, their full rosters. Oh, ONIC is doing it. ONIC is showing up all. Well, there you go. Perfect timing.
There he
Jisa,
is.
there he is. He's doing fine.
Flashes out a peace sign just for good measure.
Bro, I love her bandana. Can I get one?
The horns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a staple of the
Blue
supporters.
horns.
We see it all over the audience, man. Just blue horns all over the place. That is a Rebellion staple, and it is very slightly iconic, and it's very easy to notice all the way from the casting area here.
Man, he looks so focused right now.
Keyboy with black hair.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
I'm not used to it at all, man.
I agree. It's weird because that's his natural hair color, but it looks weird because I think since we've started casting in Season 7, he's always had blue hair.
True.
So it is kind of weird seeing him here with black hair, but maybe it's a new Keyboy. It's not that flashy Keyboy anymore. Now it's the efficient boy. He's a key man, not a key boy. Right?
Yes.
The evolution from boy to a man, like Arashi. Excuse me? What? You heard
Rashi
me.
getting cuter every day.
Is that so? According to Eterna, guys, the more you evolve and the more you turn into a man, the cuter you get. So that is confirmed. You can clip this. You can clip this. And
exactly.
Post it online.
Exactly. But yeah, coming back to Rebellion here, I do believe since yesterday I've noticed a few things. Suelo has not been performing as well as last season, right? Because when RBL was such a force in Season 9, Suelo was out of his mind. He was so reliable. He was able to be kind of like Drian in that sense. And I don't know whether it's Suelo that's kind of underperforming the season or it's just the chosen hero picks that he's been given.
Right.
So with that being said, what do you think about Julian as a mid laner?
Julian. I think they both have potential, and honestly, for Suelo, right? He has been mentioned a lot in the previous season, as you were talking, as you were talking about, and he was using a lot of these backline mages. So him on Julian, I think it's a bit difficult for Suelo.
Different, right?
It's a different feel, right? It's a different kind of skill set.
Feel?
It's different.
RQ coach?
Come
not
on,
today.
RQ's
Not today.
RBL, bro.
But as we were talking about this, it's just a different factors you're looking out for, right? If you're playing Geef and you're playing Julian, it's just a different focus on different things. So maybe Suelo is more suited to those backline mages. Yesterday he did pick the Sicilian, right?
Yes.
Which he is kind of known for.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Bigetron was able to get the best of them and even show up and show them, okay, we can do it too. So maybe it's a one-off thing. Maybe it's just his playstyle that doesn't really suit those more proactive, more combo, more dive-heavy mages.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's a solid take. But I think for Suelo, I have to agree with Arashi. I think high ground mages fits his role better. We did see mixed results though on the Julian mid. We saw Udo absolutely dominating, destroying his lane. But now we're gonna have to see if maybe perhaps it gets left open again. Jumping in straight into the game, Rebellion opting to go for the red side again, leaving the Akai out. They banned out the Fanny, Valentina, and the Natalia. So ONIC, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They go for the same draft. That's gonna be the Akai. Rebellion, do they respond with the same pick here? Last time it was the Julian and the Beatrix. I think they end up losing the game. There you go. Already an adjustment. 1-1 was left open. They pick it up with the Yves.
Ooh, I like this a lot better for Rebellion right now. Suelo is known to be a really great Yves player. I think this suits his playstyle a little bit more, exactly like we were talking about earlier. And with the 1-1 being picked up as well, it is going to be two huge power picks secured by Rebellion. And now, how will ONIC actually go for this? Because they do still have the possibility of picking up the Phoveus, understanding that the Esmeralda has already been banned.
Right. And honestly, with Keyboy in the picture, I wonder if we will see a Selena, man. Because, you know, we saw Beloisky try and show up with it. But maybe that'll be... Oh, hang on! We don't know where this Digi is going yet, but this is already a completely different look, man. So they have the Beatrix, they have the Digi and the Akai now, so there's absolute safety for any backline members. Any kind of crowd control, any kind of dive in will be completely nullified. And for Rebellion, I don't know if that would like funnel them into a very backline heavy composition.
Okay, one, we're used to seeing Diggy when Samo's playing. And Samo gets traded out and we see a Diggy. Second of all, other than the fact that he can negate all those things that Arashi mentioned, the crossbow of Tang is not going to be as easy to pull off now that there is the Diggy.
Yeah, more mobility. They can actually move out of the choke points very easily.
And his ultimate cancels the...
You're right. There you go.
Thingy.
There you go. The Purify. Remember the nerfs, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys paid attention to the patch notes, which you guys should, the nerfs onto 1-1 is that now when 1-1 takes the weakness points off of her enemies, if the opponent has a Purify, all the weakness points come back. So with the Digi ult, that's basically a 5-man Purify. So yeah, more mobility, a shield, and 1-1's gonna have a tough time going up against this Digi comp, especially with the Akai as well. This seems like a draft specifically made to just counter that 1-1. Beatrix absolutely dominates 1-1 in lane. Once she gets level 4, Sniper, Wesker, just such a deadly combo for the 1-1 to deal with. But now we're jumping in once again into the second phase. Rebellion with the Phoveus ban, knowing that they have a 1-1. Julian banned out from ONIC, knowing that kill pressure that Rebellion can still go and opt for in that mid lane. But now, final bans. Rebellion should be, I don't know. This Akai, where is it going, right? This is why Akai is just so meta. This is why he's always first pick. You don't know where he's going. XP, roam, jungle.
It's so annoying. I mean, we did mention that Professor KB, the future, and all of us agree that it really doesn't have a lot of value as a roamer anymore. Less value at least. So Rebellion, they actually opt for the respect ban onto the Ling, right? And so, I don't know, man. ONIC, it seems like they have a lot of maneuverability, a lot of security. So I wonder if they're going to pick something really backline heavy, or are they going to use it as a mind game and not instead pick something very aggressive and catch Rebellion completely off guard, because they are on a Franco, and we all know what happens when teams take the fight to the Franco instead.
They're really sticking with this Franco pick, yeah, for Val. I mean,
they really like it, man.
I mean, last game it didn't work out too well for them, but I guess that's the same thing they want to go for. The difference is now they have better high ground in that Yi. Previously, it was the Julian, and it was possible for them to do the really pick-off type of situation with that Iron Hook, but now, instead of the Julian, it's going to be into the real-world manipulation coming in from Yi. Let's just see how far this can go, as it is going to be a comment here by Aldo. Our attention is Dairon and Suelo, because they are the ones who can develop the game flow in Rebellion. So Dairon and Suelo is going to be the highlight here for the side of ONIC Esports.
Yeah, already. I think the Thamus will be coming into the hands of Dairon. We've mentioned how Dairon really excels when he can have those playmaking moments. And honestly, as a Thamus, you can win, right? You can dominate lane, you can be unstoppable in the front, but you can't really make the plays. So I wonder if this pick is suitable for Dairon. And we've mentioned again the lack of other methods of engagement aside from the Franco. Rebellion might want to look into something of that nature, because right now they can only engage with the real manipulation aside from the Iron Hook. And for ONIC, that will most likely be going to Boots, I believe. The Pakiro in the lane, being able to just go toe-to-toe against the Thamus, and it will be the Lilia, man.
Signature Sans. Signature Sans, as predicted from the from when he was in, right?
Yeah.
When the substitution came in, Lilia, that was just in my head because of the plays that he was able to make during SEA Games. But now it's the Pakito to counter the Thamus. It's the Lilia in the mid lane with so much pressure and sustainability with the Diggy as well. How do you lock down the ONIC composition? Rebellion needs a hard engage hero here to wrap up their draft. In the jungle though, I don't know. What's left to create that? I think the best way to create this engage potential is pick up the Khalid right now, put the Thamus in the jungle.
Right. It's a bit risky, but it's possible. But Rebellion, they go for the Lancelot instead. So now we'll just have to see if this pays off, man. We have a comment here from Victor of BTK. If anyone can beat BTK, I think it's RBL, he says.
Yeah.
What?
Well, he just said it during the interview.
On stage.
Yeah, for those of you who missed it, bold statement.
Bold statement. Well, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, both of the drafts already completed. I personally do not like that last pick, Lancelot, Eterna.
How so?
You're up against an Akai. You want to secure objectives. How are you going to secure objectives when there's a heavy spin, a big fat panda in the way?
And there's a lot of security as well. You don't have anyone who can set up the burst. You know, some teams, they set up a big engage and then there's a Phantom Execution, there's a Thorn Rose, but that won't be available in this game. So Fearless, he has a lot to do on his own without any backup. And we talked about this. The heroes not being able to play around, combo around with each other. That might be the issue for Rebellion right now.
He's quite fearless to pick up that Lancelot up against this composition, but we'll see if that works out in the end. The MPL arena is ready. We here on the caster desk are ready as well. We're gonna jump straight into the game, and Val starts it off with a hook onto Keyboy already.
Already being very aggressive as that roamer, like we come to expect. You can hear the chanting here from the arena. Already so much passion here already going on. But once again, I do want to highlight that I really do like this hero chosen by Sans in Lilia, because he can also be very aggressive. As you can see here, the damage onto the roamer is immense. But once again, Dairon here actually rotating towards that bottom side.
Uh-oh, first blood in game number 1, and now, oh my god, almost turning it around, but it's going to be Rebellion who picks it up against Kyrie. So already a change of pace in game number 2.
That was a very good roam by Dairon to come in, and before Boots can even, arrive, right? I think this is what we talked about. Pakito will win later on with the ultimate, with the level 4, but early on, level 1 to 2, Dairon is, on the Thamus that can have so much control.
Heis is getting harassed in that bottom lane. If Keyboy keeps doing that, it's going to be very difficult, and it's actually forcing Val as well to start babysitting his 1-1 and actually going to prevent the rotations coming in from Rebellion Zion to be as aggressive in that mid as well as that top side, understanding that the turtle is going to spawn in under a few seconds. But look at this Keyboy.
Oh my god, the sniper shot, CW flickers in. That's the killer instinct. He picks it up 1 for 1 right now. But it's just so annoying as a 1-1 player. If you're up against a Diggy, you straight up do not play. The amount of pressure that Diggy has, and you're already on a B-trick. CW, man!
He doesn't care. He is doing everything he can. He pushes for the goal. And now with the turtle up there and with CW having a lead in that gold lane, ONIC Esports can funnel all their resources into this top side.
People take him down there before the fight even starts in. Kyrie has the heavy spin here. Will be forced to use it as Dyron just goes in, but no, Kyrie just holding on to it. Meanwhile, on the back line, Sans is actually getting so much space as they targeted Kyrie. Boost flickers in on this way low. One more hit will do it. Dyron's still able to get away, but it's gonna be Val pulling Boots back. Vengeance pop. Dyron surviving with 1 HP, and Rebellion come out on top once again. A 1 for 0.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, Lilia against a really melee type of composition is going to be difficult because you can get punished by how aggressive you come to play. Because of the AoE damage and the slow that eventually will start to work its way up, it's going to be hard for Rebellion Zion, and therefore they need to really calculate this properly. Sans needs to be taken down from the get-go if they do dream of getting those objectives on the board.
Well, Dream Rebellion is the tagline, ironically. But for Rebellion Zion, as you can see, they got very, very low, so it's a bit dangerous here. But ONIC Esports, they are still able to get control and go for the Turtles lane, buy the Samsung Galaxy A series. And I think it's a bit interesting to see that Rebellion Zion, they are finding success by targeting Kyrie in this engagement, targeting the tank.
Uh-oh, Val's under the target, takes so much damage there, but look at the time journey there. Popped and used. CW gonna be taken down by Fearless, who jumps in. Flashy plays by Fearless. Is he able to get out? The great escape here as he is forced to go under the turret. Kyrie comes in to finish the job off, and meanwhile on the bottom side, it's actually Swaylo who gets taken down as well. A 2 for 0 for ONIC Esports.
A trade here does seem like Fearless gets taken down as well as from the side of ONIC Esports. They are leading quite a bit, but this is very different to game number 1. Now, it seems like Rebellion Zion, they do have more fight. They're looking for more initiatives on the board as we're going to take a look at the emblems here for both teams.
More of a tanky approach from the side of Keyboy on that Digi. We'll have to see if it becomes pure utility or is it going to build semi-mage, semi-damage, because the traps are absolutely annoying, and in the late game, it's only going to get worse, but he gets hooked in.
Keyboy is going to fall here to the hands of Eyes. Maybe not. Wait a minute. Real world inflation. Time journey is there. Keyboy, he just gets out. That's the swag walk right there. He didn't even sweat.
What? That is insane.
And it's a steal. Kyrie with the orange buff steal with the retribution. Fearless actually, he got out retreat there.
Out retreat, and Sans right here is trying to do his best to pressure the lane as much as possible. With Val getting chunked in, this is a chance for ONIC Esports to pressure, and they do so in the top side.
Inferno popped by Dyron. Vengeance is still available. He will pop it at the end, but the damage will be too much for him to handle. ONIC picking kills off on the board. CW, let's go with the recalls onto the missed hook of Val.
Man, disrespect here happening right now between ONIC as well as Rebellion Zion. As ONIC Esports, they're looking to pick up the tempo once again as Boots is going to be able to get that objective in that top side turret. And they are going to be claiming this one. It is going to be the first turret to fall. But look at this. It does seem like ONIC Esports and Rebellion Zion, they want to fight for this next turtle.
Fighting in the jungle, those Sans is do a lot of damage. And members of Rebellion are forced to walk through the balls. And Sans just like gets huge amounts of damage and guarantees a turtle for his team, but the engage happens.
Uh-oh, they go on to Kyrie. Not a good target. Kyrie turns it around and gets the damage done. But ONIC Boots comes in from behind with a triple kill onto Swaylo. He just needs one more hit to secure it. That's the triple kill presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And to top it off, it's Dyron who gets picked up. Maybe a wipeout here as Highs tries to run away. Has the crossbow tank. Will pop it at the end. Boots taken low. He's still able to sustain back up, and that's another going to ONIC Esports. My goodness.
ONIC Esports taking so many members from the side of Rebellion Zion down, leading with a 5,000 gold lead, and already a Lord is going to be on its Turtle, is already on its way. They are going to be able to secure another tower in that bottom side, and Rebellion Zion doesn't look to have a solution to all the aggression happening.
As we said earlier, man, when you're on Franco, the more you fall behind, the game isn't going to get any easier for you at all. Unless maybe you take it all the way to the late game. But Kyrie makes the big play. He goes in for the steal, and Fearless is without a purple buff yet again.
To quote Kyrie, that's a Samsung retry. His retry is so on point on his streams and using it in Samsung. But look at this, Kyrie once again finding highs. Goodbye, Nibiru's passion. So much damage. Oh my goodness. That's the Hunter Strike build. So he didn't even have the Hunter Strike for that. Just wow. Yep. I don't know what to say. That was so much damage.
I mean, we were talking about chemistry issues, and we don't see that happening whatsoever. ONIC Esports, they're working their way as a team. All the follow-up, all the support. As soon as Kyrie is able to get a moment, the instant response coming in from CW as well as Keyboy is so evident that it's actually quite insane to watch. Once again, both of the lanes, top and bottom, is going to be pushed to its utmost capacity, and Rebellion Zion is still going to be falling short here. The problem is all the ideas that they had with the hook, with the real-world manipulation, and everything else that they had in their arsenal, like the crossbow of Tang as well, is completely negated from Keyboy. So they need to be able to work around this. Try and, what do you call it? Trigger the time journey and maybe look for a team fight afterwards.
Absolutely. But the thing is, the team fights don't even happen. ONIC, they just take the game using the neutral objectives. But Arashi, one question before this fight starts. If you want to get a good retribution, what do you need? Samsung. And Fearless, pinned down CW with the conceal. Oh my god, Fearless gets out with the Thorn Rose, almost sniped down. Sans jumps in very aggressively. CW with the snipes.
That is pain, man.
That is very painful.
That is absolute pain by the side of CW. He gets the pickoff. And ONIC, they're not letting up, man. And without any control in the jungle, right now, Val can't do anything. He needs to wait until ONIC Esports is in the base, and maybe then there's a possibility. But right now, it doesn't matter if you get a hook. Iron right now getting pressured under the tower. He will be able to survive with the vengeance, but that will be members of Verzier pushed away.
It tickles Boots at this point, and Boots, oh my god, with the flicker, turns it around, 1v2, winning it out. Eterna, this is a massacre.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Rebellion Zion, they were looking for what they could. They tried to find a trade in that bottom side, knowing that it was only Boots in a 2v1 situation, mind you, against the tank as well as the gold laner. How did Boots pull that off?
He just said, okay, that was good, my turn.
Yeah.
He just smacks Heist in the side of the head, and that will be the end of him for now. Rebellion Zion on the defensive. They need to try and get a value hook, or maybe perhaps CW, someone that critical. Otherwise, everyone else will be happy to tank that hook and let the rest of the team just steamroll the members of Rebellion Zion.
The thing is, Arashi, if Val hooks a tanky member, if he hooks Kyrie, yeah, it's a gamble every time he throws that hook out. If he gets Boots, Kyrie, or Keyboy, it's not gonna work. It's really not gonna work. They're just so tanky. The time journey is there. The heavy spin can just pin all the members down, and just as I say it, he goes in for Kyrie, who doesn't even take any damage here. Just gets chunked to a third of his health. Sans also just using the black shoes to get back, and that's another free Lord. Well, the first free Lord for ONIC Esports, but another free neutral objective presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
The way that they're able to just kind of trigger their own ultimates out for no reason is insane right now as we're looking. And it seems like another turret is going to fall. You can see that snipe go in onto Val, taking half his health. And we'll see what happens here. Sans goes in very aggressively.
Sans goes in aggressively, but the black shoes is available. And just like that, they kite in and out of danger. And there's no punish from Rebellion Zion. There's no other option but the iron hook. They're so dependent on this hook landing on the value character. And with Kyrie and Boots just standing in the front, it won't happen. They won't let it happen.
Okay, let's see. Once again, it's going to be ONIC. We're looking for the siege here up top. Rebellion Zion trying to defend, but look at the slows coming from Sans, able to get that kill. CW with a double kill as he flickers forward to pick that up. Fearless against the world with Dyron as well. Swalo taking low inside of the base, and ONIC will try to wipe them out before they end the game. In the end, it's a 2-0. 11 minutes is all it took for Kyrie and ONIC Esports to take the victory. Clean sweep.
That's gonna be one of the most fastest games as well here in MPL ID Season 10. I mean, how many minutes?
11.
11 minutes.
Right on the mark.
2-0, man. This is starting to look tough for Rebellion Zion. 2-0 twice in a row. Yesterday by Bigetron and now by ONIC Esports. They have a lot to work on going back to the drawing board. Let's see if they can come back from this.
That's crazy, man. You know that Rebellion Zion, and they already improved so much, but ONIC Esports just shows that there's level to this game, man.
From one good jungler to another Kyrie. That was pretty galing, bro. That was pretty galing. Yeah. If you guys know, you know. But, man, you can see the disappointed faces, though, of Rebellion
Lord.
Zion. This is not the start that they expected, not the start that they would have hoped for. But the reality hits hard. Rebellion Zion will need to improve a lot in the next coming weeks. But just like the fans said in the Samsung Zone just now, there's always next week to improve. Rebellion's time will come.
Yeah, they have 7 weeks left, right?
Yep.
7 weeks left.
Pretty much. So only time will tell, man. We have seen improvements. We believe that they can still pull it off, you know. But here's why it's so difficult. They are improving as well, but other teams, they're not just sitting around. They're improving as well. So they have to, Rebellion Zion, they have to work twice as hard to try and catch up to the bigger teams, the better teams right now, and claim their spot, claim their glory at MPL ID Season 10.
But my God, after all the rumors about the scrims, am I allowed to talk about that on broadcast?
Well,
we're allowed to, right? So
it's rumors. It's rumors.
Yeah,
it's
we've
rumors.
heard a lot of rumors about ONIC Esports in scrims and how they weren't doing well at all. Like they were dismantled like really badly, and so there were so many questions about: is it synergy issues? Is it a language barrier? Like what's going on with ONIC? And the way that they performed today with 2 different rosters, mind you, that worked very well, it's hard to see that ONIC Esports is the same as before, because before they were already so flexible, but now with 2 different lineups that they can bring to the table, talk about unexpected.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Coach Bonchan said it as well when he predicted, he made the power rankings for the MPL Indonesia teams. He felt like ONIC kind of lacked synergy. Maybe it was because of the language barrier, or maybe it's just because of a new player coming in. But I think ONIC just, silenced the haters, the doubters, and they are here in Season 10 to go all the way.
Absolutely, man. They seem so ready. They've shown different rosters, different looks, different kinds of play styles, and it looks solid, man. We've yet to see a glaring hole in their game plan right now. So that will be it for today's game. But thanks to Duduk Landak, there's a comment from the fans like, are the Bulls gonna headbutt the Porcupines? But Porcupines come out on top today.
Yeah. I mean, even Samo, the quote-unquote newest player, other than Kyrie, of course, performed so well. Right?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Well, we're going to take a look at the interview, ladies and gentlemen, with an ONIC player, obviously with our hosts.
Ooh la la, kemenangan 2-0 yang begitu memukau, begitu cepat tayangan perdana dari ONIC Esports. Dan mungkin kita pada penasaran banget gak sih dengan salah satu player dari ONIC Esports. Jadi di sini Bigetron Mongsa langsung aja mau ngobrol-ngobrol bareng Kyrie from ONIC Esports Indonesia. Halo Kyrie.
Second game yang kayak
Nice to meet you. Please your mic. Okay. How is your first game in Indonesia?
I was very excited because it was my first game in MPL Indonesia, and next week I'm really excited to meet RRQ and Aura.
Wow. Katanya dia itu excited banget main di Indonesia ini first time juga, dan dia nungguin RRQ and Aura. How about EVOS?
Kayak kan
This is you.
Dila is watching, guys.
Yeah, they're watching in front of us, but yeah. What do you think about Indonesian crowd and Indonesian teams overall?
I think all teams are good, and I want to fight with every team, and the fan base is also good.
And you want to beat them all, of course, right?
I want to beat all of them.
Wow, from 1 to 10, how about you rate your opponent next? Or not your opponent, but you. How about you? Your performance with ONIC Esports, can you rate from 1 until 10?
6.
6? Wow! mereka baru nge-rate match mereka itu baru 6 ngasihnya tadi. Jadi persiapan mereka bisa lebih baik lagi. Tapi, mungkin kita bakal next lagi ya ke pertanyaan di mana you usually play with Baloyski, right?
Yeah.
Right now, you're playing with Kiboy. Is there any difference with Filipinos playstyle and Indonesian playstyle?
Very different, but both are good, but they have different playstyle. And Baloy is more on. I think I can say it.
You can say it actually. He's your opponent, so you can say everything here.
Baloy is like he thinks a lot about the game, and Kiboy is his mechanics in Rome Heroes are good. I think that's the big difference of them.
Different things, but still good, both of them.
Both are good.
Oh, so are you comfortable in Indonesia with your new teammates? Is everything going well?
Yeah, everything's going well. I'm getting along with all of them, and I'm pretty close with all of them right now, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
That fast?
I think we're already close, like after I arrive here, like after 1 week, we're already close. Because we talk a lot and they teach me a lot of things. They teach me like,
don't say bad words, okay?
Yeah.
Don't say bad words. And you want to see all of the teams here to play, right? Especially later, we have EVOS and teams BTR, Bigetron. What do you think about this match?
I don't know. Because I wanted to see Dilar and Marky fight, but I think Marky cannot play right now. Yeah, that's why I'm a little disappointed.
The win for?
Sorry?
The win for?
Win?
Win for EVOS or BTR?
I don't know.
I don't know, but of course for ONIC Esports, good luck for the next match. And anything to say?
Thank you for the fans. Shout out to Sonic and can I speak Tagalog?
Yes, you can, of course.
Salamat sa mga nanonood na mga Pilipino, sa mga sumusuporta sa amin mga Pilipino dito sa Indonesia. Sana pagpatuloy niyo kami suportahan at iangat namin yung bansang Pilipinas.
Yay! Artinya katanya dia suka banget makan nasi Padang, suka banget Indonesia. Dan langsung balik ke Caster, take it away.
Thank you so much for the interview, Bude, Clara Mongstar, and Kyrie. Well, I can't speak Tagalog, but I think Bude with Mongstar translated perfectly. He likes nasi padang. But yeah,
class.
I'm pretty sure it was an inspirational speech about Indo-Philippines fans together rooting for.
Maybe
ONIC.
you guys can translate it for us in the comments.
Go ahead, please DM us on our social media because I'm really curious to know what he actually said in Tagalog. What an incredible match! An amazing debut for Kyrie, a 2-0 start. Is he gonna get 2 MVPs?
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. As now we're going to take a look at the item builds here between ONIC Esports as well as Rebellion Zion. 15-5. What else can we see, Arashi?
Well, it's a very, very swift game, and you can see that Rebellion Zion, their economy, man, is just so pitiful to look at. 2 items at most, when you compare it to ONIC Esports with like 3-4 items on different characters, right? So it's just difficult. There's no way you can withstand the burst from Sans, the burst from CW, the burst from Boots, and even, a bit of damage from Keyboy. Keyboy, we saw him play with complete impunity, right? Even though the team impunity isn't playing today, but he only has 1 death. That is how ahead ONIC Esports are, that even Keyboy on a Diggy, playing without too much care, he is still only on 1 death. So Rebellion Zion, I think, again, it comes down to being a bit too one-dimensional. They need to try and have layers, right? When you only have one problem, one assignment you throw at your opponents, if they figure it out, it's over. You need different layers, different levels in this game, and I believe they can do it. It's only a matter of time, man. But now at the post-game stats, we're looking at the Rich Guy CW, the carry, Sans on that Lilia, absolutely devastating. Sandbag is Dyron on the timers, but the forgotten one is going to be Keyboy on the Diggy.
Man, Turtle Lord turret rate for the side of Rebellion Zion 0-0-0. They weren't able to get any objectives on the board. They had a little bit of tower damage to the tower, but not enough to be able to take it as a whole. This is so one-sided. How did they pull that off? I mean, in the first game, you could see that there was a lot of potentials for the side of Rebellion Zion. They were able to kind of do the trades and so on and so forth. I mean, what was the plan from Rebellion Zion in that drafting phase, looking at the Diggy and picking up that Lancelot, as well as, who was it? Tamus.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very good question because it seems like they're just confused. They're bewildered. Like, what do we do now, right? These are picks we haven't seen. It's out of nowhere. We didn't expect the DG coming out as well, so they were just caught completely off guard. And it seems like whatever game plans they had, whatever resemblance of it was left, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't solid enough to go up against the game plan, the strategy coming in from ONIC Esports, and we'll have to see who is going to be the MVP for game number 2. It is going to be CW. This is the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. 7-2-3, 877 gold per minute, and 67 kill participation. It will not be Kyrie for both games, for better or worse, but CW's damage in this game was insane, man.
Yeah, I mean, I said it. He only had a BOD when he popped that Nibiru's Passion to one-shot highs. That's pretty unbelievable, man. Well, he was 2 levels ahead, so maybe that's the reason, Arashi. But dissect a little bit here in the MVP highlights presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Right here, man, he goes in for the aggressive play, and at this moment here, CW, he just understands that all the resources, all the crowd control is down, and there's no real threat here. This is the problem when you only have a very limited amount of crowd control. CW, with full confidence, understands, okay, Val's crowd control is down. I'm gonna just sit here and spray with the Nibiru's Passion completely, and no one's gonna do anything, right? As you can see, he just goes in like that, and still makes a big play, but he gets caught out by Kyrie afterwards. So without enough crowd control, the setup, right? The setup for the dive just isn't good enough. And right here, 5-star smash, but at this point, he's alone. Everyone else on the side of Rebellion is down. And again, the setup is just so good. And once they figure out that, okay, Val is down on the crowd control, he just jump on it. He can't do anything. Can't hide away, can't escape from the situation. So he gets absolutely punished. And look at that. Even you can see, even with the best intentions, Dyron comes in from the side. He understands that ONIC wants to peel for CW, but when he's going for that, Kyrie was just in the way and buying so much time. And eventually, CW he does fall, but it's just too little too late. And that will be the end of it. ONIC Esports, man. That was just insane. Beautiful plays, honestly, by CW in this map. He's able to do so much for the team. Even here, when he was dove onto, he bought so much time for the team to actually bait out all those abilities out. But now, time to take a look at the mic checks.
May ulti doang. Bisa. Udah full banner guys, gak tau.
Betek missing ya, nice 3. Nice guys!
Ke bawah bener. Oke, langsung jalan depan. Second cover. Nice. Tipe agak ada segitu, Bah. Siapa main bawah?
Ini berapa tik?
Betek. Nice! Berapa?
Hello ya, Betek ya.
Nice, Bang. Bisa. Mati.
Nah, gua 8. Ini reset aja, cuy, ada lot nih.
17 detik, cuy.
Boleh.
Gua kasih.
Gua taruh.
Bye-bye, Kak! Ya, gua dengar tadi. Oke.
Tuh low. Nice. Full team. Can kill. Nice.
Main ulti ya.
Gua jauh. Balik. Ayo full team.
Nice.
Main ulti bang. Ayo gua kill.
Nih, lihat ini, we. Harus sampai tadi gua ya. Sorry. Mati, Bud. Nice.
Mau kill tuh, aman. Nice. Dai.
Ke bawah dia ya, pada ke bawah. Nice.
Don't scare 1-1. Mid.
Balik. Susah. Santai.
Nice.
Mau gua maju ya?
One-nya no inspire kok. Ulti maju aja.
Nih. Perangkonya enggak ada flicker. Gua TP dulu. Nice.
Ayo lo. Ayo skill tuh. Yape ulti. Tor.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the mic check. Very, typical ONIC. Very calm, very collected. Boots, though, he's getting loud. He's getting there, man. I like the hype. I like the passion flowing through Boots. And they were speaking Indonesian, actually. I expected them to maybe speak English a little bit more, but yeah, Kyrie, I guess his Indonesian is getting really, really good.
Or like just the basic ones.
Yes,
like
some very simple callouts. Can kill.
Yeah.
Got a flicker, no flicker.
No flicker. Keep it simple.
Franco, right? Everyone knows Franco.
Sometimes, especially in moments like this, less is more, guys. When you can get the message across with less words, that's so much better.
Yeah.
There's more space for your teammates to talk as well. So this is just showing, top tier communication. But honestly, what really is noticeable to me, looking at the replay, the highlights, as well as the mic checks, man, Boots did a lot in that game.
He did.
Yeah.
He stepped
was
up.
ridiculous.
Underrated for sure. I mean, well, we did highlight his plays, 2v1 winning, triple kill in the mid lane, but watching it again, it was very clear what he was able to do. All the little mechanical plays that he did, even using his knockout strike in the end when he was getting hit by the crossbow of Tang onto the minions to get that Bloodlust Axe health back. This is the sustainability back so that he can actually survive the crossbow of Tang and therefore not letting the crossbow of Tang translate over to another member. Those little wins, again, building up for ONIC to ultimately get that clean sweep.
It's giving me Season 8 flashbacks, guys. Could ONIC possibly be back? That is going to be the question here.
I don't know. I'm not getting Season 8 flashbacks.
You're not?
I'm getting Season 3 flashbacks.
Season 3?
You remember?
What happened?
Kage, ONIC,
Season
win streak all the way.
Oh, sheesh.
Well, I think, again, there's a lot of talk about him being lackluster, him not showing up, right? But if you put him on a hero that has a lot of outplay potential, look at that, man. Like, wow. Wins against Atamas, is able to bring the advantage all over the place, and he knows exactly what to do. Some people, they're just so one-dimensional. You win on the Paquito, you go for those assassinations, that's about it. But he's so good at just deciding, okay, I'm doing defensive, I'm doing aggressive. It's whatever the team needs, and it's just so good.
Is this the prime Boots back? We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, but you know what's for sure? You see how fluffy Kyrie's hair was?
Yes.
You got head and shoulders, because obviously, ladies and gentlemen, remember to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders. Wet and itchy dandruff immediately just goes away. Wiped out. That's why, all right? Limited edition as well with Tigreal and Eudora on the packaging.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Did you not watch the ad? Remember the Tigreal Eudora ad?
Oh my god.
There you go. You guys can go
right.
any e-commerce website or mini market, wherever, Head and Shoulders, worldwide. Dale duro.
Dale duro. Mr. Worldwide.
That's Mr. Head and Shoulders.
That's why.
Ironically,
help me.
Pitbull, even Pitbull himself was probably going to use Head and Shoulders, man. He still has a head, he still has shoulders. So it still counts.
You like that logic, Eterna?
No, I want to go. How can I go out of here?
If you want to go, you guys always can get your grab car, grab bike, maybe even just, grab some food so that you can deal with Mirko and Arashi on the cashier desk. Jajan, or buy your food on GrabFood using the 20,000 rupiah discount there by scanning the QR code down below over on Arashi's side. And you guys can get the snacks while you wait for the next match because I already ordered some snacks with GrabFood.
Really? Mm-hmm. I mean, you're going to need the energy, bro, because next match is going to be between EVOS as well as Bigetron.
You didn't ask if we wanted anything, dude.
No.
Why?
I took the initiative. I picked for you. I chose
you.
Did you? Yeah.
So cute.
Just kidding. I ordered for myself.
Wow. Once you thought it was going to be a wholesome moment, Mirko was like, nah, never mind.
Typical.
No.
Psych.
Typical.
Psych. That's the wrong number. But back again here, man. What an insane two matches that we've just witnessed here. 2-2-0s. Yesterday we saw a very long drawn-out 2-0 in the Bigetron Alpha versus Rebellion match, and a long drawn-out 2-1 RRQ versus Geek Fam.
But in all 2-0s, it's Rebellion losing.
Ooh, so there's a trend here so far in week number 1. No success so far for Rebellion Zion, but again, optimistic for the future, ladies and gentlemen. There's still 7 more weeks to go.
Yeah. A lot of time here for people to improve, regress, evolve.
Regress?
Woo! You never know, man. You never know. So
like the one at the top 1 ranking?
Oh, okay. Spicy on the cashier desk right now. Eterna with the sauce. Whose influence is this?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. We will see you guys after the break.
Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean? Bang Jo, kagak ada Bang Jo. Gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik
tapi banyak syarat. Salah aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti puas.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
Baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyper Blend? What on earth is Hyper Blend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyper Blend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salah apa-apa, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wipe out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bilang semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salar aba-aba, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Saatnya kau klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
baru, Axe Dual Action versus Parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven. Hidup lebih asik pakai Leven.
Gratis ongkir tapi banyak syarat. Salah apa-apa, aduh gawat.
Bila semua belanja di Blibli pasti gratis ongkir dan pasti ori. Belanja yang pasti kuat.
Yeah, that's right.
Pasti hanya di Blibli.
Yeah.
Klik Blibli sekarang. Legendary.
Tigra, kamu satu-satunya harapan kita.
Kita nggak akan kalah. Nggak hari ini. Loh, tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Ih, ketombe basah.
Aduh, tangan tuh buat main, bukan buat garuk. Katanya pro, kok ketombean?
Bang Jo?
Bang Jo? Kagak ada Bang Jo, gue brand ambasadornya. Kalahin ketombe basah dan gatal. Menangin match pakai Head and Shoulders.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out.
Makanya move on dong ke Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders kali.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why? That is awesome.
I need long-lasting battery life.
Why?
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan api. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10 presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsors, Axe, Head and Shoulders, and Super App partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The final match of MPL ID Season 10, Week 1, Day number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk here with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi to accompany you through, again, the final match of the day. It's been two incredible crazy matches, but now we're going to the last one. Are we tired here on the desk?
Of course not, Mirko.
No, why?
Because we're sitting on the most incredible gaming chair, a secret lab. A little shout out here, Mirko.
A little shout out, no, a big shout out to Secret Lab, because this chair has helped everyone on stage, the players, the coaches, even us here in the caster desk to stay comfortable even in the MPL arena, shouting our lungs out. It's all good with the Secret Lab. But we're going to take a look at the lineups for both Bigetron Alpha and EVOS Legends for this match, ladies and gentlemen. For BTR, still the roster we saw yesterday, but look at EVOS Legends. No Delarsky just yet. It's Pendragon who's going to be stepping in to the XP lane.
Oh, okay. So this is actually quite surprising because coming into this game, there is a possibility they might not want to be showing too many cards from them. It could be Delarsky as their A card in this kind of situation. So we'll see. I mean, EVOS Legends, this is going to be a completely new thing that we're going to see on screen because they've revamped the entire roster. We don't see Rect, we don't see Anti-Mage, and we don't see Luminaire as well as One.
And here we take a look at the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, Shampoo Legend for the Legends. And this is gonna be EVOS Legends, man. They are ready, they are confident. There's a lot of rumors and a lot of hype regarding the current EVOS Legends roster.
In a tunnel cam presented to you by Head and Shoulders, they are looking absolutely confident. But again, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Versik, the highlight player, the mechanical prodigy. The fact that he was able to be so electrifying in Season 9 was definitely a big statement. After his disappointing performance in Season 8, he has definitely improved. Disciplined and always just so flashy, especially when he gets his hands on the Fanny. We like to call him Versik Parker on the Fanny because of the webs that he just makes with the cables. But we take a look at his Fanny win rate. He's actually just sitting at a 50% win rate after picking it 8 times. But look at this, 3rd place in the most killed territory in MPL ID Season 9 with his 688 GPM. He's always been a jungler that EVOS can rely on. With the average kills as well. This man is very hungry for kills in the game. Sometimes though, it gets him a little bit too much. But now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the home team, EVOS Legends.
EVOS Legends here going against their kryptonite in Bigetron. Are they going to be able to combat history here? Because it does seem like since MPL Season 7, they've met 8 times and they've only been able to win twice. So there are a lot of questions, but of course, this is a revamped roster, so we'll see. Will it be the same old story or a new one to entail?
Exactly. The rumors around is that EVOS is doing really well in the scrims and all that. So there's a lot of expectations right here, and they are looking very comfortable in the new outfit as well, dude.
Oh,
look at Mage Ripping.
Wow.
Dude, I mean,
it looks cool. I dig it.
It looks cool. Is this like a Japanese style, right?
Like a happy coat, yeah.
It's like a what? Happy coat?
Well, HAPPI. Like
HHPPI.
It's not literally happy. But yeah, it's called happy coat.
The professional when it comes to Japanese.
Unless I'm wrong, then it's
fashion. Maybe he's wrong. Eterna, let's talk a little bit about the gameplay though, because like you mentioned, no Anti-Mage, no Rect, no One or Luminaire as well. So the world roster is out. We expected Delarsky to step in to the roster, but now we're going to take a look at Bigetron Alpha first. The red robots here still with Coach Starlest at the helms. They're looking confident, Eterna.
They're looking confident, even though they lost Coach Age to EVOS Legends. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? Already a new roster for EVOS, a new addition to the coach team as well. But for the side of Bigetron, they're still bringing Max Moreno, Key, Matt, as well as Sorizo. And in yesterday's match against RBL, if I'm not mistaken, they won a 2-0. So they are on a quote-unquote win streak right now. The fire is within them, and they look quite confident.
The tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders here. We're already seeing again them walking up to the stage, but there is a highlight player to note down for this match. It is Max in the jungle. A very solid jungler, very consistent in Season 9. We saw how lethal he was when the team is able to play around him. With his Karina back in Season 9, he always built a tank build here. And as you can see, he's always very efficient with his abilities, going in at the right moment, always targeting the right targets as well, getting them down. But for Max, it's all about efficiency. He doesn't need to go. He's not that hungry for kills. He waits, he gets the damage done, and he backs off. He knows that calculation, and you can already see that confidence build up from yesterday's game, especially on the Karina. Right here, we have the Fanny win rate compared to Fairsick. 0% instead of 50%, but 14th place in that kills. GPM very similar to Fairsick, as we are also going to take a look at the average kills. But Max will try to prove the haters wrong and silence the doubters as he walks up to the stage with the rest of his team. Welcome, Bigetron Alpha!
The Red Robots once again making their way on stage with a completely new roster here in MPL Season 10. This is going to be interesting. Two of them go back head-to-head with a new roster, clean slate, and there was so many talks about Rainbow not being in their team, but honestly, without Rainbow, it does seem like they are a bit more synergized in terms of that chemistry.
Yeah, this is a team game at the end of the day, so the synergy and how your team can play with each other is a lot more important than your personal, your solo performance in this team. So Bigetron, they seem to be a lot more calm, a lot more calculated. They showed us two very contrasting styles yesterday, and that is partly due to the coaches.
Due to the coaches who are wearing the JBL Quantum Series headset. Pure, crisp gaming and communications. If you guys want to play like a pro, get the JBL Quantum Series, the ultimate gaming headset from JBL, just like Starlest and Zace over here, especially the JBL Quantum S-Sphere 360.
You know, when we're talking about the coaches, I feel like it's a little ironic, right? Because last season, we saw Bigetron going very crazy with the Java Drift strat, and EVOS was quickly to take it up. And now they've actually recruited the coach himself, Age, as now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head here by Head and Shoulders, Arashi.
Well, the kill, death, and assist ratio really is favoring EVOS Legends, but Bigetron Alpha were having a bit of a slump last season. That is no secret at all, but see here, the first total rate is still quite high for Bigetron Alpha, so they've always had a good grasp in how to play with high tempo when it actually matters the most. If you look at the previous matches where they have met, EVOS Legends and Bigetron Alpha has a decent win rate against EVOS, so this is always a very close rivalry, and I think we are very excited to see what will happen. But now, keys to victory by Axe for the side of Bigetron. Beware of the jungle invasion from Fairsick, because he is a very aggressive player and he has all the mechanics to fall back on. Restrict the heroes of Clover and Krite, because the flexibility of these two heroes can prove to be a bit too much as far as the drafts are coming up. And cover up Marino in the big team fights, because he does very well when he gets protection in those big team fights where he can pump out the damage as necessary as possible. And now, for the other team, the keys to victory by Axe for the side of EVOS Legends: overcome the setup and the initiation from Key. This man is literally the key to victory for Bigetron Alpha, and if they can get the first two turtles, they can be very, very good at setting them up for success in the mid game, and of course optimize the high ground play from Krite, because Krite left alone can do an insane amount of damage, and Bigetron would not want to deal with that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, as well as both of the keys to victory when they're highlighting Krite. EVOS Legends last season, they were struggling to say the least. But when they put Krite, one of their newbies, into the roster, he was actually able to perform so well on his signature hero, who was Sicilian. So now, this is what I was talking about here, Mirko. I mentioned to Mirko before this happened that he's going to be very surprised with my talent prediction here by Axe. I voted for Bigetron.
I see.
The reasoning behind this...
We know.
Okay.
Tell me. Why did you go for
Tell me.
No. Because they're good, man. They were so good yesterday against Rebellion Zion. They had the momentum on their side. And guess what? This is a team that they have faced before. This is EVOS Legends. Guess what? Back in Season 8, 100% victory in the regular season for BTR. Season 7, 100% victory. Aside from the grand finals, of course, that went to EVOS Legends.
But hey, it's interesting because it's a similar Bigetron Alpha, but a very different EVOS Legends. So we've seen this again and again, right? A contrast in styles, in changes compared to experience and synergy. So I'm looking forward to see, are these players all that the hype is about for EVOS Legends, or is the synergy that they've been able to build up in such a limited amount of time going to match up against Bigetron? And it looks like the audience prediction by TikTok agrees with me.
Yeah, well, you're right, Arashi.
That was very sassy, by the way.
Yeah.
Agrees with me.
Arashi's with the sass, man. You know, I mean, he has the backing of the audience, 77%, so you can give him some slack, right? I do agree, though, that this EVOS Legends, I actually ranked EVOS Legends higher up in my power rankings compared to Bigetron Alpha. I think that EVOS Legends, if they are actually able to find that synergy and if they're able to find their identity, they might be stronger than BTR. But the thing is, we have no data about EVOS here in Season 10, and we have data on Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, solid point, solid point. So we are moments away from the draft pick here. I'm wondering to see whether or not we're going to see some different heroes coming in from Bigetron. Because in yesterday's game, they stuck to what they knew. You know, they chose the same heroes that worked for them. And perhaps that may be the best way to maneuver this, right? They don't want to show too many cards, as now it is the drafting phase here on your screen between Bigetron and EVOS for match number 3, game number 1.
Oof. We can see that the Fanny and the Valentina is already banned out. So usually when the Valentina is banned out, the Faramis will follow soon after. Otherwise, the only team, the first pick team will get a huge advantage. The Ling is instantly banned out, so this hero, we haven't seen a lot of it at all. And a lot of people think it's not really that strong in, solo, in ranked. But when you're with a pro team, when you're at the mechanical skill level of these pro players, that is a completely different ball game. So Ling is still very much respected in the MPL right now.
I'm getting flashbacks to Season 9. Remember the first time Bigetron met EVOS Legends, BTR were able to win. How? By banning 5 of Fair 6 heroes. Here, they've already gone for the Fanny and the Ling, 2 of Fair 6 signature picks. And EVOS Legends, they're going with the normal route. Let's just respect the prio heroes. Valentina, Faramis maybe coming out next. There you go. And possibly leave out the 1-1. They have Clover. Arguably the best 1-1 player in MPL ID. Let it go. Let's duke it out for it. We haven't seen Matt on the 1-1 for a long time, and he hasn't found success in the times that he did pick that hero.
Yep, but when he was on the Beatrix, he is being able to actually get absolute value on those marksmen. But we have a comment from BTR Stylist from Bigetron Alpha.
This match is proof that whoever wins has the strongest mentality.
Woo!
Okay.
Spicy. I like that from Stylist, he's been building this team up with his new coaching style, with his new vision and identity for the team, and so far it has worked, right? The mentality is mostly to do with that. I can see the confidence already from the players that maybe wasn't present as much in Season 9. You can see though, for the bans, it's exactly as predicted, Arashi. 3 bans towards Fairsick, the Akai that we've seen in the jungle 90% of the time in Season 10, Ling and Fanny.
Yeah, but this is also starting to limit Max's hero pool as well, so this may be a double-edged sword, but once again, time will tell. EVOS Legends with the last ban. Will it be 1-1? Will it be other priority heroes? I mean, Julian is still on the table, so is Karina, as well as that Eve, but it actually is going to be the 1-1. They don't want to risk that falling into the hands of BTR, even though, like Mirko mentioned, we have not yet seen a successful attempt on Matt for 1-1.
Something's up.
What is it?
Natalia wasn't banned out here. Bigetron Alpha might pick it up. Key is known to play Natalia. Will he go for it, Arashi?
Well, we saw it being put to absolutely amazing use in the previous game. So we'll have to see. The first pick for the side of Bigetron will be the Yeep. This is more in style with what we've come to expect, right? The normal front to back, flexible picks from the side of Bigetron. If they secure a good mid lane, they can transition that into a strong side lane as well, or a very aggressive jungle maneuver, invading towards the opposing team's jungle. So we have to see what is the response from the side of EVOS Legends.
Yeah, Moreno also really likes his hero, and as of right now, I know it's only been 1 match, but he is still sitting at a 100% win rate on that hero. So now from the side of EVOS Legends, the floor is on their hands right now. What can they be picking up here? There is still a lot of heroes on the board. How do we feel about Julian right now? Oh, and Julian it is.
Perfect, exactly. I was about to transition that to my next point. Pick a hero for fair's sake. Don't let it go to the second phase, because as you can see, that's what Bigetron are trying to go for, banning fair's sake out. This man coming out of the MDL to the MPL basically had such a big impact. EVOS won in the season that he joined. Season 7, as a rookie, replacing a legend in the team, won. Yep. The fact that he was able to rise to the occasion and get a win streak with EVOS Legends all the way to becoming the champions, that shows how good, how much potential fair's sake truly has in MPL. But on the side of BTR, they're going for the same strategy we saw yesterday, Arashi. Yves, Beatrix, and they pick up Esmeralda. But they're up against Amasha.
Exactly. Even Beatrix, man. So they're going for the very strong backline presence, but now with a Masha and a Julian, there is a lot of potential for EVOS Legends to orchestrate a dive, right, towards the backline. And unlike with ONIC, they do not have the Akai for that protection, so they have to try and find a different solution. And for EVOS right now, they can pick one more hero to try and make that happen. That will be the Claude. That is even more dive. Something needs to be picked up by Bigetron to try and deal with this, man.
Man, full dive comp here from the side of EVOS Legends. If they want to sustain in that sort of gameplay, take out CCs, right? Atlas was chosen by Key yesterday. We saw the effect as well as a Lolita. That could definitely be an option for them to ban out here as we enter the second phase of the ban and picks.
Disengage, that's what BTR needs right now. They already have a solid frontliner in the Esmeralda, and this is what you mentioned, Eterna. The bans toward the jungle, focusing on the jungle, could be a double-edged sword. The Akai could have been a perfect pick for BTR to just nullify that Masha dive with the Julian as well. But now that it's banned, Bigetron will need to look for something else. Meanwhile, EVOS Legends, as you can see there, we had a comment from Bajan Arashi talking about Starless. He said that in the Starless era, BTR seems to play more disciplined.
Absolutely, and we have seen that. It looks that way so far, but it has only been one game, right? One match. So we'll just have to see how they fare up against the other teams, because we discussed this a bit earlier, but we have agreed that matchups styles make the matchups, right? So maybe Bigetron have to change something and play a bit differently. They ban out the Atlas knowing that EVOS will need a very, very solid engage tool, right? Without proper engage, there's nothing to set up the Julian, the Masha, as well as the Claude for those big plays, for the big bursts of damage.
This is interesting because I would have thought that Atlas would have been a great addition to their own team. But they've actually opted to ban it out themselves. So when we're talking about disengage, what kind of heroes come to mind?
Ooh, it'll depend on which role they want to put these the heroes in, right? So, I don't know, they have already a lot of crowd control essentially from Yves, but someone beefy, someone with a lot of AoE stun. The Kufra can be an option, but it feels like maybe it's not ideal in the current situation.
Your team
Ruby
is banning.
Ruby, Diggy, those are the two heroes that instantly come up when you say disengage. Akai as well, but we can't say it because it's been banned. The Atlas as well has been banned by BTR. Aside from Diggy, aside from Ruby, what other hero can they go for here? Single target, basically.
I don't know, Lolita?
Technically, the Lolita is pretty good in the disengage, but it's very gimmicky. You need to be very, very precise with your Numenam Blast. You need to time it well as well so that you don't get hit by any of the CC while you're channeling it. Here, you can see the Julian can pop up that enhanced chain just instantly there, as we're going to take a look at what White Chicken has to say. He actually thinks that EVOS will win this. So he's on your side, Arashi, because this team made me see MPL ID. So, White Chicken all the way from North America. The first time he heard about MPL ID was through EVOS.
Exactly, you can't deny the impact EVOS has had
World champions
in the esports scene, essentially, especially for Mobile Legends, right? So, the Natalia will be banned from Bigetron. That is what they are assuming EVOS might go for. That is an option, right? If you can't go for the big engages, go for a hero that can really wreak havoc in the back line. So Natalia will be denied from EVOS, but they are still lacking a bit of crowd control, a bit of engage, and if they don't have it, it might be a bit too risky. Franco is actually still open, but with how they've been picking, they've been drafting, it doesn't sound like it's... I was about to say it doesn't look like it's gonna make a lot of sense, but they go for it.
It looks good on the side of EVOS Legends. I would agree that it doesn't look good for BTR because what they need to go for is peel But you can see the crowd already going crazy for that Franco pick by Bajan. Again, one of his picks that, you know, Bajan, he's a pure tank player. He likes playing on these engage heavy tanks. Going for the Franco is definitely a difference here from what he usually plays in the MDL. But I wanna highlight Pendragon, because in the MDL he had a stellar performance in the grand finals against Alter Ego X on this hero. His Masha was constantly 1v4, 1v5, but Eterna, your prediction was correct. The Lolita comes out and the Balman in the jungle to secure objectives. 3 frontliners to try to soak in as much damage from this dive comp that EVOS have selected for themselves.
Ooh, they're looking really beefy right now from the side of Bigetron. Now, does EVOS Legends with Claude, Julian, and Masha, do they have enough damage? Another question is where this Julian will actually be placed, because is it going to be a jungle Julian or a mid Julian? Because if not, they have yet to secure a mid laner here for Krite. So far, we've only seen Krite use those heroes like the Yves, like the Sicilian, so if he does pick up the Julian, this is going to be a new shade for him.
Exactly. Now we see Donkey in the back just showing support right here with the rest of the NA.
I wonder who he's rooting for.
I wonder.
It's not like he was an ex-EVOS player or anything, but let's take a look at the final pick. It's EVOS going for the Lilia on the hands of Krite. Another one of his favorite picks here in the MPL. Let's talk about Krite. Krite, the new team captain of EVOS Legends, and in my opinion, the man who really shined in Season 9.
Yeah, he has for sure had a lot of roles. Leading a team that is essentially new with not much synergy, of course there's a lot of weight on his shoulders. But speaking of the team compositions though, they are severely outranged, but they do have the option of using that Masha to completely zone away the Beatrix and the Yves. So that is still in their playbook, but Bigetron can still adapt to that and see if they can maybe, you know, use their crowd control and shut that kind of ideas down. And of course, if EVOS doesn't get ahead in the early game, that Masha won't be nearly tanky enough.
Oh, okay, unanimous 18 minutes. We'll see if that comes true or not here.
We didn't sync this up, by the way,
1.
guys. This is, yeah, I didn't even take a look at your prediction.
Me neither.
Yeah, so 18-minute game. Well, I guess we all know, when it comes to Bigetron, they always take the game long. Win or lose, it's always a long game because of how slow the tempo is in their games. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Both of the drafts wrapped up. Arashi, quick predictions. We know that you think EVOS will win the series, but based on the draft for Game 1.
I think EVOS is gonna take it, man. I think they have what it takes and they have the options to play around with when necessary.
Whoa, 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 okay, Eterna. Bix is there, he's staring you down.
Hi, Bix.
Do you go for BTR or EVOS?
What do you think, Bix? What do you think, Bix? What? It's all about timing? Okay. It's all about timing, guys. Whoever dishes out the damage first will have not the upper hand, but be able to become backed. If that makes sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eterna making a new word here on the English desk. Comebackable is the term. But ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight in to this derby. It's EVOS taking on Bigetron Alpha in the land of Dawn. Matt up top in the gold lane, already just farming. Doesn't really want to go for any aggressive trades because Bajan is here to come and play the hook. Almost connecting.
Almost connects here. And what I meant by timing was the fact that whoever goes in aggressively first and pops the ultimates first might be able to get, you know, cancelled. And I mean this by because if let's say EVOS Legends wants to go for a really offensive strike first, Bigetron Alpha has the tools in their kit to be able to cancel that because they have the Numenon Blast coming in from Key. They also have a lot of options with Matt as well on the Beatrix, as well as that real world manipulation coming in from Moreno. But on the flip side, even if they do want to pop up these ultimates first, EVOS Legends also has the option to just wait until those cooldowns are popped and then they can go in with Clover towards that backline with, of course, the Blazing Duet.
Control over the turtle area right now, and again they do have a lot of combos as the Franco hook lands onto Max. He is able to escape though, and now EVOS Legends, they have control and they have threat onto the members of Bigetron Alpha.
It's all about setup. Falling Sun went onto members as Chorizo jumps in. Max on to that turtle. That's the Numenon Blast already popped and used by Key. They're gonna go for the secure here. That's gonna be Retribution and the lethal counter over to BTR. Fairstick zoned away from his own purple buff as both teams disengage. This is the BTR that we saw yesterday. Take objective, leave, avoid fights.
already very disciplined, already very objective-centered, and now they're leading with 800 gold here in the first 3 minutes. How will EVOS Legends respond to this, understanding that they're relying heavily on these pickoff setups? Are they going to be able to punish Matt in that gold lane is definitely going to be the question.
They need to approach Bigetron Alpha from multiple angles, man. If they go from one direction, there's going to be a lot of falling star moves, Luminon blasts, as well as the real manipulation to try and zone everyone away from that front line. But if they come from multiple angles, Bigetron Alpha is forced to divide the crowd control into multiple areas, multiple sectors, and that is where EVOS Legends can get some value from the play.
So, basically what you're trying to say, Arashi, is EVOS Legends needs to force fights, but they need to make it messy.
Exactly.
But for Bigetron Alpha, what they need to do is use that disengage properly, use the range advantage they have to get the poke, and in the end, try to look for these very, very compact and organized team fights.
Exactly. They have to kite back away from the danger. Majestic now gets focused on, but he gets out.
Good sidestep baiting Max in for the hook to come through. Phage with Bloody Hunt able to lock him down as Clover picks up the kill. First blood by Samsung Galaxy A-Series, picked up from EVOS Legends.
So trades are happening all over the board. Bigetron Alpha was very aggressive in that first 2 minutes, but now EVOS Legends, they're starting to come back and starting to, show true to their first main idea, as now Rizzo is going to get a little punished here by Fursic as well as Pendragon.
Oh my god, the crowd is going wild. He here with the stun onto Clover. Matt trying to follow up with the Wesker damage. Used his ultimate there, but the damage and the channel wasn't fast enough. Clover is still able to get out with a battle mirror image as they try to look for a collapse up top. It's all just a setup. Again, look at the smart movements from BTR. They move around top side. So Rizzo recalls from the bottom side, not even clearing his lane, just to get more pressure here as Cry is forced to use the black shoes. It's another free turtle to the side of BTR.
Oof, Matt almost gets taken out, but this is the issue, right? When they just fight for control, when EVOS Legends fights for control against Bigetron Alpha, Bigetron has a lot more zoning tools available. But if EVOS Legends, if they pull the trigger and go for the fight first and then the objective afterwards, I think that is the approach they can take. We saw that Rebellion Zion was able to do something similar against Bigetron Alpha in the previous day's match. So if they can execute that game plan, but better, that will be a very significant key to victory for EVOS Legends.
Yeah, that's definitely something they do need to keep in mind. As you can see here on screen, that EVOS Legends, they're starting to rotate towards that top side. They are trying to pressure Matt here, but we'll see, as there is a huge response coming in from the other members of Bigetron Alpha.
Luminon Blast predicted with a flicker there. It's going to be Bajan taken down, but look at Enhanced Chain, able to peel for a little bit longer. He taken down. Real world manipulation all around. Great. Trying to dish out the damage as that's the Black Shoes caught to disengage. A 1-for-1. Both roamers going down.
Remember that EVOS Legends, they brought 3 sprints, so even if the Numenon Blast, even if the Numenon Blast or even the real world manipulation gets popped off, they do have the tools to be able to maneuver around these really, really heavy ultimates happening, and we can see that a little bit happening. So Bigetron Alpha, they also need to be aware of these spells when they're popped up, when the cooldowns are on as well.
Well, the question is, who will actually get the upper hand along with the right? For the side of Bigetron Alpha, a proper team-fight composition is good, but for the side of EVOS Legends, in that late game, a single high-value hook can change the course of the game. And now we take a look at the items, as Krite already has a bunch of cooldown reduction built up, and he can spam those spells as well as get out of sticky situations with the Black Shoes. And similar builds are seen from Marino as well as Solito. They want to make sure they can stay in the fight.
Uh-oh, Key gonna get locked down by the Bloody Hunt. Bigetron just getting the turret and backing up. Again, very objective. 1-3, but it's still BTR who's holding up on the lead, just not letting their grasp. They're not letting go.
They're not letting go at all, but yeah, I understand, like EVOS Legends, they're still waiting for Clover to get his power spike, because he is a very power spike reliant. Once he gets the first 2 items, that will be where we see them play a bit more aggressive, but they are trying to contest the Lord at the Turtle right now.
Turtle fight gonna happen here. So Rizzo jumping in with the falling star moon, able to immobilize both members, but Fursic, wow! Max had the lethal counter and he was still not able to chain it properly to take it down. EVOS secure the turtle, but Fursic, oh no! He's gonna get caught into 3 ultimates, but Bajan pulls Key back. No Bloody Hunt available, and that's a snipe by Matt, not connecting onto anyone. They're just looking for objectives again. Very slow tempo.
very slow tempo like we saw in game number 1 yesterday when Bigetron Alpha was going against Rebellion, but it was still a worth it trade for the side of Bigetron Alpha as they have secured more objectives on the board. Now the thing is, how is this gonna go? Because Moreno has made a significant impact. I mean, those real-world manipulations, they're able to do a lot of justice here for their team, allow a lot of maneuvering as well, and really preventing EVOS Legends from being aggressive and overly aggressive.
Right, Persic already has the Shadow Twin Blades though, so that's a huge power spike and a golden staff as well. But alright, look, is taken out, but the hook lands onto Moreno.
No round blast though, perfectly timed. Persic gonna be able to get out as Clover jumps in. Look at the damage in the blazing duet in the back line there. But BTR able to disengage, and they're happy with the 2,000 gold lead off of that poke damage. Man, this is very interesting.
This is very interesting. The counter engage coming in from Bigetron Alpha is exceptional to see. As now I'm going to take a look at the fun fact here by Graz, and as it turns out, in MPL ID Season 9, Max was notoriously known for his assassin picks, and the fact that he picked up the Bauman today is actually his first time, so this is the debut Bauman on Max.
He's doing really well on that Bauman as well. So for side of EVOS Legends, they have to shape up and try and make sure that their movements have a point to them, right? Because Bigetron Alpha, it seems like whenever they get a pick off, whenever they win a fight, there's always something they are aiming to get afterwards. Whereas for EVOS Legends, they just seem to be trying to get the upper hand, but they don't have a long-term plan in their minds.
Sorizo, 1 HP, still able to get out with the help of the sprint, but Pendragon is here as well. Arashi now, the tables have turned! The hook doesn't connect onto Matt. Pendragon used the Thunderclap earlier, still has the sprint to get out, disengage. Sversik helps his team out from the Lord Pit, because the seal is going to be popped here. Bigetron Alpha, Sorizo is coming back here into the Lord Pit. EVOS Legends once again on the run, trying to go for the flanks. And that's to be Clover jumping in. Has Bajan. Oh, he goes into the Bloody Hump, but he's going to be canceled. That's Max with the lethal counter combo with Retribution to pick that turtle, the Lord up actually. As Sorizo finds a kill onto the Roamer. Krite forced to back away, forced to run for the hills as the sprints will be used. Bigetron again.
Bigetron has just the absolute better control of the area. They just wait patiently, they make sure that they kite away from all the potential engage tools from EVOS Legends, and they're able to gain the upper hand. You know, take a look at the item. Persic has a lot of damage, but he does not get the opportunity to try and use it. And the same can be said about Clover. He goes in and he gets instantly chucked down, and he is not able to output the damage as reliably as he would want.
What I find interesting from the itemization coming in from Moreno is that he actually prioritized the Enchanted Talisman before the Ice Queen wand. So he's prioritizing more cooldown reduction as well as mana instead of the utility that the real-world manipulation can actually have. But as you can see here, the Numnon Blast already charging, but unfortunately misses the targets, as that is going to be a Lord falling down for 0?
Wow. Right. They might actually get another turret on top side here, so Rizzo is trying to make sure that that is the case. The Bigetron Alpha, they're playing it absolutely calculated, and you have to wonder, is this the same issue that all these teams playing with Francos are facing, right? Bigetron Alpha, they have been very careful to make sure that the core members have not been able to get hooked by Bajan on the Franco. Whereas whenever they even got Moreno earlier, it's instantly countered by Key with the Dominant Blast. So they have answers for every time EVOS Legends try and initiate something aggressive.
This is just such... This is efficiency on a whole nother level, Arashi, Eterna. Bigetron Alpha, how they're able to play the game here. It all relies on the Beatrix. Now we finally know why they keep on prioritizing that Beatrix pick with the Eve, right? The amount of range that the Beatrix provides on the Renner is just so versatile when it comes to sieging down turrets. With the help of that real-world manipulation to lock people down and just add that little bit of damage for the Renner shot to just one-shot somebody. That combination makes it really hard for EVOS to even defend under their turret. 11 minutes in, and Bigetron Alpha have already gone a 6-turret lead.
Yep. And so we have an announcement here where the new hero Redman, yeah, he will be out, and he is already out at this point in time as well. And Pendragon, he has the Twilight armor right now, so he is going to be a bit tankier. He's going to have a lot more damage. And the longer this game goes, the more there's a possibility for Pendragon to just dive in towards that back line, unless he gets caught up.
Bigetron goes for the Bloody Hunt Flicker combo onto the back line as Clover jumps in with the Battle Mirror image to deal the damage onto Matt, but the win of nature was perfectly timed by Matt. A 1-for-0 right now as Moreno was taken down by that dive. Bigetron trying to clear out the waves. Lord up in 5 seconds. Very, very good translation and very good setup by EVOS Legends to set up again for the Lord. Enhanced this time.
Man, I mean, Pendragon did that wonderfully well. He went straight for the backline, no care in the world for the damage that Matt could eventually place. But with that in mind, he was able to zone out and prevent the damage from ongoing onto members of his fellow EVOS Legends. And now EVOS Legends does have the upper hand here. They will be able to secure this Lord, but not if Key has anything to say about this.
Key pops a conceal, but it's countered quote-unquote by Clover with the blazing duet. So that was a bit early. And now Bigetron can once again contest for control in the Lord tip.
Sorizo getting locked down. Killing spree picked up by Clover. The hook will not connect onto Key. That's the Numenat Blast already popped and used onto one member only. Bigetron Alpha on the run. Key taken down. Gonna be taken out by Pendragon. But no, Key still surviving. He's gonna be turned around upon. Pendragon's gonna go low, and Matt finishes him off with Max taking that Iron Hook for him. The twin buff here in the 13th minute of the game. EVOS, will they force the Lord on Bigetron Alpha? Retribution still up for both of the junglers. Bajan trying to zone away. Max has the lethal counter to combo this together. It's gonna be Matt looking for the dump on that one. Nature pop by both Matt and Clover, but Clover is gonna get taken down. Lord taken very low. It's gonna be the battle of Retributions. It's Mercy who picks the Retribution up. Right, gonna get taken down though, as that's the lethal counter connecting. Numenat Blast will solidify that kill. Right down.
3 members taken down for 1 Lord in return, as Bigetron Alpha, even though that they lost the Lord, they were able to prevent EVOS Legends from pushing that pace even further. They are still now standing at a 3,000 gold lead, but the Lord, enhanced Lord mind you, is already on the way in that mid side, as First Sick has already picked up that Holy Crystal.
Unfortunate for EVOS Legends, they fought so hard and they sacrificed so much to get this Lord, but they can't put it to good use at all. This is what we've been talking about, right? Is it worth getting the Lord if you lose 3 members in the process? Right now, Bigetron, with that advantage, with the control, they wrestle away the purple buff away from Fersik, and so he will be struggling to get any kind of income as Bigetron Alpha try and put a stranglehold onto EVOS Legends.
Already a lot of pressure there in the top side as Sorizo rotated up there, put and was able to maneuver those waves, and now EVOS Legends, they are looking for a proper setup once again. It is still the calm before the storm here, as there is only 100 seconds left on the clock for the next Lord. We'll see what happens as Moreno, very intelligently, has actually opted for that glowing wand, so a little bit more DOT damage to be able to burst down through members like Dimasha, like Franco, as well as Fursic himself.
Let's talk a little bit about the Lord, actually, Arashi. Yeah. Because EVOS Legends, they secured it. They played it really well. There's a setup for it. And Bigetron Alpha, wait, instant replay presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, but there's a fight going on. That's going to be Sorizo. Hooked in. Numenat Blast with a flicker onto Bajan. Only 1 member, Pendragon, coming in, running to look for a pick. Ladies and gentlemen, Max going to get knocked up here by the enhanced chain, and he is going to fall. Immortality is going to be popped out. Max still surviving up against Berserk, jumping around and juking these abilities out. Key losing out on his immortality, but it's going to be Key still able to run away. Meanwhile, Max, what he's trying to do is buy some time. That's about it, but he's going to fall. EVOS Legends pick that kill up.
EVOS Legends, man, they're playing it so well. And that's what we're talking about, right? In the late game, who will get the advantage? We missed the beginning of the fight right there, but as you can see, when EVOS Legends push the pedal to the metal and they go all the way towards the back line, Bigetron Alpha is forced to retreat, right? Unless there's an objective, unless Bigetron Alpha is wrestling with control, area control from EVOS Legends, EVOS has the advantage in these messy skirmishes.
Yeah, they do. EVOS needs to keep on looking for this. They need to isolate Bigetron Alpha, and they need to stop Bigetron Alpha from orchestrating these organized team fights. It's all going to come down to this guy right here. If Matt is actually able to kite away, play it normally, he's going to be able to win. Look at Key! Able to trunk everyone! 2 members with the Numenat Blast, stunning them up for Matt to come to play. That's exactly the right timing for Matt's highlight to come up, Arashi. Matt, is the damage output from BTR.
Yep. They made sure that it's, you know, they have their roles separated perfectly, right? They have the front line and they have the back line. So Bigetron are very clear on what each individual's job is to do in this game.
Yeah, so Rizzo already once again doing his job, being able to zone, 4 members from the side of EVOS Legends? So now Bigetron Alpha, they've secured another Lord. Will they be able to finish this push, as now we are entering the 17th minute of the game? Let's take a little peek into the items.
Fersik is farming up a storm, and he's almost at full items. He has a lot of damage, but so does Matt. So it's, you know, it's faster damage, it's burst damage on EVOS Legends compared to DPS on the side of Bigetron Alpha. So if EVOS Legends can't find a proper timing to engage, as well as making sure they don't engage into a Numenon Blast, it's going to be very, very difficult. Moreno right now understands he is one of the prime targets. He has 2 defensive items. He has the Brutus Breastplate on top of the Winter Truncheon. So he'll be a very tough target to try and burst down for the side of EVOS Legends.
Okay, and even other than itemization, you can see the way that he's able to position himself, because he knows that Pendragon might go for him there in that back line. So he really is waiting, but look at this concealed play is going to start.
Yeah, there you go. Pendragon trying to buy his team a little bit of time as he goes in for the back line. Gonna be immobilized though by Cerezo's falling Star Moon. 2 HP bars gone. A Lord cleared out by EVOS Legends. A good defense, but the base has cracked. There you go. Numenon Blast onto Pendragon as the lethal counter is gonna be comboed in by the damage from Moreno. Real world manipulation, locking Fersik in place and taking him down, but the enhanced sword comes into play to get out. Matt picking up the turret. Base turrets all across mid, bot, and top taken down, and BTR disengaged. The discipline from Bigetron Alpha shining.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like without the presence of Key, they want to go for too much. Because of that flicker combo with the Iron Hook, it was possible for them to take him out first. So once again, they are playing the discipline game. They are still ahead in 7,000 gold. And you can start to see that the respect items are coming through for Bigetron Alpha as well. Key already with the Athena shield.
Exactly. We'll take a look again at Matt. Player statistic, he is the star of the show right now, 5-0 and 4. He is the main damage output that EVOS Legends can't get their hands on. Pendragon goes for the dive earlier, but he gets zoned away, and the damage coming in from Matt right now with the shotgun, ooh, that is some damage that even the tankiest of members can't really take.
Well, honestly, Arashi, look at this. You're talking about a tanky member being targeted here, and will he be able to take the damage? Matt and Cerezo, they're looking for it here. 3 HP bars. Let's see if he's able to chunk him, melt him down. It doesn't seem like they are able to, but slowly but surely they'll be able to do it here. Bajan going for the hook, connecting onto Max. That's a frontliner, not the target you want to go for. Meanwhile, backside, Matt charging that Renner shot, not going to let it go just yet. They're both setting up for the Lord. Clover going in with that blazing duet, surviving 1 HP. Fersik, oh no, he tried to survive, he tried to save his gold lane, but in the end he's gonna get caught out. Pendragon going to the back lines, but Moreno with the spin is able to maneuver himself out of that one. Pendragon going to be zoned away. Moreno low, but they have a 1-man lead.
They have a 1-man lead, and they have lost their retribution. Out of all the people that they could have lost, they lost Fersik. So now they have 0 pressure unless EVOS Legends, they want to take a gamble to be able to get it, but the answer is going to be no. Bigetron Alpha once again the next Lord into their hands, and this is going to be the 3rd Lord.
Talk again about the importance of combos there, and even though it looked really bad for Bigetron, they get like 3 members knocked up by Travis Julian, but in the end, it's still all within their calculations because there is no real follow-up from the side of EVOS Legends. They don't go in together. Clover was in first, and then the rest of the team followed up afterwards. You take a look at the player head-to-head by head and shoulders between Fersik and Max, and on the stats, Fersik is always on top, but in this game, you can see that Max is having a lot better of a time.
I don't know, I feel like Max is a little bit more low-key than Fersik, right?
Very disciplined.
He doesn't go for those crazy, flashy TikTok moments, let's say, like Fersik. He doesn't go too aggressive or too risky. He just knows he has the instinct to know when to go in and when to go go out.
Well, perfect timing, Eterna. As you say that, they go in, and Pendragon gets melted, executed by the lethal counter. Thirsting with enhanced chain, able to get fine 3. But Bajan goes to the back line, getting that Bloody Hunt onto Moreno, but it's going to be the immortality only that Matt loses out on. Bajan going to fall here, actually still able to survive with the help of the conceal. They survive, they defend, and they get a 1-for-1. But in the end, it's Chorizo picking up the kill. Still able to survive for now, but enhanced sword picks that kill up. Bear6 trying to defend. It's a 2-for-2, and Evo somehow have defended another Evolved Lord push.
How does this keep happening for the side of EVOS Legends against all odds? 3 Lords.
3 Lords.
Already stacked against them. Once again, they're able to defend. What is Bigetron Alpha doing wrong, Arashi?
I think they were a bit too overzealous for the end there. They did get comboed by Fairsick, and there was great follow-up by Clover. This is what we've been saying. Here's the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And look at that. This is like later on, but all the HP bars are very, very low from the side of Bigetron Alpha because they took a lot of punishment. And then afterwards, there's just people trickling in towards the base. It just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough minions. There wasn't enough momentum. So Bigetron, they have to keep playing it calm and calculated, man, because even this, even when they're 7k goal ahead, it is 23 minutes in the game. EVOS Legends, if they can make that huge play, that huge combo, they can still come back from this.
The combo wombo is going to be very important for the side of Bigetron Alpha, and in that particular team fight, we saw that Moreno popped the real-world manipulation quite early. Do you think that if he held it a little bit longer, the turn of events would have ended in different results?
Honestly, looking at it, it just felt like EVOS Legends played it really well. Yep. Right? Sure, if Bigetron Alpha just went for the base, I don't think it would be possible, actually. Because considering EVOS Legends' dive, Bigetron Alpha will not have that opening to actually go straight for the base. They gotta deal with the people in front of them. And the damage from the people in front of them, the Claude, the Masha, the Julian, the Lilia, is definitely no joke.
Yeah, so I think there's a valid point that you cannot make about the real manipulation, but I think then using the real manipulation to try and zone the members of EVOS Legends away from the base earlier, I think that is exactly what gave EVOS Legends the opportunity, the trigger to make a play out. So first it goes in for the play onto P, not the ideal target, and it does not land either. So now Bigetron, they're playing the macro game so well. The lanes are all pushing, and some people are getting caught out.
Pendragon caught all alone, immobilized there by Chorizo's falling Star Moon, but he still has 3 full HP bars. Gonna lose 1, but it's not a threat yet for EVOS Legends. EVOS, they're just gonna take a chill, go for the purple buff once again. They're gonna have to micromanage the waves coming in from the bottom side and the top lane. Will they have enough time? Will they have enough damage? He getting hooked, but there's no threats here. Actually, it is going to be VTR who pushes this team fight because they know that Pendragon has been tasked to clear out that top side wave. VTR, again, they're going to go for this Lord. Let's see, real world inflation casting out into the hook connecting as well. And the back line though, Max finishes off that turtle. Clover the blazing duet, finds Moreno, finds T, and that's another going in. EVOS Legends turning it around. Max gets hooked, and he will be taken down by Christ. He's still able to flicker out one more shotgun. Bear6 finds the Maniac. He's silencing the doubters. That's the Maniac by the Samsung Galaxy A series. With the Lord here, Chorizo can still defend for a little bit of time. Meanwhile, top side, minions pushing in. Chorizo jumping in with falling Simon with a bit of junction. Able to buy a little bit more time here. A lot of shielding. He's able to clear out the waves. He's able to buy the time. 30 seconds on the dead timers. He's going for the minions once again. Vidio the Bloody Hunt stopping him in his tracks as EVOS Legends get the base. It's wide open and EVOS takes game number 1.
Game number 1 falls into the hands of the White Tigers here in EVOS Legends with a stunning comeback victory there. The execution was just so phenomenal. We couldn't say that Bigetron made a particular mistake. It was just that EVOS Legends was able to really take it into their own hands.
Wow. Who would have expected that that was going to be the conclusion of this game, man? All the way till the end. You saw that the minions from Bigetron Alpha were also knocking on the door of the base of EVOS Legends. That was so close down to the wire. It just happens that quick, man. We saw it previously in the previous matches. Now we're seeing it again. It takes one moment for the whole game to turn on its heels.
Man, props to Chorizo though. I mean, he went 1v4, was able to buy a lot of time. He didn't even die in that situation. But unfortunately, EVOS Legends, they knew exactly what he was doing and they went straight back for the base. GG, well played for EVOS Legends. Bigetron Alpha though, what happened?
Calm, composed. EVOS Legends were not shook at all by the macro gameplay that BTR put in front of them. The fact that they always had the lanes pushing up, the setup was always better for BTR, but EVOS Legends, they make that clutch, small decision, that decision to go for it, to fight even when the Lord is gone. That was the decision that ended the game.
I think we've talked about this several times, but sometimes it's not worth getting the Lord if you lose multiple members, and we see it yet again today. The Bigetron got the Lord, but EVOS got the members down. They got, it's a 24-minute game, and the death timers are just way too long to make it worth losing, worth gaining the Lord for. And with that advantage, they have, 4 men left on the field, and they just push towards the victory. That is just, I don't know, man. You can't write a better comeback story.
Yeah, the thing is...
Maniac as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
EVOS Legends, they played that last team fight really intelligently. Why do I say this? It's because they were able to bait that Numnon Blast to hit before they went in full throttle, and understanding that that was the main hindrance to them being aggressive, they went all in and was able to take the members from the side of Bigetron Alpha one by one, with the Maniac coming in from Fursic as well.
You gotta remember that in that last fight, Bigetron Alpha actually used 2 of their main ultimates already.
Exactly.
And afterwards, that is where EVOS see an opportunity. So it just comes down to the patience, and we might catch a glimpse of it later on in the highlights. So we'll just have to see. But look at the reactions here. It was going so well for Bigetron, man. It was such a good performance. But this is the highest level of competitive Mobile Legends, and this is what can happen in just a split second.
One straight push, the ruler meta.
Meta Pangaris, for those of you unfamiliar with the term, the literal ruler meta.
You can see though the audience was really into this game. Victor even shouting with Mobazane and White Chicken in excitement, in amusement. This was truly a fun game to watch and to cast.
Whew. Well, we'll take a look at the item build soon, ladies and gentlemen. And it is a very, very long game. So I assume that most of the items will be completed, but we can take a small look, small details at the situational items, because there are several of that. Obviously, this late in the game, Krite was doing a lot of damage with the Holy Crystal as well as the Divine Glaive. But Pendragon has 2 Sky Guardian helmets. He is optimizing that style, right? Being full tank, diving towards the backline, and still doing a lot of damage. And for Fursic, this is just Assassin Julian. We haven't seen this just yet, right? We've seen Julian constantly in the middle lane, but Fursic is able to make it work towards the end there. It was a very rocky start, but it gets better. And for Moreno, as Eterna mentioned, getting the glowing one was so beneficial, because we have 2 members on the side of EVOS Legends who are building for a lot of HP, right? Bajan and Bajan and Pendragon, they both have a lot of HP, so the glowing one, the percentage health damage, will actually do wonders for the side of Bigetron Alpha, especially when they're just poking around and trying to whittle down EVOS Legends before the big fight. It has been so valuable for them, and it's also partially why they've been so successful. Now we take a look at the post-game stats though, and it's a really even bag, but Moreno has 100% kill participation.
My god, and that's exactly what a Yve can do. And with that being triggered early, it was very difficult for Bigetron Alpha to do anything about it, because we saw when Moreno was trying to pop up the real world manipulation, it was always cancelled by either Krite, Pendragon, or even Fursic himself. As in a bit, we'll see the MVP here by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Just talking about him, it is going to go to Fursic with a Julian.
It is Fursic with the Julian in the jungle. So the first time we've seen this, and despite the rocky start of the game, he is still able to maintain a very healthy amount of gold and EXP. And in those final fights, man, I think we'll see it in the highlights soon, but he made one of the bigger plays to actually secure the victory for the side of EVOS Legends.
The Maniac in the end, man, to seal the deal against BTR.
Right?
After such a slow-paced game, Marashi.
Highlights by TikTok here. We take a look at all in the early game. And here we go. This is the fight, right? And whenever you can see, when Bigetron gets control over the area, that is where EVOS just struggle. When EVOS can actually win the fight before they can like get into position, that is where they can win. And here, with the base at their backs, it's just a lot easier for for EVOS Legends to go in and out of combat, and they're able to defend despite overwhelming odds. And here we go. In the beginning, there was already the ults being used up, and the critical moment there was the fact that Persic was actually able to knock up Moreno here and actually secured the hook for Bajan as well, which takes out the Yves, which is one of the main damage dealers from the side of Bigetron Alpha from the game. And
That's so good.
After that, we talk about the synergy. Using your skills one after another, Clover saw his opportunity and just dashing with the sprint, with the blazing duet. And from there, Bigetron just doesn't have the front line. They're forced to back away, they're forced to defend. And with 4 members down for more than 60 seconds, EVOS Legends just go in hard and get the victory, man.
For 25 minutes, we did not see Bajan landing an important hook. But as soon as that 25-minute marker hit, he was able to get 2 hooks that was so important and integral to the way that they were able to pick off the members on the side of Bigetron Alpha one by one. That eventually won them that game. So props to Bajan, man.
Props to Bajan, man.
That's the thing. That's the thing about Franco, though, right? All you need is one hook to land on a prio target. If it lands on Moreno or Matt, it almost seals the deal for EVOS Legends. They could just use that momentum to push forward because I think actually it would have been, they got the right target. If they got Matt, Moreno could have still defended. With the utility that he had, he could have actually still maybe possibly disengaged from the fight.
Exactly.
But with him down, Matt, he can't slow anyone down while he's walking back. He doesn't have a corrosion scythe with him. So instantly he was taken down. Not much he could do there with against the chase, against the dive that EVOS just put onto him. And Cerezo, very valiant attempt at just defending the base 1v5, but in the end, that was just very, very composed. Very good decision making from EVOS Legends to seal the deal.
Yeah, you could see them kind of like get distracted a little bit, and they were chasing Cerezo, but they were like, wait, no, the base is exposed. And then they went for it.
They saw they had minions, and so they go for it because, you know, it's about getting the dub. And if you guys want to get dub in life, right, you're going to get the dub in life. Mirko.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, right here, Arashi is a UBS Gold, all right? This is an investment for all of you guys back at home. UBS Gold X MPL Season 10, starting from 100,000. You can get this one right here. This one is 100,000 and get free MLBB skins. So not only are you investing in gold that will rise up in value, Arashi, you're getting MLBB skins as well. Is that not a double deal? Is that not a steal deal?
That's double value.
That's double value. Well,
DV.
Double value. Oh, get yourself, you know, the gold on ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Bleebly UBS Lifestyle.
Whew.
Well, you're still holding it up. You love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Let me just...
Mirko.
Close.
No.
Close. Nice try. Nice try.
Nice try, like Cerezo.
Just
it's
like
okay.
BTR, nice try.
It's okay.
Speaking of investments, though, we did mention that the only real edge EVOS Legends has in the late game is the possibility for one massive Franco hook to actually change the whole tide of the game.
Yeah.
It actually happened, so called it, I guess. Well, we'll have to see, man. Bigetron, they had the games in their... They absolutely had the game in their hands, so we can expect yet another close game for the next one. And Bigetron will not make the same mistake twice, man.
On paper, I feel like Bigetron had the better composition. But
I
in
agree.
that last team fight, the execution by EVOS was just so perfect. And we say perfect a lot, but in this particular case, it was legit perfect. I mean, the combo wombo happening one after the other, the hooks landing on those specific targets was just so beautiful to see. As on screen here, we are going to see the impact players from both teams. It does seem both of them are going to be the gold laners.
Yep, Matt was the main damage dealer, the main poke tool as well as zoning tool. Whereas for Clover, he is responsible for actually dealing the bulk of the damage, especially when you need it to come in rapid succession. Because yes, Cry can do a lot of damage on the Lilia, but it doesn't come out nearly as quick as a Blazing Duet, especially when he's just running around with the sprint. That was just so valuable, and it came in at the right time. So I would dare say that Bigetron, if they let go of that final Lord, they could still do better. They should have really let it go, knowing that they were down 2 ultimates. I think it was just a bit too costly.
I actually don't think so. I feel like they should have just went for the Lord, but they should have disengaged quicker. I think there was a call or maybe just a miscommunication there to go for the fight after getting the Lord. Because as you can see, when they got the Lord, they had the chance to actually fall back. Sometimes it's alright to sacrifice somebody. If Moreno gets caught, if Key gets caught, they need to be able to let go. If they don't, that can happen. Overstaying after getting such an important objective, that kind of just swung the game back to EVOS' flavor, literally winning EVOS Legends the game. But here it is. We're going to take a look at Fersik, the Jungle King, #1 highest GPM in history of MPL ID, 1,304.
No way. No way.
What a monster.
That is so high. What?
Like, dude, Sans has been dethroned.
What a monster. That is
Amazing.
crazy. The potential, man. The potential that Fersik has. Remember,
So young.
the first season he joined MPL Season 7. He won, but it's not Fersik who's playing on stage. It's Taz, all the way from the MDL.
Wow.
The Season 5 champion coming up here on stage with a Bajan. Do we perhaps see Delarski, or is it still Pendragon 2?
We'll have to see, man. This is yet again different looks coming from these big teams. Will this be the meta? Having two different styles, two different like lineups.
It's not Fersik. Fersik wasn't the one swapped out. Correct? Taz is playing mid.
Whoa.
What?
Or is Fersik playing mid?
What?
I don't know, bro.
We'll have to wait and actually
Yeah, I
see.
mean, on the official lineup, Taz is a jungler.
That's a big question that they will have to answer in the draft. Let's take a look though, Arashi at the surprise pick over the new trick. Starless stepping in
with the second largest pool, hero pool for the team, right? In MPL ID Season 9, 57 unique heroes. So we'll have to see if he continues with the same trend, right? Going with the crazy picks, the crazy compositions, because so far it's been just very standard. And it's just about getting a proper balanced team composition, and then afterwards playing the game properly, right? Quote unquote properly to a T. And that will just that standard playstyle is able to push EVOS Legends to the brink.
Yeah, 100%. And we're gonna have to think about this, right? Because one of the major things that we saw from EVOS Legends and why that they didn't like perform as well last season was Fersik's performance, right? And Fersik today was his peak performance. I mean, a 1,300 GPM, a maniac in his pocket. This is prime EVOS, and I want to know, with that in mind, do you think Fersik is going to be traded out? Or is Taz going to fill a different role? Did you see Krite in the roster?
No, Krite wasn't in this lineup.
You didn't see him.
No, he wasn't
sitting.
in the lineup. It was... This might be it, guys. This might be it. Clover,
What's up?
back in Aura, when he was in Aura, he used to be a mid laner.
Yes.
That's true.
Is Clover going to go to the mid lane, Taz into the gold lane, and Fersik in the jungle?
Way.
There's that's a bit too much, in my opinion.
That is crazy.
Not only swapping the roster here, substituting a player, but you're changing the role of another player that's been used to playing in the gold lane. I personally prefer it to be just everyone stick to their roles. Taz, you came in replacing Krite.
Yeah.
So that's the mid lane.
I think that makes a lot more sense, man, because different roles have different jobs and different muscle memories, right? Even how often you look at the map, it's different from each role, right? If you're in the mid lane, you need to roam around. If you're in the gold lane, you need to watch out for ganks. So what you do, the habits you build up in training is so different. So I don't think that's the right call at all, especially since they're not even doing that well. Bigetron was in control for the majority of the first game.
I really want to see.
Who's playing who?
Yeah.
Who's playing what?
I'm curious, dude.
Same. But for BTR, they're sticking with it, right? The same roster we saw yesterday. No Fala.
That's interesting because
Right.
I heard that Fala was going to be replacing as team captain, but he's not playing yet.
He's not playing.
So
Maybe
who's
they're
captain?
Maybe they're saving the captain for
Ooh.
later. I don't know. They don't even...
The captain
Well, Repo
card.
is not playing as well. Remember, Repo is still in this lineup. I don't know if it's the strongest lineup they have. Maybe now it's Chorizo. Chorizo has improved massively in his performance here. We saw it yesterday against Rebellion, this time against EVOS Legends as well. He was very disciplined, probably the most consistent member with Matt.
Exactly. I mean, Bigetron, I think consistency is the name of their game. They don't do anything too crazy, but they get the job done. And if you don't exert yourself, if you don't go over the top and try and do too many weird things, you can, the amount of times you can make a mistake also diminishes. So I think it's a great approach at the game. But of course, against EVOS Legends, a team that knows when to actually use their momentum, when to spot an opportunity and go for the juggler, I think it's going to be a bit dangerous. We'll see adjustments from both teams for sure in game number 2. But I think EVOS Legends, they won't settle for having the same early game and mid game they had in the first game.
Taz, check, Taz. Taz, can you hear us?
What
Taz,
role are you playing,
What
Taz?
role are you playing?
He doesn't show his headset.
Bro!
Oh, no, okay, he's putting his headset back on. Maybe now. Okay, go for it, Eterna.
Taz, hi.
He doesn't want
to tell us.
Yeah, he doesn't want to answer you. So you know what? let's just take a look at something different. Yeah,
Okay.
Eterna, you tried. NT, nice try.
Thank
Taz DD
you.
though. Look at
Taz
the achievements.
DD. MDL Season 4 second champion, MDL Season 5 champion, and MPL Season 10. Okay, so this is his debut for MPL, but the last time he played, he actually won the grand finals of MDL Season 5. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, there's no way that Coach Zace will bring him in for no good reason whatsoever, right? So we can expect improvements. Maybe why they were doing so much worse in the early game was because Taz, the secret weapon, wasn't deployed yet. So we can expect a completely different look from the different roster, right? This is the pattern we've seen from any team that has been switching in and out with their rosters.
This is interesting because if we watched the second match, ONIC Rebellion, they had the same thing going on, Arashi, if it comes down to that.
Yeah.
They have a solid, high ground, reliable mid laner. And Drian. Then they have Sans, a guy who's a little bit more flashy, likes to pick the heroes that go in a little bit more coin flippy. But if they get the momentum, if they get that early lead, he'll be able to snowball even better towards that mid game, closing out the game faster. Is that what EVOS have in their arsenal? With Taz stepping in, replacing Krite. Remember, he's not replacing any other member. He's replacing the team captain.
Which is crazy. It's surprising. Like, the captain of all people. I feel like it might go the opposite way as well, because we saw that the composition for EVOS Legends, it's catered towards early game domination earlier, right? They have the Franco, they have the Julian, they have all these tools to try and go for those early game skirmishes, but it not work out. So maybe this roster they're using right now is the slow-paced, control-based team that can match Bigetron Alpha, because we've said again, it seems to be the tone of the current season. Styles makes matchups, right?
Styles make matchups. Eterna.
Yo.
We saw the style clash here.
Yeah.
EVOS Legends kind of play in the same way, but they mix and match. They're not just objective heavy. Bigetron Alpha, they are objective, and that's it, right? They don't want to go for the team fights. They try to avoid team fights as much as possible, but EVOS, they're open to team fights if it does set up for something else. That's always been
so aggressive.
Very aggressive. They always kept on looking for those fights, and they always kept on looking for those messy team fights. Like Arashi mentioned, that was the win condition, and they executed it perfectly in the end. One team fight to take it all.
You're right. I was about to add to that in the end, and I guess that's when it mattered the most. But
absolutely,
it's funny because even with the new roster, EVOS Legends, they're still playing with like a very similar style, but. We are going to read a audience comment here at Kuya Boytak. Hopefully EVOS MPL Season 10 can rise again. Prove that the regeneration is successful and can be the champion this season. EVOS roar!
Wow.
Without World, there were a lot of doubts in this roster.
Of course.
Fersic, can he carry after his unstable season in Season 9, Season 8? Well, they've just proved everybody wrong. The doubters, the haters, everyone and anyone have just been silenced by this EVOS Legends roster, but they swapped it up once again.
I think it's too early to tell.
Is it?
That's the thing about Fersic, right?
They usually lose against BTR in the first leg.
Yeah, BTR's like EVOS' kryptonite, but when we're talking about consistency from Fersic, that's always been the problem. One day he can be performing out of his mind like he did today. Maybe tomorrow he messes up a few retributions or misplays, but we're gonna read another audience comment here at Gila Ralif. Let's rock EVOS Legends, new era we trust. Hashtag EVOS roar.
Ooh.
Where's the Bigetron comments, guys?
And you know, Eterna.
Uh-huh.
Well, speaking of Bigetron and EVOS, this new era of EVOS Legends, there was someone in EVOS Legends that used to work in BTR. So maybe with Age in EVOS, they get to, they get the in-depth read on BTR's playstyle.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Coach Age is absolutely with EVOS Legends right now. Mirko is absolutely not happy about it, but it is what it is, and maybe that is what will give EVOS the edge. So far, it didn't seem like it, but you can't judge the whole match off the back of one game. All right, every game is different, and if Bigetron Alpha, if they can reset, they can get the win. We've seen them dominate EVOS Legends, and EVOS, if they fail to secure the right team fight in the right moment, like in game number 1, this can very easily still slide over to the side of Bigetron Alpha.
Well, perfectly timed here as you take, as you mentioned, BTR. Rio _82726. It's amazing. 3 nationalities in Bigetron. Indonesia, ex-Malaysia, ex-Philippines. Hashtag BTR win. Obviously, with Repo, a Malaysian, everyone Indonesian, and obviously Marky.
Oh, who's that?
Who's Marky? I don't
Who's
know.
that?
I don't know.
Who's that? I don't see it.
He's not on stage, so I don't know. I don't know who he is. It's not like I met him during M3.
Yeah. Why would you? Were you in M3?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, didn't think so.
Was Marky in M3?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Grand finalist? No, right?
No.
Okay, that was another guy.
Yeah, I think so.
No, but
it's a lookalike.
Joking aside.
Oh my god, I can't imagine the comments right now. They must be like
what?
tilted.
Can't believe
How dare you?
Guys, we're kidding.
Yes, but
we like to be sarcastic sometimes on the English desk.
Yep. Not just on the English desk, overall, I think in life.
True.
But the players here. This is the question, because you mentioned, Arashi, that Bigetron are going to come back stronger after that game 1, after reading, after getting time to think about what they did wrong. I feel like it's going to be the opposite. I think BTR are actually going to play maybe worse in game number 2. Losing in that fashion, one team fight after playing the game so perfectly in the macro department, oh man, such a big hit mentally to the players, to the coach. After EVOS 1, you could see the player cam, on the backstage. Yep, Starless was just on his phone. He was disappointed, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, come on, you can't really. You can be optimistic, but you can't say that you won't feel bad after such a conclusion, man. So, yeah, I think there's a mental blow, a mental hurdle that Bigetron Alpha needs to get over if they want to perform the same way in game number 2. But we'll just have to see, man. Again, it's the mental game is just as important, if not more important, than
How's
the physical
your mental,
and
Arashi?
strategy.
I agree.
How's my mental?
Okay, let's ask Arashi first.
It's bulletproof, man.
Oh,
yeah. Why is it bulletproof? How is it bulletproof?
Because
is
he's
it as
cute,
bulletproof?
Mirko.
Oh, is it as bulletproof though as Fairsick? Because
that's the question.
If you take a look at the comment section,
Fairsick
has been, he's always been the target of all the haters, right?
Yep.
After Season 7, such a meteoric rise, you're bound to get all the hate next season if you don't perform to the standards, to the expectations of the crowd. But his mental, man, he's such a young kid. He's so young, he's a prodigy, and he has to deal with all that hate, fighting it through and proving them wrong with a maniac in the first game for EVOS Legends in Season 10.
It's gotta feel good, man. I mean, I can relate to getting hate,
Can you?
Absolutely.
You're loved worldwide. Dale duro.
Viva Arashi,
it didn't used to be like that, you know my name, but not my story.
Arashi, this is from Erika Nugra. Come on, Arashi, cheer up. Prove to those who underestimate you, man. Show the results of your hard work during this off-season. Target the upper... Oh, it's from Bigetron. It's for Bigetron, not for you.
Of course, for Bigetron. Why are you hijacking a comment, dude? You're actually hijacking the comment.
Erika Nugra for the beautiful comment. These are the comments we like to see, right? Giving support to BTR, to EVOS, to the teams competing on stage.
Yeah, we love these kinds of comments because definitely Bigetron needs it.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I mean, I think that's something that we like to talk about, the mentality coming in from Bigetron, because mechanically they have it, right? The brains, they have it. You can see how disciplined they played as well today as well as yesterday, but sometimes maybe what we saw reflected onto last season was the fact that it's so easy for them to tilt. And I'm hoping with a few new players coming in to Bigetron as well as a new coach, that can be something that they can overcome as their main hurdle, I believe, for Bigetron Alpha.
Perhaps. If you look on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's both of the gold laners for BTR and EVOS, Matt and Clover.
Is Clover the last veteran in EVOS Legends?
Well, technically he joined during Season 7. So, I guess he's the oldest member. No, Pendragon and Bigetron has been in the technically, well, if you're talking about EVOS Legends, who's been there longer, then I guess it is Clover. But Pendragon joined this roster with Bigetron in Season 5.
After they won MDL?
No, Season 5 of MPL.
Oh.
Yes, they then dropped down to the MDL. Bigetron, I think, took a rest for one season. He came back in the MDL, and now they're back. They've taken their place on the big stage.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
some history.
Pendragon.
Welcome to some history lessons.
Yeah, was brought in from EVOS Icon,
Yes.
and for the past 2 seasons, he was able to bring EVOS Icon as finalists. So a little fun fact about Pendragon here.
Speaking of MDL though, and speaking of the gold laners here, as we take a look at the player head-to-head, by Head and Shoulders, there is a gold laner on EVOS Icon right now, an ex-BTR player as well.
Who's that?
Who wants to get his hands on the MPL stage again. Brands looking for a comeback, looking for a chance to redeem himself.
Do you think he's gonna play?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been watching MDL. I've been watching all kinds of tournaments where EVOS Icon play, and the man's a beast. The man's an absolute monster.
He used to be the captain of Bigetron Alpha, was he not?
And remember his nickname, King of Marksman in Indonesia.
Ooh. Big title there.
I mean, with the current meta being very much reliant on marksman to be the main damage dealer, I think Brands has a lot of potential. So we're waiting, we're awaiting the moment where he actually comes back, right? Especially for Mirko. I mean, he was devastated when Brands was not able to actually play in the MSC, I believe, was it not?
Yeah, that's definitely something that I think Mirko mentions a lot about. And on the flip side here, looking at EVOS Legends, this is this interesting thing, right? With really new players here, new faces, they've actually performed quite well against a team of Bigetron that's been here for a lot of seasons, right? Because one of the things that we were wondering about EVOS Legends is, with this new change and shakeup, what's going on with the chemistry? Is the synergy on point or not? And it does seem like they're on par with the veterans of Bigetron Alpha.
Absolutely. And while we're on this point, Aetern, I do want to mention something that's very, very, very interesting. This new age of EVOS Legends.
Are you talking about age or age?
Don't do that to me, all right? Don't do that to me. It's
Double
too
meaning.
Too soon, all right?
Double
But
meaning
this
from
new
Mirko.
age, the age without world, the world roster.
Yeah.
They've been really good. Why? Because of the mentality. Dean, EVOS Luch, that's his name. He spoke on his stream that the way that they selected the new players here for EVOS Legends is from the mentality more so than the individual skill. The way they play as a team more than their mechanics in lane. It's all about whether or not you're hungry to become champions, whether or not you want to win with your team or not.
Yeah, I heard the last question that he asked in the interview is, do you want to win?
Do you want to win?
And it depends on how hesitant you are. If you're not hesitant, they
Rashi,
pick
do you want to
you.
win? Yeah.
Exactly.
That was instant, Rashi. What do you want to win?
There's a member of the audience just looking at me like, what the hell was that?
It's because you're so cute, Arashi. Let's not forget that.
Absolutely. Even in MPLI, no input for you, Arashi.
Wow. No input.
The technology cannot handle you, but here in the MPL, with the JBL, with the Samsung, they can handle you.
Absolutely. We've been having almost very few issues throughout the course of the MPL, so it's just so good.
Arashi, you know why?
Why?
Secret Lab, bro.
Secret
Two
Lab.
words. Secret Lab.
It even makes everything else, the system, the broadcast, a lot better.
Oh, for sure. Just all the sponsors in general. Am I not wrong?
No.
Am I not right?
You're completely wrong. I mean, right.
Are you not wrong? Are you not wrong?
Let's take a look at the audience comment here from TikTok that is going to pop up in just a minute by Abai Sing Kong. Respect team, respect band. Don't be stubborn, that's the key. Good luck, EVOS Legend!
Thank you, Abai Sing Kong. Singkong, for the people at home who don't speak Indonesian, Arashi, maybe you can translate what his name means.
Singkong?
Cassava, bro.
Is it
cassava?
Is it? I thought it was sweet potato.
It's cassava.
It's a root.
Singkong is cassava, guys.
It's some kind of root, though, right? It gets
I
lost in
actually really like
translation a bit.
cassava.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Especially when they fry it.
Yeah, cassava chips are amazing.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe he's a salesman. Maybe
Maybe.
that's how he promotes his cassavas.
And we can buy it on Grab.
See?
Absolutely.
The sponsors.
Oh.
And guess what? If you want to order something on Grab, you need your Samsung phone and you need your JBL Quantum to listen to music, to listen to calls, to listen to everything, because we're about to get into the draft very, very soon. Eterna, I want to see some differences here. Clover is playing with the powder to make his hands a little bit faster.
The powder,
right? Smoothen those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. If you're wearing a JBL, you can hear it. That's the sounds of the draft by Samsung Galaxy A series BTR. Still, first pick, banning out that Fanny, Starlist, and Zace.
The coaches.
The coaches who are going to dictate the draft.
This is a mental dance between the two
Your team
coaches
is
from these two
banning.
teams. There's so many expectations. There's
Your
so
team
many things
is
they have to
banning.
consider when drafting for the second game right now. And honestly, I think they have several options, right? Are they going to go for something similar? Are they going to go with the exact same game
Your
plan?
team
Because
is
Bigetron,
banning.
as Miko says, they like to go with if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't
Your
broke, don't
team
fix
is
it.
banning.
Rashi and Eterna, but the man who's wearing the headset isn't actually Zace, it's Age here for Evo. So did they substitute the coach too?
How do you feel about this, Mirko?
Oh man, Starless is looking at him. He's angry, he's ferocious, he wants to get this victory. Never mind, he's just smiling. But let's take a look at the bans. Same exact bans for BTR. EVOS have opted to go for the red side once more with the same exact bans. Oh my god. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And for BTR, if it broke, let's try to fix it.
You're right. Taz is going to be the mid laner.
Oof.
Replacing Krite.
EVOS now, if Bigetron goes for the same exact picks, I think EVOS has an edge now, right? They have seen what Bigetron wants to do. They can actually adjust better and make sure that they don't
Your
repeat
team
the
is
same
matters.
mistakes. 1-1 will be banned out as well. So let's see. The first pick from the side of Bigetron Alpha will it be the exact same?
Yeah, still the exact same bans here from both teams. And if it's going to be a pattern, Bigetron last time around picked up that Eve, and EVOS responded with a Julian and Masha pick. Are they going for the same route, or are they going to be prioritizing the Julian perhaps this time around for Max?
And my bad, it's actually both Zace and Age who have the headsets on. But Sicilian pick up. First pick by BTR, again securing another hero for Moreno in that mid lane. EVOS have the option to go for the same picks. Julian, maybe this time pick up the Beatrix, take it away from BTR.
This makes me sad.
Why?
Because when we see Bigetron and Sicilian, who do we think of?
Fala, no, Renbo.
Come on, Mirko.
Renbo.
Yeah, Rembo,
Boren.
right? No Rembo this time around, so it is going to be played by Moreno. And now EVOS Legends with the next two picks.
They can go for the Yve as well here.
Yeah.
And honestly, for Bigetron, this is kind of scary because we've seen that they can use a Sicilian aggressively and defensively.
Wait for
it
no
will be the Beatrix taken
Nor
away,
that card.
and right
Your
there
team
will be
is
the
held.
Masha yet
It's
again.
that simple.
Oh man, again, I feel like if BTR want to go for this kind of playstyle, if they want to go front to back, they need to get rid of the Masha. The Masha just provides so much of that backline presence, threatens the backline every single team fight, and they don't really have an answer for it unless if Starlist goes for a carry here. He can shred through the Masha, but the thing is, in lane against a Beatrix, in the team fights against a Beatrix, very, very vulnerable.
Absolutely. And what's to say that the rest of the members of EVOS won't just focus you down. So it's just very difficult for them to do right now. But Esmeralda and Karina will be the picks for the side of Bigetron. So this might be the return of the infamous tank Karina. That could be an option they can use to disrupt the Beatrix on the side of EVOS Legends.
I still agree with you. I think this Masha is still going to be too much of an hindrance, as especially the way that we saw it unfold in game number 1 between the two. The Masha was able to go into the back line with no one to be able to stop him. So CC for Bigetron. I would have preferred the Ruby. I hope it comes out here in game number 2. But EVOS Legends to round up their first phase of the drafts. Are they going to be picking the Claude up perhaps?
Franco. Or Yi.
It is going to be the Yi though.
Now they're going for the Yi. The shoe is on the other foot, man. EVOS has the opportunity to try and do the exact same thing. Obviously, the response from Bigetron can be different, but man, the audience right now, they are just going at it.
We're hearing fans from BTR and EVOS Legends here. But again, let's take a look at Taz. We've seen this just now, we'll see it again. MDL Season 4, runners-up. MDL Season 5, first place. And now making his debut as a mid laner. So it's already different here for Taz. Usually a jungler, now a mid laner. He is going to get the task of playing Yves up against Moreno.
I see what you did there.
What?
Task.
Glad you caught on. Glad you caught on. EVOS, they ban out the Papa and Koopa right now, and wow.
Arashi, the atmosphere here, everyone just feel it. The atmosphere in the MPL arena. This is what I want from offline events.
What did you say?
What did I say?
What did you say?
I know you don't need to listen, Arashi. What you need to do is soak in the atmosphere. Amazing scenes here in the MPL arena as both fans showing their passion and love for their teams.
Okay, so the Balman ban here comes through for the side of Bigetron, as well as the Popol and Koopa from the side of EVOS Legends here in the second phase of the draft ban and pick. So they're starting to limit that gold lane with the Wan being taken out, as well as the Popol and Koopa. The only viable heroes that you can use in that gold lane would be Clint, perhaps?
Ooh, options are dwindling for sure. Well, denying the Popol and Koopa, either they're trying to make sure that Bigetron won't be able to just dive in, you know, like wouldn't be able to actually deny the Masha from diving to the back line, or they're going to be afraid of the split push, the trading game that Bigetron has become so infamous for. They ban out the Claude as well, so very much limiting the options here from Bigetron, but we'll see. Bigetron has one more ban. Will they ban out the potential jungle, or will that be, you know, an offlaner? Because the Masha can still be flexed around. This is the difficult part when you have flex picks in your first phase.
3 gold lane bans for EVOS here. Bigetron Alpha trying to do the same, targeting Fairstick. There's already 4 jungle bans this time after picking up that Karina. They might make it 5. Julian was a big problem for BTR in game number 1. If they want to remove that as a threat, they'll do so right now in the final ban of the second game. It is not going to be the Julian. It's going to be the Atlas here. Banned out for BTR, so Julian can still be picked up by EVOS. But I want to talk about this a little bit. Melissa, you mentioned this hero, Eterna. And I think it's perfect here. If you already want to go for a front-to-back composition, the go away provides so much peel, not only for yourself with the 5 times defense multiplier, but also for your mage. Sicilian gonna have a very easy time in that back line. No one's gonna be able to dive him. Masha's Thunderclap can't get through.
That is a very valid option. But for EVOS, I believe they're still going to try and go for a different roamer here, because the Masha, we saw that he has been on the side, and the Franco will yet again be the pick, and now they are, I would say, more valid picks, you know, for his Iron Hook.
Bigetron, they have so much magic damage.
Yeah.
Sicilian, Esmeralda, Karina as well. And not to mention, we have a little comment there in the corner that signifies that Kryde is actually team captain of EVOS Legends. So the captain is not going to be playing this time around, but you know who will be playing? Lolita once again for the 100th time by Key. They like to go with this Lolita pick, and in addition to what you mentioned earlier as well, Mirko, the carry pick comes through.
I like the fact that they just saved this carry pick for the last pick, right? They know that carry isn't really in a good position in the prio list of gold laners, so they just save it for that last pick. They don't really go too fast on the pick. They see the Masha, they chill out a little bit. They know that carry hasn't been picked up at all in Season 10. This is a debut hero in Season 10, so leaving it, taking the other prior heroes first, and now EVOS in the jungle. Julian still up for grabs. They can also go for a Thamus, or a Lancelot pickup might be the right choice here. Nope, they go for the Julian, another solid pick. This is the hero that Fairstick was able to get a Maniac with in game number 1. And with the drafts all done, I actually think that EVOS Legends have the better draft. coming into game 2?
I gotta agree, man. It seems a lot more balanced, right? They can kite back, they can move forward, they have combos, they have pickoff, so they can give Bigetron a lot of feints, right? Make sure that Bigetron maybe overreact to a Iron Hook and then get caught by the real manipulation or by the knockout coming from Julian. Whereas for Bigetron, it's just so they just have to kite back again and again, and you never want to give ground to EVOS Legends.
Yeah, I guess it all comes back down to execution though from both teams, because in game number 1 we felt like Bigetron had the better draft, but EVOS Legends was able to take it with a 1 team fight. So coming into game number 2, this is going to be your official compositions for Bigetron as well as EVOS Legends, as we are moments away from game number 2.
Game number 1, a battle of macro and micro, full on. Let's see what game number 2 has in store for us. Ladies and gentlemen, diving into Land of Dawn, here we go. EVOS, Bajan, and Pendragon, the MDL duo, now already into the enemy jungle, trying to just disrupt Max from farming safely. Key doing the same thing though, on to Fairsick. Bajan noticing this, will just rotate back to the purple buff and just put some pressure back on Key.
Yeah, once again, a lot of pressure back onto Key, as, you know, I guess they're starting to read the play style of Key. Key, whichever hero he is on, he just likes to disrupt the pattern coming in from Fairsick, understanding that Fairsick will have a huge impact in that late game, but wow!
Oh my god, it's gonna be Max who gets hooked in, but still Max who finds the retribution onto the Litho Wanderer. A little bit of a lead here, slight gold lead, just 200, not really much to make a big difference yet, but it's already that small victory that BTR is able to get.
And with how proactive Key is in helping out Moreno in the mid lane, they're able to get a lot of pressure going on, and for EVOS Legends, that's not good, right? You want to make sure you use the Franco as early as possible, and if you don't have pressure in the lane, you can't do that. Badger now taking a lot of aggro from 2 members, but overall, it's still a very, very slow early game. There's a lot hanging in the balance for this game.
Yeah, I think EVOS Legends, they're quite dependent on level 4 as well. They need the real-world manipulation if they want to be able to contest these neutral objectives, as 20 seconds is on the clock here for the next turtle. We'll see who sets up first, as interestingly enough, in the bottom side, Matt is actually winning the lane here against Clover.
I feel like he can actually try and do something differently in the lane. That is the advantage of a Matrix, right? But Sorizo will be the target. Knock up into Iron Hook.
The combo there with the Enhanced Chain and the Iron Hook together was just such a big problem for Sorizo, who was forced to use the sprint early on before the turtle fight even begins. But now BTR has a 1,000 gold lead. First is going to get stunned up by Key there, and Key is going to get a lot of damage put onto him. The Enhanced Sword as well. Key flickering out, but the real world manipulation finds the kill. That's first blood by the Samsung Galaxy A series, taken away by EVOS Legends. Max getting the retribution onto the turtle, again by the Samsung Galaxy A series. A kill traded for a turtle.
Yeah, just in time as well, EVOS Legends popped up that real-world manipulation. Taz as well in that mid side was able to dish out the damage and take the kill. So a little bit of a trade for EVOS Legends. They didn't lose too much in the process, but we'll see what happens in the next contest for the turtle. But now, Fairsick.
Again, he's able to stun Fairsick up. Bloody Hunt with a hook also connecting on the Key, but Bajan is the one who's forced to use that flicker defensively, as BTR has members there to follow up and to help Key back to safety.
Well, the longer the game goes, with a Sicilian, an Esmeralda, as well as a carry on your team, there's just so much potential for Bigetron Alpha in the late game. So EVOS Legends, I think at about 5 minutes, they're gonna turn up the pace, man. Otherwise, they're gonna slowly but surely fall behind unless yet another miracle hook can save the game for EVOS Legends, and they don't want to bet on that twice.
Man, Bigetron Alpha playing with the same type of, what do you call it, identity that we saw in Season 7, Season 8, with the late game strategy, as now we're going to take a little look into the emblems as well here in the 4th minute.
Well, Matt's emblem actually gives him a bit more sustain in the lane, so maybe that's why he's essentially kind of out-trading Clover with the lack of sustain, right? But for Fairsick as well as Taz, they're both just making sure that they get their power spikes as soon as possible. They're very much item-reliant heroes, right? With the right items, with the right power spikes, that is where you can see the potential from Julian as well as Yi really come to fruition.
This is the thing, though, that we've kind of mentioned in the past, Arashi. Well, not in the past, literally just yesterday. Sicilian. in this game, after the nerf, it actually feels like even when we get to that late stage of the game, he's just not as painful as he was previously in the last patch. And we can see it here. Yves always just winning in terms of that wave pressure and also the kill pressure. And in these turtle fights, it's going to make a lot of difference. Pendragon already trying to target Morena down. He is there too. Most of the gold leaders still staying in. Attack to the bottom side. That's going to be Chorizo, who jumps in with the falling Star Moon. And instantly the Numenon Blast is there to connect through as well. Taos DG getting stunned in that mid lane. Forced to use that sprint to run away. But BTR finds a 1-for-0 and also a turtle.
Yeah, Turtle is going to be secured once again by Bigetron Alpha. 2-0 now for keeping score with a 1,500 gold lead in their pocket as well. And what I wanted to ask you, Arashi, in particular, is that because Fersic is using Julian in that jungle, he can't bring an emblem like the Demon Slayer because it seems like he's focusing more on those items. What difference, big difference, do we see that Max has above Fersic with the Demon Slayer emblem?
Well, he will have a faster clear time compared to Fersic, so Fersic will need to go for fights, but whoa, the minimum was cancelled by the Iron Hook.
Good cancel by Bajan. There's no Bloody Hunt to follow it up though. As BTR, they just fall back. They know it's going to be way too aggressive if they overcommit into the bottom side here. And it looks like BTR are just going to go for the clear.
Whoa. He gets taken very low, but EVOS, they're still defending, but it's weird, right? They really shouldn't be in this situation. They have to try and go for a bit more aggressive plays. And without any control around in the bushes, in the jungle, there's going to be very few opportunities for Bijan to actually catch any of the members of Bigetron Alpha by surprise.
Uh-oh. I was scared, right? Matt was in a really weird situation, being sandwiched between Bijan as well as Clover. Luckily, that hook does miss, but Key and Max looking for an engage.
Uh-oh, Fersic with the enhanced sword, able to get away, but Numenon Blast here, gonna be able to connect onto Fersic. No follow-up just yet. They do not want to go under the turret. Moreno has put his sights onto Clover, the Sanguine Claws, and the bad impact, but Max gets pulled under the tier 2 turret. Key gets taken down. Matt still able to zone Fersic away with the damage there, but Max is forced to back up. EVOS Legends come out on top with a 1-for-0.
A pickoff does happen here for the side of EVOS Legends, so even despite them losing out on all these neutral objectives, they are and will still manage to be able to get these pickoffs on the board, which is what basically their composition was meant for. With Bijan as the Franco, we also have Julian as well in that jungle position, but once again, here it goes.
Cancel to get out, and Max comes in with a retribution to slay Invasion. Goes the Bloody Hunt onto Chorizo. That was the turtle slain. The third one presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
And this is the issue with what EVOS Legends is facing right now, right? They are able to get pickoffs, but only onto Key, which is similar to game number 1. It's not very painful for EVOS for that to happen, but for the side of Bigetron, whenever they go for plays, they can get a lot of damage onto Fersic, and he gets zoned away. The Key here, again, being so aggressive and taking all the aggression coming in from Bijan, because Bigetron knows they can afford to do so. EVOS needs to target the other members, the Max, Key, no, not Key, sorry, Max and Marino.
It does seem that even in the 7th minute, already a Lightning Truncheon for Moreno. So his base damage items, his core items have already been built. He just needs a little bit more. And of course, the stacks are still happening. So I do agree with you. Even if Bigetron Alpha, they want to slow down the pace, it might still favor them in the long run with the stacks, the unlimited stacks that the Sicilian can deal. EVOS Legends so far, they haven't been able to get another pickoff here for the past few minutes, and it seems like Bigetron Alpha, they've actually been able to put a lot of pressure here in the mid side.
So much pressure in the mid side, even though the Beatrix is on the hands of EVOS. Onto 3 members as they collapse, but Clover is still able to manage to get out of there. Fersic running, chasing Matt down, but his sprint will be popped there, and he gets taken down. On top of a 4-man Numenon Blast, it's actually EVOS who come out on top. 8 minutes in the game, they're looking for the siege down in the mid lane.
Oh, it does seem there is a fun fact here by Grab. In his debut in MPL ID Season 10, Taz is actually always in that jungle position. So his debut is in MPL ID and in a different role altogether as a mid laner, like we were discussing before. But back to the game, Bigetron Alpha with a 2,000 gold lead. I don't know what's gonna happen here. It does seem like EVOS, they are picking up the pace once again as Matt is going to be the target.
Now Blast once again onto Thursday, setting him up. Matt picking up the kill there with a slick sidestep. Thursday with the enhanced sword, getting out. Turret taken down. EVOS Legends playing objectively. But look at the sanguine claws and a bad impact kick. Oh my god, Key almost getting that stun in with the flicker. Zone Fairsick away. The Lord is free for BTR to take. And this might be it. This might be the decision to get the Lord. Fairsick doesn't have the enhanced sword here. Max picks up the next digital objective and BTR collapsed onto the mid lane. Clover immobilized. Pendragon losing all of his HP bars except for one last one. That's the sprint pop to disengage. BTR still grasping onto that gold lead.
Moreno still hurts. Sicilian still hurts, even despite the nerf.
Exactly, he has the Lightning Transient and the Clock of Destiny, so that is already scaling him towards that late game. And compared to the previous games, I guess he has a lot more time here to just stack up in the lane, right? So he has been relatively undisturbed, which is why it's going to be very difficult for EVOS Legends to try and do something. Obviously, Taz DB has been very impactful with the Geef. He can actually initiate plays from so far away, but is that enough? You know, EVOS is still heading towards a very tough late game.
Oh, I want to add something in here, though. Key just taking that hook out of the equation. Moving on Blast. Again, just use the zone the members away. But this is something that's just so interesting to me. Eterna, Arashi. I thought Bigetron Alpha, the way they play the games, the way they're able to take objectives has been because they go for the Beatrix Yeave combination every single game that they've played in Season 10. This game, they are up against a Yeave and a Beatrix, yet they're still winning in terms of that objective. The turret take has been phenomenal. Look at the rotation, 10 minutes in, and we're seeing the exact same BTR from game number 1. 6 turrets, only base turrets left.
You make a fair point, actually, now that you pointed it out. I mean, with a different entirely set of rosters, Bigetron Alpha is still able to replicate the same thing. And now we're going to take a look at the damage dealt here by Axe. And interestingly enough, it's actually Sorizo with more than twice the damage of Fursick.
Well,
wait, is that right, Sorizo? Has he been dealing that much?
Sorizo.
My goodness. Dueling with Pendragon, right? And
You're
Pendragon,
right.
he doesn't really care. Losing one of the outposts, that's nothing to a Masha. So we'll have to see. Yesterday we saw that Masha is able to pull Sorizo, not Sorizo literally, but the Esmeralda away from the fights. It has been something that, you know, Mashas can do. So Pendragon might aim for the same thing. But looking at the player statistics for Max from the Bigetron Alpha, you know, his stats are pretty solid, man. He is, by all means, it's not very flashy, as you mentioned, but when the game gets tough, he does what needs to be done.
Yeah, he's been getting all those retributions, he's been able to contest those objectives, and that's exactly what we mentioned before about Max. He's not like, let's say, Fursick with those insane kills, the maniacs type of things, even though we've seen Max pull off crazy things as well in the past, but I guess that's just not his style. As now we can also take a look here at the players' gold by UBS Gold. Once again, Sorizo at the top of the charts with the highest gold, even above Matt in that gold lane.
Yeah, even Max is above Clover, which is very, just as I say, as Clover gets a little bit more gold there. But the fact that both of the jungler, the utility jungler, Max, the guy that doesn't have any kills, he's 0-0-1. We keep forgetting, man, this is such an objective game. BTR and EVOS, 12 minutes in, only 6 kills in total. Conceal play, but look at who's there. It's Clover with the Wesker, able to find 1 kill on the board. Toss DD trying to come back, but it's going to be Luminov. Blast missing out. Real world manipulation, locking him in place. Enhanced chain connecting onto Max. Matt has to run for the hill. Sorizo, though, he jumps in onto 4 members, still able to buy some time, distracting EVOS Legends so that BTR can have a smooth escape. They lose out Moreno, and this might be the chance for EVOS Legends to pick up the Lord.
1 man down, ran ahead here. EVOS Legends, they have already rotated towards that area like you mentioned. The thing is, Sorizo went in and gave 0 care in the world, going 1v5, being able to buy a lot of time, but let's see what he can do because it does seem he's setting up to something.
Oh, Pendragon jumping into the back lines there, able to find Matt and Nook in the front line. It's actually EVOS winning it out as well. Key taken down by Bajan, Sorizo taken down by Fursick. It's a 3-for-0. It's EVOS all across the map. 3-0 and a Lord.
EVOS Legends trying to equalize Bigetron Alpha, as now you can see they are going for that straight push in that mid side. You can start to feel that the damage coming in from Moreno is starting to hurt, being able to take half health of all the 3 members, and now EVOS Legends, they're looking to center their focus on the objectives. Again, the buff has been taken away, another tower in that mid side, but not even the Lord has yet to come yet, so they still have plenty of time.
Bigetron Alpha has been so good at playing with the pressure, playing with the rotation and the vision in the rotations here so far, but now with the Lord on the side of EVOS, they can force Bigetron into areas where Bigetron do not want to be, and that just opens them up to actually hooks like that, but you know, he just sidesteps it so calmly, but EVOS, they're not done yet.
Particularly with a shield, real-time win probability there by Samsung favors EVOS Legends now with the Lord, but no base turret taken down yet. Sorizo gonna get hooked all the way back for Clover to snipe him down. EVOS now with a 2,000 gold lead. Versick with enhanced chain jumping in to provide that zone for Clover once again to pick up the turret. Top side taken down as well. 2 turrets, base turrets down. EVOS are looking to go for one more.
They gotta be very careful though, because if EVOS Legends can't close this out, it is going to be Bigetron Alpha with the upper hand, but you can see this.
My goodness gracious, that hook connecting Pendragon on the back, almost blinding Matt. Chorizo down, 3 members up, it's gonna be EVOS looking for the base, Clover flickering in, it's a 2-0 clean sweep. EVOS Legends MPL Arena erupts here for this team. What an atmosphere.
2-0 is the name of day number 2 here at MPL Season 10, as the White Tigers once again showing that history means nothing if they have the right tools. EVOS taking their win streak to 3 times now against the Red Robots.
Wow, man, the chants coming in from the crowd, they just erupt when the game is over. Just like that, man. EVOS, I don't know if I like how passively they play in the early game, but how they just turn up the aggression once they have a lead. That is insane, man. Within a matter of like 2 minutes, Bigetron lost all their objectives, they lost all their control, and they get taken out. Wow, dude.
Soak it in. The crowd, the atmosphere in the MPL Arena. I think this is the most electrifying atmosphere, audience that we've had in MPL in a very long time.
It's a nice change, isn't it?
It is a nice,
very nice change.
Wow, man, what again, the crowd just amuses me, man. This is such a great feeling, especially for the EVOS Legends players. Getting this much support from the audience here. Not that much, not a lot of happy faces on BTR, obviously.
And someone on the caster desk as well.
Yeah, he looks absolutely livid. Wonder what's up with him.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing though. I think this is something that we need to give context as well. I mean, after how many seasons we were battling against the pandemic, all those online events, and finally being able to go full offline, feeling and really absorbing the atmosphere of an offline event, feeling the passion once again. As you can hear, as an example here, EVOS Legends chanting in the background really shows us that MPL Season 10 is all about celebration, all about rejuvenation. And this is what MPL Season 10, and what makes it so amazing.
The regeneration of EVOS going really well. No world, no problem. 2-0 against BTR.
After a dominant performance yesterday, there were a lot of concerns about EVOS Legends going up against the all-new, a very calculated, very, just very clean Bigetron Alpha. But they made it happen, man. It was very rough in both games. In both games, Bigetron had control, but somehow, some way, they find their opportunity, they wait for the right moment, and they go for it, and they get very well repaid.
Honestly, I want to know what Coach Age feels right now.
Oh, like, bittersweet, happy,
exactly.
Sad. How is he feeling here?
Exactly. I really want to know.
Well, we're gonna take a look at an interview here. No, the winning moment first. Look at the crowd, the electrifying crowd here today. Versick, again, it's such a great moment for this kid.
Persic got overexcited and he put his legs on the chair.
He was jumping.
I think he got told off.
The other side, though, the thrill and the agony. One side is all smiles, happy, celebrating. The other, disappointed by their loss.
Absolutely. But now we'll take an interview with the host.
Yay, thank you banget para caster. Dan kemenangan 2-0 terjadi kembali di match yang ketiga. Bigetron Monster spesial banget kali ini ditemani oleh salah satu bayi macan legenda, Persik.
Halo.
Wow, seneng banget tau gak sih Bude akhirnya bisa ngobrol sama Persik setelah berseason-season gak boleh ngobrol sama Persik. kok akhirnya nempel ya mic-nya ya? Boleh nih?
Membiasakan diri aja lah.
Asik, gimana Persik? Happy banget gak sih balik di season 10?
Ya, senang sih. Bisa main lagi.
Bisa main lagi. Dan kalau kemenangan perdana kalian ini gimana? Kamu ngelihat kemenangan ini sebagai standar gak sih? Menangnya jadi kepengen 2-0 terus gitu gak sih Persik?
Bukan standar sih, emang udah biasa kayak gini.
Siap.
Udah yakin sama tim saya.
Oh, tanpa word kamu tetap yakin nih?
Ya.
Jadi kamu kayak menepis semua keraguan orang-orang yang di luar sana?
Betul sekali.
Wow, Budi tuh sempat bertanya-tanya sih, ini kan pemain baru semua kan bisa dibilang kebanyakan, sebagian besar. Ada nggak sih kayak mereka grogi sebelum masuk panggung atau kamu mungkin ngerasain juga kan? Panggung MPL tuh serem.
Ya karena kita udah pro player ya harus terima resikonya. Kita udah siapin semuanya.
Udah siapin?
Dari sebelum masuk lu udah harus bisa kayak gini-gini. Ya,
berarti
kita udah persiapin.
Kaptennya kamu kah?
Bukan sih.
Siapa kaptennya? Kapten EVOS Legends siapa sih?
Crit.
Loh, tapi dia kok nggak main?
Tadi kan main game 1.
Game 1, oh tuker-tukeran. Beneran ini?
Beneran.
Bukan kamu, bukan Clover?
Bukan.
Wow, ini baru banget ya informasi, kalau salah berarti Persik ya?
Ya.
Persik loh ini tanggung
Bisa
jawab.
langsung ditanyakan coach saya aja.
Oh gitu, sama Zeus. Tapi
dia kok kaptennya.
Oke, tapi ini kalau ngelihat kalian dengan 2-0 tadi ngelawan tim Bigetron, berarti latihan kalian ini udah emang sesuai latihan atau?
Udah sesuai banget sih.
Sesuai banget?
Ya. Kita udah jauh-jauh udah persiapin. Kalau nggak ada kosong sih udah aneh banget lah.
Wow, udah seyakin itu Persik di match ini. Dan ada kendala nggak sih untuk menyesuaikan tanpa adanya word di line up kalian?
Nggak ada kendala sama sekali sih.
Oh, memang pro player keren ya?
Iya.
Pokoknya cepat harus move on dan cepat untuk beradaptasi.
Betul.
Kendala terbesar deh buat MPL season 10. Ada nggak sih kayak mungkin?
Nggak ada sih sejauh ini nggak ada.
Wow. Oke, Persik si bayi macan. Kau masih jadi bayi atau udah macan beneran nih?
Nggak tahu lah, saya jadi apa atau apa. Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. Tapi boleh dong kamu sapa-sapa semua penonton atau EVOS fans yang ada di sini. Yang mungkin juga yang di luar sana yang meragukan. Aduh, EVOS Legends nggak ada word, pusing. Tapi ternyata enggak. Boleh dong.
Selagi ada Clover, baik-baik aja. Santai aja EVOS fans.
Santai aja EVOS fans, oke. Caster jangan santai-santai, take it away. Monggo.
Thank you so much for the interview. Once again, the baby tiger, Persik with Bude Mongstar here again on the caster desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. 2-0 every single match. Even though in the final match we did see it go to the late game all the way, but it was a 2-0 in the end. BTR always seems to have that control in the early game, but in the end, it's always EVOS who end up strong, 11-3. This is such a low kill game at the start of it all. It was a 2-4 in the 12 minutes of the game, Arashi.
Yeah, it's very low kill, and I don't know where it just sped up, man. And you can see the difference in the items coming in from both these teams. I mean, Matt was on carry, but at this point, he needs time to shred through the beefier members, and he can compete with the burst coming in from Clover, who is at the full items, and even getting the Has Claws first, right? Understanding that he's not in any real danger from any big play dives. He doesn't need any Wind of Nature. He doesn't need an extra bit of magic defense. So he just goes for the Has Claws. He just stays in the fight and does work, man. 5-0-3. He is just absolutely devastating on this Beatrix. And this is how it is. It really seems like Bigetron was doing fine. Look at Moreno. He has farmed up. He has a healthy amount of gold. He has his core items and defensive items just in case things hit the fan. But even then, it just wasn't enough to deal with the aggression coming in from EVOS Legends.
I mean, you guys mentioned this yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, when you guys were doing your analysis and stuff. Is objective gaming the way to go now?
Yeah, you're right. Yesterday, the trend was the team who got more neutral objectives actually end up losing the game.
Yeah.
Here, it's basically the same. BTR were super dominant in the early stage, getting every single neutral objective, actually getting a lead, 6 turrets to 1. But yet, they were not able to control the game with just the map pressure. I think we can go all the way back to MSC. In the grand finals, the team who actually secured more lords was RRQ Hoshi, but RRGPH 4-0'd them in that grand final. It seems like now, team fight in the late game is more of a guarantee to win for a closeout on the game than an actual lord push.
I think the death timers is the main concern here, right? 60 seconds, 70 seconds off the map, that is a long time where your team is at such a severe disadvantage in such, in the late stages of the game. So I think the Lord needs to be used to break open a team turtling, but when there is a fight over the Lord, I think it's very much more priority to actually get rid of the opposing team first and then go for that Lord again. Because if you're in control anyways, you can use it to force them out of the base and then take the fight on your terms, right? And not to mention, if you're the team that's trying to rush the Lord, sneak it through, you are getting a lot of aggro from the Lord itself. You're taking a lot of damage, and worst case scenario, you get knocked up, and that just spells doom for you. The MVP though for the second game here by the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G is going to be Bajan on the Franco, man. When the going gets tough, when EVOS Legends needs that pick so desperately, he makes it happen. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement, but he did prove his worth for sure.
Chooses his moments. Yep.
Yeah, it ended in the same way for both of the games, but here it is the embassy highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series, Arashi. It's just very chaotic, and whenever you can't get a proper fight, it's just so difficult. But those moments there where you can actually get the pulls, that is where it actually plays out for them. And right here, even with the 4-man limit on glass, the kickoff, the burst is just a bit too much for them to deal with. And it goes all the way to the late game, man. They can use that leverage and get something more. But moments like this, where they get too over-aggressive and they don't pay attention to their positioning, that's just a bit too difficult. And this is going to be that final fight, right? Where, as you can see, once the team is in shambles, once you can see Pendragon just dive towards the back line, anyone who was still in the Lord vicinity, they are fighting without the assistance of Moreno as well as Max, so it's just not feasible at all, especially when you have drafted such a team fight reliant composition. It's a difficult situation for Bigetron to deal with, man. And then afterwards, this is that play here. You can see that initially, it looks like Bijan made the play, but Persic was the one that knocked up Key, and EVOS has no qualms whatsoever trying to initiate using the knock-up to guarantee a hook. And as we said, the death timers being so long, losing one member is already so devastating. So they take that man advantage, and afterwards, right, this is where they just like move on, keep pushing, takes more and more, and then they send Pendragon for the zone, and they seem to be losing the fight in that last moment, but it doesn't matter. They get the base, they get the decisive finish. What a performance again. Yeah, it just feels really weird because like we've been mentioning, like we've been highlighting, BTR have been ahead. I think even an 8,000 gold lead was built up by BTR in the first game. So it was what we Eterna said correct, Arashi? Team fights are a better way to hold back.
TV-nya sekarang. Sabar, wave. Dulu ya. Lihat wave mid. TV-nya. Dapat nih, jil. Jangan. Mati dia. Goldie. Nice. Lagi. Latain midnya. Tackle limit. Sekarang nih. Sekarang dia. Dia bagian gua. Depan dulu. Mati dia. Nah. Butuh satu. Aku aja. Balik. Nice. Gua nggak kena ya.
Kira lu itu Jen.
Cari. Ini nih.
Ya, gua
Loli. Mati sih.
Gua mironin.
Sama juga nih gua. Ini depan dulu. Gua tetes Loli ya. Loli setengah darah.
Loli boleh. Ada gua.
Nice. Gua jalan nih, gua jalan. Karina di gua.
Kari mati.
Ulti gua 15. Gua pegang mati. Balik dulu, Ben. Gua balik ya. Gua nggak mau. Nice ini. Gua tetes dari belakang.
Boleh gas.
Tor dulu.
Garis.
Gua sorry, kecil gua.
Ya.
Oh my god, they stay calm all throughout the game, and in the final moment, they just start yelling. EVOS Legends, man. Wow, did such an amazing game. I think that game was the most stressful game for the players. I think every single member from both of the teams, they definitely had their fair share of stress there. They had to keep on outthinking their opponents, being 1, 2, 4 steps ahead sometimes at every given moment. But EVOS Legends, what a read. That final read in the bottom side, I think, is what sealed the deal. Where they all stacked up, BTR went with the conceal, and Max got just bursted down by the Beatrix. But here it is, the key to success. Bajan was the key to success. Franco and Julian, the cheese strat combo that has been proven to be very, very effective.
Absolutely, man. I mean, when you can guarantee the hook from the Franco, any kind of way, it's going to be really, really beneficial. And early on, you don't see it work out that well, but later on in the late game, you saw how difficult it is to deal with, right? You get knocked up, and it's guaranteed a hook. And then from there on, they can do flickers afterwards as well. And Bijan absolutely did all of that and even more.
Very risky though. So
yes,
it could have gone south, but luckily for them, it actually paid off twice in a row. So is it luck or is it skill? We'll have to see in the next few games. But don't forget, there was so many highlights there, right, Mirko?
A lot of highlights, a lot of TikTok-worthy moments, and obviously what we want is for you guys to upload your excitement while watching MPL ID Season 10 on TikTok. You can upload with the hashtag MPL Celebrations so that we can give you guys can win challenges and get prizes. You know what's on the line?
What?
Samsung, JBL. Samsung again, Secret Lab. There's a lot of things on the line. You guys can go at it. You have nothing to lose. It's a bargain. It's a steal deal.
Steal deal, Arashi.
Steal deal. Yes, steal deal. Super
Things
value.
are getting twisted here.
Well, with all the matches that we've gone through, we had to keep on thinking about what they want to do as well. And we kept on analyzing because the games in Season 10 have been much more thought-provoking than ever before. This has been the most intriguing season so far, and I can't wait to see the teams progress because guess what? We're actually still in the first week. This is the second day of the season, and we've already seen the teams go this far. As the weeks progress, as we go to the third day tomorrow as well, we're definitely going to see more improvements, more roster reveals, and a lot of changes for both of these teams. But, well, not both. Every one of these teams here in the top 8. But in the standings, it's Alter Ego who solidify that top position with EVOS and ONIC. RRQ and Bigetron Alpha falling to that 4th and 5th position. And Aurafire have yet to play a game.
Yes, presented to you, of course, by the Samsung Galaxy A series. I told you not to celebrate too early, Mirko.
I did not celebrate.
That's a low blow, Eterna. That is an absolute low blow.
Hey, I predicted Bigetron today, and I was wrong as well, so...
All right, huh? I see.
I'm going to stick with my instincts next time.
Well, you know what? You know what's crazy about the last match?
What was crazy about the last match?
The atmosphere. Oh my goodness. And if you guys want to be a part of that atmosphere, go ahead and check out Blee right now to complete your Mobile Legends account and to buy tickets for MPL Offline because the arena is ready for all of you guys. And the players are certainly going to get that boost in morale with you guys here, ladies and gentlemen. But Season 10, week number 1, day number 2 has come to an end with all of the games going 2-0 to the victors. We'll see what tomorrow has to unfold. It's been Mirko with obviously the co-caster of the day,
Eterna,
and our brilliant analyst who's also cute,
Awashi
Hoshi. Tomorrow we have Oh, we have bangers, Arashi. We have
Yeah.
a straight up bangers. RRQ take on Alter Ego. So for everybody who's a fan of the Season 6 Grand Finals, stay tuned tomorrow. Don't forget, note it down, MPL Season 10, we own this!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus